Another emotional day of testimony from the eldest of the 4 Broderick children. 20-year-old Kim tells our mother harbored intense anger toward her father for years, even before the couple was divorced. Kim testified our mother Betty once grabbed Daniel Broderick's clothes from the closet and threw them out to burn.
She went to the garage and grabbed a can of gasoline and poured it all over him. And it was a huge pile of things. And all of the underwear, she dumped out all the drawers over the balcony as well. And then she lit it with gasoline, and then she went and got black paint and poured it over all the ashes.
But the accounts of rage and fury didn't stop there. Kim said her mother once smeared cake on her father's bed and scrawled obscenities with lipstick on the mirror in his house. And another time when Betty drove into the front of his Marston Hills home.
The car came through the house. Not through the house, it hit the door, and it sounded like a chainsaw, and I ran out the back door.
The defense contends Betty Broderick was pushed over the edge by her ex-husband, whom Betty accuses of denying her a fair divorce settlement and taking away custody of their 4 children. Unable to hold back tears, Kim told the court how her mother vented her wrath on others. She told of the day Betty was supposed to visit Kim's apartment.
So I cleaned it up and got all dressed up, and then I called her about an hour and a half later and said, "Mom, where are you?" And she said, "Oh, well, I was driving down the street right by SeaWorld, and all of a sudden I just remembered I hate your guts. You just make me sick, and why would I want to come over and visit you?" And on and on and on. So and then I called her back a few minutes later and said, "Well, why? What did I do?" She said, "You're just a traitor. You make me sick. The sight of you makes me want to throw up, and I wish I was never born."
During cross-examination, Kim admitted she was close to her father and held firm when defense attorney Jack Early painted him as an alcoholic who was cheap and neglectful of his children. The trial is expected to last 4 weeks. Marianne Cushi, News 8, the county courthouse.
Before
19-year-old Lee Broderick received a call from her mother the morning of November 5th, the day Daniel Broderick and his new wife Linda were shot to death.
my mom called and said that she was in trouble, that she needed my help. And I asked why, and she said that she had shot my father.
When she indicated that she shot your father, can you tell us exactly what words she used?
She said, "I shot your dad, I shot the son of a bitch."
Lee says her mother arrived at her apartment a short time later, hysterical and sick to her stomach. She says Betty told her what Daniel said after he was hit. "Okay, you shot me, I'm dead," and that Betty pulled the phone cord out of the wall so he couldn't get help. Lee said Betty also went on to explain why she did it.
She said he said it himself, that one of us was going to have to die, and he said it, not me. And she said also that she felt empty and dead inside, and that she was so miserable that she couldn't go on another day.
Lee is the second of the 4 Broderick children to take the stand. Older daughter Kim testified against her mother for 2 days. 2 young sons, now in Colorado, are not expected to take part in the trial. Friends of Betty Broderick say she often told them she felt cheated out of a fair divorce settlement, yet she still managed to spend lavishly, including the purchase of a $40,000 fur coat after the couple was separated.
She's real close to money. She worshipped money. It was her main goal in her life. She loved it.
Helen
She's a very
Picard.
materialistic person. She always was.
Picard says when Betty phoned her from jail last December, Betty told her how Daniel's second wife was destroying her life.
I said, "So you destroyed her?" And she said yes. She said yes with kind of a laugh, like it didn't really matter. It didn't bother her.
The trial of Betty Broderick resumes on Monday. Marianne Cushi, News 8.
All right, so that's a little footage from the 1990 trial. That was the hung jury trial. We saw Kim Broderick, Lee Broderick, and Helen Picard. Helen Picard gets brought up a few times by Betty in today's testimony, but I don't think she testifies in the trial we're watching. Helen Picard was the one that Betty categorized as a gossip. Helen Picard was the one telling stories. Note, Disney Mom, you've just got in the door. We played a little preview from the 1990 trial showing a couple of Betty's oldest children, Betty and Dan's oldest children, both of the daughters testifying, as well as Helen Picard. Today's testimony is Psychologist Day. Today it's doctors, not Dr. Detz. Dr. Detz is a state rebuttal witness that will close out this trial. Let's go to the Betty page, close my notifications, and start the trial. Good morning, Ocean Sounds, Dabs for Dummies, Disney Mom, Margie 420, Super Kelly G, Empathy Shifting for Super Kelly G, Don David Lusterman. All right, that's our first person. Kitten Pushers here, Ocean Sounds, LZB, Beth of a Salesman. I know LZB's doing some yard work, so glad to have your ears while your hands are busy. David John Lusterman. I got to rewind this again just so I can make sure that my Chiron is correct. 50-second mark. Oh, where'd the red dot go? Dawn.
York. And where in New York is that?
That's on Long Island, about 30 miles from New York City.
And what is your primary work in your practice?
My primary work is treating families and couples.
What kind of education?
Dr.
have you
Lusterman
had
is a
to
couples
engage in
counselor?
practice?
I hold a doctorate in clinical psychology, and I have had postgraduate training at Roosevelt Hospital in New York City in their family program.
Are you recognized by any of the boards of psychology?
Yes, the American Board of Professional Psychology. I hold the diplomate in family psychology from the American Board of Professional Psychology. I also hold the diplomates in marriage and family and marriage and sexual therapy from the American Board of Family Psychology.
And what does that mean when you're a diplomate?
That means that I have been, my abilities and training have been examined by each of these diplomating boards.
Yeah, that's a
And
great
are those
question.
boards, nationwide boards?
Yes, they are.
And have you had any training in any type of teaching?
Lola, are you okay?
Yes, I have taught.
Lola's having
I taught
nightmares
for
under the bed.
1973 until, no, excuse me, from the 60s until.
Okay, let's just pause a quick second. Lola, wake up. Come on out of the bed. Yeah, good morning. There we go. No more nightmares for Lola. That's a good girl. Where was the question that was interesting to ask? Super Kelly G is baby birds nesting on the patio, and those little effers are so noisy. I've got a whole plum tree full of birds, and it's music to my ears when I come home. Hello, bird friends. And chip, 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 chip. So Kitten Pusher asked, do we know why the 1990 trial wasn't televised? Was it because Court TV was so new? And I think that's 100% correct. Court TV did not start until 1991. First trial being Pamela Smart, which was summer of 91. So I imagine the 1990 trial, if anything, because, obviously from the footage, there was a news camera there. Maybe that was what, maybe it was even the guy who did the cameraman or camera work or, the production company. But somebody may have got the idea of, why don't we just televise the trials? Why are we going there just to shoot, footage all day to sell 2 minutes to a network when we could probably broadcast this all day long with our commercials and everything else? So, yeah, this is kind of the infancy of Court TV, and the 1990 trial, fairly lucky to have the clips we do, but it may just be from news media petitioning to, I want to be there for this witness, and this witness. So you're not getting the whole trial, you were just getting snippets for the nightly news. And also interesting, you noticed Lee Broderick testifying. Lee Broderick made the motion to have her face not shown halfway through the testimony of this trial, which is kind of bizarre considering that she'd already been televised from the 1990 trial, televised from the first half of the 1991 trial. But it was new, and the judge was weighing justice versus does the camera affect the testimony of the person testifying? And if it does, in the interests of justice and, just his jurisprudence, he felt like it was important to allow her not to be shown on camera. But that defense didn't really have legs because we don't see a lot of refusing cameras going forward. I don't remember anyone in the Menendez trial being able to be excused from being on. It's generally just either, government, like FBI witnesses that need to stay in hiding, or, a witness against a criminal organization that's like in witness protection or something like that.
1980 at Hofstra University.
And have you had training in any other hospitals?
I trained at the Veterans Hospital in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, New York, and in Brooklyn, New York, and at Roosevelt Hospital.
Okay, and have you had any, are you a fellow in any of the associations?
Yes, I am a fellow in the American Psychological Association, and I am a fellow in the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy.
And what does that mean?
That means that I've been recognized as having made significant contributions to both of those professions.
Okay. And the boards that you've been that you are a member of, do you do anything in regards to researching on articles in those fields?
I am on the board of two journals, the American Journal of the Journal of Family Psychology and the American Journal of Family Therapy. And in the course of my work for each of these editorial boards, I review articles.
Okay, and have you written articles in those fields?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and is that a few, many?
I have a bibliography of somewhat over 2 pages, including chapters in a number of books, a book, and many professional articles.
Okay. Have you been involved in any work in any university?
That's a good point, Disney Mom.
In family counseling?
Yes, I established the program in family counseling at Hofstra University in 1973. And when I left that, I left as an adjunct full professor.
Disney Mom says, I absolutely think the camera does have people be a bit different. Some of these lawyers seem like they're playing to the camera. And I mean, it seems like they turn and wave to the camera. And that's an interesting observation, because Carrie Wells, the prosecutor, has come out since this trial and during her entire time as a judge of being against cameras in the courtroom. Yet I think her behavior fits exactly what Disney Mom is talking about. She's doing a lot of standing, right beside Betty. You're looking at Betty, you're looking at me, the camera is looking this way. Like, the prosecutor seems to be more aware of the camera than almost anyone here. Maybe that's why she's also more, it affects people, because she knows it's affecting herself and therefore assumes everyone else must be as affected. But she definitely feels like she's playing to the camera with that side-by-side cross of Betty, where she's standing over her like a school teacher with Betty at the front of the class and the jury as the students, watching Betty get emasculated. Can you emasculate a woman? Can a woman emasculate a woman? Generally, that's a male thing. I'll think about that while we watch this testimony.
Now, have you written any articles in the area of infidelity and its impact on people?
Yes, in May-June issue of the Family Networker, I wrote an article specifically on infidelity, called Treating the Crisis of Marital Infidelity.
And is that an area of expertise that you deal with within family counseling?
You cannot.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I got a quick answer on my emasculation question.
And in your private practice, is this an area where you have expertise or get referrals from other people or other professionals?
Yes, indeed.
Can you define for us what?
Okay, if anyone is wondering if you can emasculate a female, according to the AI overview, emasculation refers to the removal of the external male organs, penis and testicles, or the profound loss of traditional male power, vigor, and confidence. Physically, it differs from castration by including penectomy. Metaphorically, it describes undermining a man's authority, independence, or masculinity. So by that definition, probably wasn't emasculating Betty, but definitely dressing her down. Maybe that's the better word for that situation. A dressing down in front of the jury.
Infidelity is?
Yes. I would say that infidelity is the situation that occurs when one partner continues to believe in a contract of monogamy.
Hey,
and
Scripsy.
fidelity. What?
Welcome to Scripsy, who bought a membership in between shows just before the last, I think it was the day 14 coverage. Welcome as a member to Dan D True Crime. I remember chatting with Scripsy in one of Suma's chats quite some time ago, and we've talked on and off in the chat since then. So welcome aboard. Glad to see you in my chat.
The other partner violates that contract.
And what do you mean by the contract of fidelity and monogamy?
Most religions, certainly in the Judeo-Christian tradition, the underlying contract of marriage is that the people will be faithful to one another, respect one another, and hold one another in honor.
Okay. And what do you normally see when people are acting under that contract, under this marital contract?
Under marital contract of fidelity?
Yes.
Yes, I see people who respect and honor one another.
And is there a position of trust that they have with each other?
That's the basis of the contract, is trust.
Just a
Now,
reminder
does
for the
the,
chat too. I am going to be judicious in my pinning of messages. There's some backlash against the pinned messages sitting at the bottom of the chat. Makes it harder to see the chat scroll. If you dismiss the pinned message and the creator just pins another message, you're in this constant, I just want to make it go, and it keeps coming back. So I'll only be pinning messages once every 5 to 10 minutes rather than constantly through the stream. So if it feels like I'm pinning less, it's to help with everybody's mental health that's trying to keep up with the chat. So if you want to dismiss the pinned message and see the chat scroll freely, I won't be over pinning messages today, but I'll still use it from time to time because it's a helpful feature.
Does this contract of trust, does it have any ramifications in the area of vulnerability towards either party?
Yes, when you trust someone, the more trusting you become, the more vulnerable you become if that trust is violated. Because the relationship is so based in that understanding of trust. So with that, you leave yourself open.
Okay. And when you have a relationship.
Okay, this is a great question from Super Kelly G, and I think brings to a much bigger question. Super Kelly G says, I wonder if things would have went better if Betty didn't testify. The cross really made it hard for me to feel bad for her. I would put it to you, and maybe we'll do this as the first poll question. Has there ever been an incident where a defendant taking the stand in their own defense helped their case? So I can probably think of a lot where, they didn't really hurt it, didn't help it, but, if that's the case, why get up there? I know that there's certain circumstances where you need to put the defendant on the case in order to get things into evidence that only the defendant would be able to, chain of custody for evidence, be able to bring in. But again, there's the risk of, is that evidence worth putting my client on the stand? So I think that's the question I'm going to ask. Has there ever been, or no? Because then you'll just say yes, and we won't know which ones. Well, if the poll wins, then I'll ask people in chat, cite your sources, because I can't think of any defendant that helped their case. Like, I think Ted Bundy was surprisingly lucid, he was also completely crazy at some points, but there were parts of his pro se defense that sounded like a lawyer, I guess because he had legal training, but then again, that's him acting as his own defense, not as his own witness. Yeah, I can't think of any good reason to take the stand in a murder case anyway. Like maybe in a he said, she said kind of case, but so maybe that's the question. Okay.
It comes from marriage, and you have an affair or something that interferes with that relationship. Does it have an effect on the various parties in the marriage?
Yes. To explain that, I would need to explain a little bit about the terminology that I use when I teach about marriage and family.
Okay, could you go ahead and tell us what those terms are and what they mean?
The terms that I use to describe the people who are directly involved in an infidelity are the infidel, that is to say the person who violates trust, the victim, that is to say the person whose trust is violated, and the affairee, for the person with whom the infidel is having an affair.
Okay. And is this effect on the affair, does it have just the effect on the people in the affair or other people too?
In the book that I'm working on, I describe the impact of infidelity on the...
In the book I'm working on, come on, cite your published stuff. You can't push your next book on trial.
Immediate three people involved, their families, their parents, their children, friends. Once infidelity becomes known, its impact on family is enormous. In fact, on the whole...
I'm sorry. The doctor opining for that area.
Okay, Kitten, good.
When you have a relationship where there is an affair or infidelity, is there a difference in how people react when the affair is a secret one rather than an open one?
Maybe that should be the question. Has there ever been a guilty defendant that, well, no, because then they obviously didn't help their case with their testimony if they were guilty. But I mean, guilty, like we know they're guilty, as opposed to guilty in a judge of law.
By definition, an infidelity is a secret affair.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
So I take it that when you have
That's interesting. So Kyle Rittenhouse did take the stand in his own defense. People are wondering who he is. This was during the time of the Black Lives Matter protests and a lot of the political upheaval associated with that. And Kyle Rittenhouse went to a neighboring state and armed himself, open carry, and then defended himself when attacked by members of the protesters and killed someone and was able to defend himself in court. I wonder, did he help himself on the stand, do you think? Because I remember footage of him just crying like a baby, but I feel like he was helped more by the fact that he had the powerful political machine and, just high-powered lawyers and this whole defense behind him. But yeah, I guess he didn't hurt his case because he was found not guilty. Interesting question. Thank you.
Affair that's not secret, it does not have the same effect.
The name that's...
Sustained.
Was there a difference in the effects of an affair that's secret or not secret?
When an affair is not secret, the name that most experts use for it is an arrangement. That is to say, an understanding between two people that they...
When an affair is secret, it's an arrangement. That sounds like what the people having the affair call it. Oh yeah, I've got an arrangement with a girl at the office. Go to that definition again. 9 far into the at all. Which, another one to say, that's kind of like O.J. Simpson. I guess O.J. Simpson took the stand in his own defense, was not guilty, and the courts were afraid of riots if they convicted him. Interesting. O.J. and Kyle Rittenhouse in the same cup there.
So I take it that when you have an affair that's not secret, it does not have the same effect.
That's a great point too, Super Kelly G. So Super Kelly G found an example of where the testimony didn't help them overturn their charges or be found innocent, but the Menendez kids maybe did a good job on the stand. Like they helped their defense rather than hurting it with their testimony. That might make a fascinating video. It'll take some research, but thank you for these suggestions, because I could see doing like an hour-long video of, never take the stand in your own defense unless you're these 4 people or something like that. That's interesting.
Name that's...
Sustained.
Was there a difference in the effects of an affair that's secret or not secret?
When an affair is not secret, the name that most experts use for it is an arrangement. That is to say, an understanding between two people that they will not follow the normal rules of monogamy and fidelity.
OJ didn't take the stand?
The rules...
How the hell did they... He just took the gloves. Why am I remembering OJ on the stand? Yeah. No, he just did the glove thing. Oh, that was the biggest mistake from the prosecutors there. So not only do they not get to question him, but they give him the evidence, oh, I'll try and put on the gloves. Oh, they don't fit. I don't know. It's really tough to get these leather gloves over these plastic evidence gloves that I'm wearing underneath. Plastic evidence gloves. So the OJ trial was mid-90s. We saw in this trial when they brought in the bloody bed sheets that gloves weren't a thing just 4 years ago. Or if they were, the guy was so old school. He's like, I don't need gloves. I'll touch the bed. It's just a little blood. You guys are pussies.
Violated. And there isn't an infidelity as most of us define
Thank you, Bella's mom.
That means by nature that it begins as a secret act, which is sometimes subsequently discovered.
Okay. When you have someone where there's an affair where it's secret infidelity, does that affect the
Love Cato.
Mental condition of the one who is...
Mr. Kalin, what did you do when OJ approached you and asked to go to McDonald's? I said yes. And why did you say yes? OJ. Great testimony there.
You returned the victim.
Yes.
Hey, LCB, welcome into the chat.
There are stages in its
Hope you're
effects.
getting good work done out in the yard.
The stage that I use to describe the first effect is what is called cold rage. During a period of cold rage, usually the victim has not yet let into her consciousness, or his, if the victim happens to be a male, the fact of what is happening. And so they are getting information that would suggest to most people that something is happening to the quality of the marriage, but they are not tuned to that. During that phase, people may ask them, don't you think something is happening? They may have information that one would expect them to react to, like changes in habit, new schedules on the part of the infidel, frequent lateness, etc. But the fact is, during that period, the victim has still not permitted that into consciousness. During that time, generally speaking, the victim's personality is beginning to change. She's becoming irritable, short. In some way, she is evidencing what is happening, but what she is not letting into her awareness. The second stage is called hot rage. Hot rage comes after the discovery of infidelity. During the hot rage stage, there is an enormous release of all of the angry energy that has been stored during the cold rage phase, where the person has been in denial.
That's interesting testimony.
The hot rage phase usually is triggered by the discovery of the...
So the longer the cold rage triggers, it's almost like, pressure building up in a boiler that doesn't get bled off, like in the book The Shining. Jack Torrance constantly is having to go downstairs and bleed the boiler, and eventually when he goes crazy, he doesn't. But it's a metaphor for, the boiler's a metaphor for your own sanity. And if you don't take the pressure off, you're going to blow up. But I could see that's kind of where this testimony's going, that Betty had so much cold rage that when the dam burst and she found out about what was going on, for certain, that's when the red rage hit.
Fidelity. And the reaction to that.
Okay. Are there alternate phases in the cold rage?
Once the cold rage, during the cold rage itself, yes. Sometimes the person may vary between trying very, very...
Welcome to Hot Rage. Our dancers are ready. Take a seat down in Gynecology Row, gentlemen. Our next dancer's about to hit the floor. We're at Hot Rage tonight. Thank you, Super Kelly G.
Very hard to satisfy the mate because they don't know what is happening and they feel very insecure, although they have not admitted to themselves or it has not become evident that an affair is going on. Sometimes they're very irritable, very angry, although they don't know why.
Now, does the...
Yeah, I'm a big lukewarm rage guy. Not too hot, not too cold, a little of both. That lukewarm water of rage.
When you see affairs, is there some kind of behavior you usually see that you can see on behalf of the infidel that has an effect on
the infidel
mental condition of the victim?
Yes.
And what's that?
The infidel must cover his tracks. It's a hidden thing. Because it's a hidden thing, it involves lies. Those lies have to be denied. So the victim who's struggling to come to grips with what is happening and to understand what is happening is being told that nothing is happening. And that is extremely unsettling to the person because they struggle to believe that, even though friends, others may be telling them that they shouldn't be believing it.
And is there any things that you see as to, is there sometimes confrontation between the victims and the infidels about the affair?
A vegan strip club. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a couple minutes just to let that sit. But Super Kelly G lives in the strip club capital of the country. We have 2 vegan strip clubs, whatever that means. So those are the 2 questions. Where does Super Kelly G, which state does Super Kelly G reside? And what is a vegan strip club? Answer in the chat.
Before the actual, yes, frequently. The victim will say, is anything happening? Tell me if something is wrong. What is going on? And the infidel will say, nothing is going on. You don't know what you're talking about. They will deny it.
Okay. Does the effect or the kind of process of somebody telling somebody that they're unsettled or that while they're telling them about denying the affair, does it have different effects depending on whether the person has some traditional marriage beliefs versus somebody who doesn't?
No, it's never, you can leave them overruled. Go ahead.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Okay. Does the effect of this process of telling somebody that they're mentally unsettled or they're crazy, does that have any different effects depending on whether the person has some traditional marriage beliefs versus somebody who doesn't?
Generally speaking, the more intensely committed a person is to the marriage, which at times is a matter of religious background, religious convictions, the more unsettled the person is during this phase as they are seeking confirmation that the contract of monogamy and fidelity is still in effect, being told that it is, but becoming more and more frightened and uncomfortable because they're getting other sensory information that suggests maybe it isn't, but they're still being told that there is no cause for alarm, no cause for worry. It's very unsettling and confusing to the victim.
Okay, when we're talking about traditional marriages, what type of groups are you talking about?
I would say marriages that for example, people who come from a tradition of Orthodox Christianity, Orthodox Judaism, people who are well schooled in a particular religious tradition.
Portlandia.
Now, this process of vulnerability, where the person wants to believe the partner what is going on and is willing to believe them, even in the face of other signs, is anything?
Excuse me, I'm just scheduling a road trip to Portland, Oregon.
Else, do you see other things happening?
The person is pressing away an awareness that something is wrong. She doesn't want to know what is wrong. She is being told that nothing is wrong, but she's nervous. She's edgy because the same person who's telling.
I'm guessing if there's 2 vegan strip clubs, there must be at least a dozen meat eaters only strip clubs. So.
Telling her that nothing is wrong is also doing things which suggest that something is wrong. So that the denial process is building and the victim is becoming more and more nervous and more edgy. Later,
Vancouver, BC used to be known as a strip club capital, I guess, of Canada anyway. But I know when I was listening to all the heavy metal acts of the 80s, like Motley Crue, Rat, and Poison, and David Lee Roth, Van Halen, that sort of stuff, they used to all go to like the Number 5 Orange. Well, Ben Affleck got busted. His big thing with when him and J-Lo broke up, they were at Brandy's nightclub, which was a high-end strip bar, more of a personal dancers bar than a strip club. But Motley Crue definitely, I think they named at least a half dozen different strip clubs that were operating in Vancouver. It's gone down considerably. I think the Penthouse is one of the ones that's still going. But yeah, for a little while, around the same time that I was old enough to go to bars, there was a strip club like every 2 to 3 minutes if you just walked along Granville Street or, the streets that are just one block off.
Frequently say, now I understand why I was so irritable and so angry and so different than I'm used to be.
Cold rage, is that a very short period of time, a very long period of time normally? Or
it varies. But generally speaking, cold rage goes on from sometime during the course of the infidelity until the direct discovery of the infidelity. Now, there's another issue here as well. Once an infidelity is admitted, frequently there's still back and forth on it. So the person may move back and forth now between cold rage and hot rage, as she either believes what the infidel is telling her when he subsequently denies what he admitted, or accepts it. If she accepts it, if she fully grasps it, she is going to be into hot rage. She's going to be very explosive because it's like a pressure cooker.
Mm-hmm.
The longer those feelings are pressed down, the more explosively they're going to come out when they come out.
Okay. Now, you talked about the area that somebody, when there's a denial going on and undermining the person's stability, is there a term that's used in the field as to what that is?
The term that I use is the term gaslighting.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
What is gaslighting?
Gaslighting, it's based on a movie of many, many years ago, a movie I think from the late 30s or early 40s.
I appreciate
in which
this.
A man marries a woman essentially for the purpose of cheating her, hurting her, not through infidelity. She has something that he wants.
So this is, I think, really cool. I'm going to even just go back a half second. For all the times I hear gaslighting, I almost never hear the origin of the term. People just use it with an assumption that people know what it means. And for the most part, I can understand the context. I know it means basically fucking with the reality of somebody. But I didn't understand what it had to do with a gaslight. Like, you know, I know what a gaslight is. I know what gaslighting is. How are those two connected? And I really had problem with the term, not understanding that connection. So for him to bring up the play, and from what I understand in the play, the guy was constantly turning down the gaslights just a little bit and convincing her that, you know, I don't know what you're talking about. I can see just fine. You must be crazy. And that, you know, oh, okay, now I get why gaslighting means gaslighting. But I feel like this is 35 years ago, so he's explaining it because it's a new term. I think for whatever reason, it became such a prevalent term in the last 10 to 15 years that people just stopped explaining the origin of the word. So you either nod along and you don't know what people are saying when they say gaslighting, or you'll say it to somebody who doesn't know and they'll nod along because they don't want to look stupid. So anyway, let's get a fulsome definition of gaslighting.
In which a man marries a woman essentially for the purpose...
I don't know about the marries a woman part, but I guess that story was the story of a man who married a woman just to fuck with her.
...of cheating her, hurting her, not through infidelity. She has something that he wants. And he...
I didn't realize infidel and infidelity, those are the same root words. I've always associated infidel with like somebody that, you know, a religious zealot doesn't like the infidels. But someone who's practicing infidelity would be an infidel. Well, this is mind-expanding content here. This is educational.
He fools her into believing that he loves her and continues to love her.
Excuse me, doctor, but Your Honor, I don't see whether this has anything to do with the Stockton's expertise.
No. It's explaining the term gaslighting, but I don't see the relevance of that term based on his explanation so far, Mr. Early.
May I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason I use the term is it was brought to me by a number of victims who used the term. And so I began to try to understand what it was.
Just like
and
me.
What it really refers to is the impact of the lying on the victim, that the victim continues to believe the lie and thus begins to feel undermined in her very being.
Okay.
That's thus the term gaslight.
Now, is there a relationship that you find in the length of a marriage and the or the length of this process that you call gaslighting on the victim of the affair?
The longer the denial process goes on, that is to say, the longer the infidelity goes on and is denied, and the victim accepts that denial, the stronger the feelings that are going to erupt when she hits hot rage are going to be.
Okay. Now, how does the victim of
I can't get over that sweater. That had to be like a window of fashion. Like there was probably a girl band that had, you know, an outfit like this in a MTV music video or something. But that's not the sort of look that, well, like this shirt. I've had this shirt for 30 years. Bought it when I went down to Vegas, and it's a nice shirt. It's thin, it's lightweight, it's comfortable, but it's also a bit of a classic style. Looks like a jersey. Jersey's going to look good 30 years from now. Well, this one might not look good 30 years from now, but they stand the test of time. I don't think that look. It's courtroom attire for sure.
Affair, how do they feel about towards themselves as this process is going on?
There's an enormous loss of self-esteem. The person really begins to doubt.
Elizabeth's been to a nice part of Kentucky.
She can doubt every aspect of her being. She begins to wonder what she's doing that's wrong, even though she is still being told that nothing has happened. But she's getting waves that suggest to her that something is happening. And she searches herself. She becomes really distraught during this period.
Okay. Now, when we talk about the lies that the people that you've talked about, the infidel telling, what are you talking about?
The movie.
About.
One second here.
He's already covered this area exclusively, right?
The movie is called Gaslight. Gaslight, I think, 1940s. Oh, 1944. American psychological thriller directed by George Cukor, starring Charles Boyer, Ingrid Bergman, and Joseph Cotton, and Angela Lansbury in her film debut. Wow, Angela Lansbury in her film debut. Adapted by John von Druten, Walter Reich, and John L. Balderston from the Patrick Hamilton play Gaslight, which was 1938. So that's what the term goes back to 38, at least as far as the play goes. And if the guy didn't invent it for the play, it was probably, at least a few years before that. 1944 film with Angela Lansbury in her film debut and Ingrid Bergman. That might be even old enough. I wonder. That might be worth a watch if I can get some copyright clearance for it. Seems old enough where I might be able to. That could be an interesting watch.
Asked and answered.
Does anything happen in regards, are these lies that have an effect immediately, or they can have an effect at other times too?
I think that the most dramatic thing is that often the lies are accepted as truths. That's part of the vulnerability. When the person becomes aware that indeed they were lies, she is ready to tear herself apart. She says, how could I have been such a fool? How could I have believed this? And that's the vulnerability, because now the shield that she's had, that the marriage was still going on, is really being ripped apart.
Okay. And can these lies have effect? Do they have effect just at that time, or can they have an effect at a later time also?
What I find is that there is a long period of review that goes on after the discovery, where the victim now begins to look for every possible bit of evidence to restore her sense of who she is. She's lost a belief in herself. And now she needs to prove to herself that she's okay, that she is seeing things clearly. And so there is often a frenzied search of her partner's possessions or diaries or checkbooks or any sort of data she can get hold of that restores her own sense of what has happened to her.
Now, as something that a person believed, as a lie comes forward, will it have an effect to them at the time they discovered, even if the lie was told sometime?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And how
it's almost as if it were happening again, all over.
So if somebody is told a lie at one point in 2 years...
Sustained.
Can you explain that in the terms of what happens when someone is told something, a lie, and maybe discovered 2 years later?
Yes. They feel the rage that they felt in the original instance. And they once again say to themselves, how could I have accepted this? What's wrong with me? And of course, there's rage at the person for having perpetrated the lie.
Interesting testimony for Betty to hear.
Does the
Angela Lansbury in the inset there?
Self-esteem and their anchors.
No, just focus on him. Overruled. Go ahead.
Does this affect the way they deal with other things such as their work, their relationship with their children, family, neighbors?
Yes, they are devastated.
Hey, Zeke, guys, good to see you.
does it affect the victim's ability to trust themselves as far as whether they can be a good worker or a good mother?
It is often pervasive. People sometimes cannot work any longer. They go through a period where they miss days of work, where they can't parent effectively.
Now, you say that you've talked about this area of hot rage when there's, how does that process work, hot rage?
During the
Overruled, you can ask that.
Exactly,
during the period
another
of
one.
hot rage, to the degree that the person's beliefs have been shored up falsely by the infidel who keeps on denying that something is happening, to that degree they explode later. And the person will threaten, the person will scream at the other person, will generally act in ways that are not part of that person's normal being. For example, a woman who generally speaking is very quiet and has a good demeanor, is known to have a good demeanor, may suddenly in the office, even though we're now beyond the infidelity and are working on some kind of a return to a relationship, something gets triggered. The man says something that reminds her of something, and sometimes the session will break up wildly towards the end of the session, even though we're working on getting the couple back together, because the infidel has said something that reminds her.
I'm going to interrupt too, because Victoria Carmen brings up a good point and addresses something I brought up in an earlier stream. At the time of the crime, Betty knew the boys were at her house and the girls had their own houses, so there was no chance of a child in the bed. So that's good to know, because it does address exactly what, my concern of, how could you be sure? But that said, it speaks to a sort of cold calculating planning, like this is the night to do it. The girls have got their own houses, the kids are away, now I can go there and safely exact my revenge without the other. So, on the one hand, I can see, like, it does make me feel better that at least, she'd considered, or, the kids weren't a consideration in her revenge attack. But it also kind of is evidence against her red rage, where it looks much more like cold rage.
We're not.
Well, sustained. Just ask me another question, Mr. Early. It's non-responsive.
How do you find the victims of these affairs? How do they deal with this rage?
Overruled, you can answer that.
They deal with this rage in a variety of ways. Sometimes they directly express the rage to the infidel, to the affairee, talking to friends, parents, children. Sometimes they take it in and become very, very depressed. Sometimes they do both. But they cannot but be affected by what has happened to them.
Is there a time during this phase where the victim will blame themselves for the problems?
Yes.
And why is that?
They blame themselves because they think, how could they have trusted so much? How could they have been such fools? The word that you often hear from the victim during this phase. Sometimes they even become suicidal and say, I've made such a mess by believing this. I staked my life on this. What life do I have?
Do they,
That's interesting, because I've never had experienced the gaslighting side of it and stuff, but that just spoke to me of how I felt the one time I got one time, it's probably not the only time, but I got ripped off, and I thought, it was a bit of an illegal deal. I was 18. I was trying to buy some weed, and the person took my money, was supposed to return, didn't return, and I just remember it was bad enough not getting it, but just the days afterwards of how could I be so stupid, and blaming myself. And, that's something as minor as, few hours work for a bag of weed. But I can see how, as the stakes are elevated, the more you would beat yourself up for not noticing that you'd been fooled, that you'd been bamboozled, that, the evidence was there for you in retrospect, easy to see, and just beating yourself up over it.
May I say another word on that?
No
Yes.
question.
No question.
It is not
Go ahead, you can
Yes,
answer.
go ahead.
It is not infrequent during that phase for the person to be so seriously depressed that the person is at least referred for the possibility of antidepressant medication. They can't sleep, they can't eat, they pace, they're really beside themselves.
Okay. Now, the feelings that they have about this rage, is this something that people can just turn on and off?
It's been my experience that even for me as an experienced therapist dealing with infidelity, I don't know when it's going to pop up during a session. It can happen with such suddenness and such ferocity.
Is there a process where people find that they can deal with the infidelity or this rage, or find some relief from it?
Yes.
And how is that?
If the infidel can approach the victim and express remorse for the way he has lied to the person, and clear admission of what has happened, that's at least the beginning of a process in which you can have some kind of a reintegration. The couple can then either be ready to really think rationally about whether the marriage can go on and get beyond this infidelity, or...
Sunk cost fallacy is a great encapsulation of both Betty's specific story that we're watching here, but also just in general as a lesson you can take away from watching this, and watching the mistakes of others to apply, to have a better life of your own. Sunk cost fallacy, a real simple way to describe it is just picture, you're playing, roulette or, some kind of a gambling game, and you keep betting on red because you think black's going to come up. And, so you bet $20, and then you double that, 40, now 80, now 160, now 320, now 640. Now you're like, oh shit, like, it's got to come up. I've already put 2,000 towards it. If I put the next bit towards it, I'll be going into debt, and I don't really have that money, but I really think it's going to come up because, hasn't come up in 7. So you bet more than you have, and boom, it doesn't come up. And, and so the fallacy is basically what you've put into something has no bearing on the future. You can cut bait at any particular time when it's no longer worth it to go after. Like if you've learned or not learned, but, if you've lost consecutive, put effort in and not gotten anything out, there's a feeling like the payoff's just around the corner, and sometimes you might be right. But if it's no longer viable to continue seeking that payoff, the cost that you put into it shouldn't be part of your consideration. Like, well, I've already sunk, my entire livelihood and, every spare cent I have, might as well put up the house. Like, no, at least you still have the house.
Whether the marriage has to end, but it can end in a healthier way than if there is not admission and remorse on the part of the infidel. In other words, it tends to begin to diminish the hot rage.
Do you find that without this remorsefulness, or this person admitting at least the problems they caused, that there tends to be a lack of release of this rage, or this pressure cooker you talked about?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And why is that?
Because the person feels no requirement, no recompense. They're still really being told somehow that nothing happened. Once the infidel is able to sit down and say, look, yes, I did this, even though things weren't going on wrong, things were going wrong in the marriage, I didn't have to lie and cheat to you. I didn't have to go outside of the contract. I could have told you that I didn't want to stay in the marriage. We could have negotiated a divorce. So there's the beginning of an apology to the victim specific to the lying. It's the lying which really causes the problem.
And without that admission as to causing those problems, does that thwart the effort to be able to get the pressure off the pressure cooker?
Yes, because it leaves the person in this state of rage. leaves the victim in the state of rage.
Is there problems with people who are going through this rage and infidelity when they are brought for help without some admission as to the cause of the rage?
If a person goes to therapy and the therapist is unaware of what has happened, the therapist may make the error of seeing what the patient does as depression or some other form of what's called process mental illness. In other words, an underlying process which has always been there in the person. In fact, what is happening to the person may be reactive to what has happened. In other words, there has been an infidelity, the person is reacting to it, but hasn't yet entered into that phase of hot rage because there hasn't been admission. And therefore, a doctor who's unaware of this can mistake that for pathological jealousy or something else.
Okay. And just very shortly, what is the difference between pathological jealousy and?
Your Honor, this is in violation of
No, that's
agreement between counsel.
No, that's proper. Go ahead.
The difference between pathological jealousy and a rage reaction is that pathological jealousy means that the patient has a history of unfounded jealousy. An example would be someone who every time they go to a party with their mate have always been known to look every time the person talks to someone else or goes out of the room, etc. That would be an example of pathological and probably unfounded jealousy. Okay. Whereas what we're describing here is a reactive situation. The person is frightened and hurt and angry. There's a difference between that and pathological jealousy.
Okay. And when someone is brought to, when somebody when we have an affair that's going on and we have this effect on the victim, does it block the process of getting better when they're brought somewhere and told for help it's because they're crazy, rather than dealing with the affair itself?
A person who is reacting to an affair is not by nature necessarily crazy. A person who's reacting to an affair is reacting with hurt, pain, anger.
This is a good point, too, and this is maybe some of the best testimony in Betty's defense. Because she's always, I'm not crazy, stick me in an institution crazy. But yeah, what I did was crazy. And the disconnect between those two statements often is the kind of thing that keeps you in an institution for observation. But he's making the point that when you're reacting like that out of extreme hurt, you're acting like that out of extreme hurt. It's not an irrational, it might be over the top, it might be unacceptable, but it's not a completely irrational behavior.
To the feeling of being betrayed. So if that person is judged, and it is in the literature, as being pathologically jealous, I think that hurts the person very deeply.
Have you ever heard the word double bind?
Yes, indeed.
And what does that mean?
A double bind is a situation in which no matter what you do, you are wrong.
Okay. And in terms of someone who is suffering from the effects of an affair and is being brought to a doctor because they said they're crazy, they're the one that's crazy, what effect, what does?
It's complicated. If another person tries...
It's the same.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some reaction there, Carolina. There's some great videos about the appellate brief that came out and what Sarah Boone's going to be claiming as grounds for an appeal. And, good for the lawyer for coming up with something. None of them look like they're going to hold water. I think Just a Lazy Gamer did a poll, which of these is her best argument of the arguments listed. And I really had a tough time picking one because all of them looked like they would just be dismissed out of course. Like, we don't even need to hear this. Nope. That said, I am looking forward to doing a little recap after the Betty Marathon's done. What's Sarah been up to? And then I'll just do a little recap on all the things that have happened since we've been doing this marathon, because she's been surprisingly busy. Or at least new Sarah news has been surprisingly constant. Does
going to seek help on the basis that the not dealing with the rage or with the infidelity, but dealing with the effects of the infidelity, saying the person is basically crazy, does that block the person's ability to deal with this rage?
Yes, because the person is being treated by someone who believes that the rage is pathological. In other words, it's really a misdiagnosis.
The area of
Yeah, good point, Disney Mom. Basically, the appellate lawyer had to throw whatever was out there, and there's an expression is you throw the spaghetti to the wall and see what sticks.
infidelity and its effects, is that a new area, a long-established area of psychology, a new area?
It's a fairly recent area.
And why?
The spaghetti test, so that's, I remember that being like a Foods and Nutrition 9 thing. Like, you can tell spaghetti's ready by throwing it against the ceiling, and if it sticks, it's ready. Bad thing to tell kids, because sure enough, end of the year, there's like an entire spaghetti dinner's worth of dried noodles stuck to the roofs of the higher roofs, not in the foods room, but places you shouldn't have been throwing wet spaghetti.
Why is that?
I think because there was a confusion between infidelity and the impact of infidelity on the victim and jealousy.
Yeah, nice thing about catching up on Boone at the end of the marathon is it gives another 7 days for things to kind of shake out. And I think it would be kind of interesting to tell the story of everything from her family court ruling to the appellate motion.
I may have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Her motion for mathematical understanding. Yeah, there's already a nice trifecta of Sarah material. But I feel like there's still more to come.
When you have these feelings of despair and rage from the breaking of trust, is this something, and it's not based in pathology that the person is crazy, but it's something that people normally...
Elizabeth says, I thought Judge Cranick not giving an extension when Owens came on was the best issue for appeal, but it isn't listed. And I could see some credence to that. Like, it's a reasonable request. Hey, Judge, give me some time. I just trying to do my best here. Margaret's not, photocopying things as quickly as I need her to. God bless Margaret. But he did get the Hurricane Milton delay. So almost like, I think by an act of God, they saved that from being an appellate issue, because he very reasonably could have said, okay, I'll give you a week. But they did get the week. So in the grand scheme of things, not being granted a week when you got a free week is a tough argument to say it affected my case in a material matter. So, yeah. Oh, Margaret.
feel.
Margaret was supposed to send me those.
How do they feel about that process normally?
Oh, and the other thing though is, let's say Cranick gives, a 3-week extension. Well, that's 3 weeks for Sarah to fire James and put them right back at the same spot they were. So I think that it was almost important to Sarah's defense, in order for her to keep a lawyer, he knew that he couldn't give her time to get to know her lawyer, because any lawyer that she's gotten to know, she doesn't like. So, okay, we're skipping the get to know you. Here's your lawyer. Boom, go. She wanted standby counsel, and standby counsel is for a pro se defendant that might want to change. Like, okay, I made a big mistake. Bring in the standby counsel who's at least well-versed with the case and can step in. She thought she'd get standby counsel as a secretary. Like, okay, standby, come here. Like, I need to know the legal words for this. Give me some case law.
I'm not understanding your question.
Is, in relating it like to a book, is there a feeling that people, or what you can do when people are going through this process. It's not based on pathology, but based on the rage.
I think Suma may have said something on that too. Check out Suma's video on the reaction to the appellate ruling, because she had some really good hot takes on it.
Do you understand the question?
No,
at
I
all?
don't.
Okay.
I'll post the link to Suma's video for people who want to put it in their histories.
Do
Her video is called Sarah
if there
Boone,
is
the unappealing
a
appellant.
denial of the infidel's involvement in the person's unsettling, does this interfere with the person's ability to deal with the rage?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is it possible for these people to deal with these feelings apart from the infidel?
It's very, very difficult, because until they know for a certainty what has happened, they're in a kind of a search mode. They feel very shattered. Can I describe the patient?
Go ahead.
One patient described the feeling as she began to be in this period between cold rage and discovery. She said it's like a book with a binding, a nice old book. If you kind of open the binding and it breaks, the pages start falling out. And she said that's what her life feels like, that all the pages are falling out. So she feels very scattered, confused, unable to pull herself together. The truth helps to be
A good analogy for dementia, just having pages of your life being torn out of the book. And there's some that, you remember, which makes it all the more stark that there's the gaps in between. See how it totally applies here. It's a good analogy in any case.
in that process of healing.
Okay. And when the people are totally separate, let's say they're separate from each other, the infidel and the victim,
Mm-hmm.
can the person start dealing with that rage?
It's hard. It's very hard, because the person has
We'd like to appeal the judgment because Sarah Boone really should have been given 3 peppermints and 1 cookie at the minimum. We know 5 peppermints was too much, but there's no reason we couldn't have had a downward departure to 3 peppermints and a cookie.
been married, has believed that a marriage was going on. She's confused. What happened? At least tell me what was going on. I don't understand. Tell me what went wrong.
Now, does some contact from whatever means between the victim and the infidel, does it keep it so that that pressure cooker remains there if there is no resolution of that or admission?
Objection asked and answered. Great.
Sustained on the first grounds.
Yeah, Victoria, that would have been brilliant, but, way too brilliant for Sarah. If she was just trying to bide time in jail where she thought it was better than prison, away from the hair braiders and the bad people who, really deserve to be in prison. So she was just trying to run the clock in jail for as long as possible. And Florida doesn't have it. I know in Canada, I think you get double time. So if you're spending time like in pretrial custody or, jail as opposed to, serving your sentence in a proper detention center, you might get double time for that time. I know that's not the case in Florida, but still, that would have been the smartest move on Sarah's part, if she was smart, was just to run the clock as long as she could in prison or in jail, being a good citizen, getting off drugs, like getting her act right, and then taking the plea. She could have taken the 15-year plea, continued to get her gain time, serve 85% of her sentence. I wonder what the math is. If Sarah took the plea, would she be out before Betty's next parole hearing? 2032. I think it would be 2035 for Sarah to be out if she took the plea deal. Seems about right.
If the will the victim, if there has not been a healing process or admission by the infidel, as to this breaking of this trust. Is there common to see statements that reflect despair, bitterness, anything such as that?
Asked and answered.
Overruled, the answer stands.
Okay, and what kind of things are you talking about?
No objection.
Overruled, you can explain it, go ahead.
Things I'm talking about are the feeling on the victim's part that her life is falling apart, she doesn't trust herself, she's not sure about her own judgment.
Yep.
And at the same time, she's enraged. So she's torn, she's going both ways. Part of her is saying, I don't know what's wrong with me. Part of her is saying, I am just so angry.
When you have a prior relationship where a person in the relationship has been making all the prior decisions, does that affect how the amount of rage or the feelingness of hopelessness after an untreated affair?
Objection, simply hypothetical.
Well, sustained.
Okay. Can the positions of the party in the relationship affect how the person relates or how they deal with an affair, untreated affair?
Yes. To the degree that there's a power disparity, that say one person has power and the other has less power, and that frequently is the case where there's an infidelity. The victim now feels disempowered in almost every part of her life. She feels threatened. She doesn't know what's going to happen to herself. And that increases the sense of chaos, despair, rage.
Do people sometimes move on from these processes?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and what is it usually that brings that on?
Usually, it is some process of healing, at best, between the two people. And usually the preceding necessity is for admission and remorse. And again, I'll specify, remorse about the lying, because the lying has removed from the person a sense of trust in the world as she understands it.
Okay, and is there some time where there is a need for is there some time that this healing process can go on without that? In other words, if the people end up being separated by long distances, there can be a closure in this.
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. If there is still contact between the people of any kind, does that thwart the closure without the admission?
If there's no admission, yes, it thwarts the closure because it keeps on raising the old question and all the old rage.
And can that closure come from other means other than admission?
Objection answered.
Sustained.
Does at any time, do you see that other people sometimes get involved in this process of either the crazy making or the inability to address the affair?
Objection vague and irrelevant is closed.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
How long are you going to cross, Mr. Burkoff? Or less? You folks going to keep going?
I like to keep going.
I hope the jurors get a vote. All right, keep going. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, you've been flown out by the defense from New York to testify in this
Yes.
case for your opinion, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the defendant in this case?
No, I have not.
Thank you,
At any
Larissa.
time?
No.
Did you observe the defendant testify in this case today, yesterday, days before?
I saw a bit on TV last night.
What about in the first trial?
No, absolutely no knowledge.
And your testimony is not based on anything you saw in court,
No.
I take it. Did you review any of the divorce file material?
No, I did not.
You know there was a divorce in this case, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
Did you review the divorce trial transcript?
No,
We haven't heard much from
Did
him.
you review the police reports in this case?
no,
Did
Just
you
the DA.
review the prosecution's witness interview reports?
no,
Did you review the
I pause it.
defense attorney's
That was me.
interview
Sorry.
reports?
no,
Did you review any of the audio tapes that have been entered into evidence here, or haven't been entered into evidence here?
The only thing is a little snippet that was on that TV program on 2020.
And I assume that has nothing to do with your opinion here?
No, because my opinion is based on literature. I'm
Okay.
really reporting on my clinical experience.
He
Not
saw
on
the 2020
So
show.
you talked to nobody that knew the defendant before she killed Dan and Linda Broderick, is that
No.
fair? And you talked to nobody who knew Dan Broderick or Linda Broderick before they were
No.
killed?
We haven't seen the 2020 either, but the judge was admonishing the jury not to watch the 2020 episode about this case. So. Gotta find that.
So what you're saying has nothing to do with the facts in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because you know nothing about the facts. Would you agree, though, sir, that it might be wiser to know something about the facts before you come and give an expert opinion in this case?
No, because I'm testifying about a syndrome, really, the syndrome of infidelity and its effects.
Haven't you testified that the way people react to affairs varies from couple to couple?
Yes, that's correct.
And it would be helpful, wouldn't it not? Wouldn't it to know what happened in this particular case?
I'm testifying about a clinical area.
Oh, I understand that, but would it be helpful to know what happened in this case?
Objection. It's argumentative. Sustained.
You don't feel it would be helpful, is that fair to say?
I'm testifying on an area of expertise,
But not, having nothing to do with the facts in this case, is that correct?
having to do with an expert knowledge of infidelity and its effects upon people.
Totally unrelated to this particular case, is that correct?
Objection. It's argumentative. Sustained.
I'll withdraw it. Now, Dr. Lusterman, when you talk about the concept of hot rage and cold rage and the pressure cooker, aren't you really saying that when one spouse finds out that the other spouse may be having an affair, that first spouse gets very angry?
I don't think it's nearly that simple.
But do they get angry?
Certainly at that point, they become angry.
Couldn't they also become jealous?
I have not found, and I've interviewed thousands of hours on this, and I've conferred with others. I have not found that jealousy is the primary issue. The primary issue is the feeling of betrayal.
Are you telling us, doctor, that if one spouse suspects the other spouse of having an affair or actually knows of the affair's existence, that first spouse may not be jealous?
I'm saying that that what I find is that that is not the primary factor, and that's not what you have to address clinically. In fact, addressing it only confuses the matter.
I don't think that's my question, doctor. My question is, can they feel jealousy when they discover an affair on the part of their spouse?
Yeah, jealousy is there, but jealousy is not the primary thing that's happening. What's happening is that they've gone for a long period of time believing in the contract
I'm
fidelity
sorry. I
of
think you've
monogamy.
answered my question. Thank you. Thank you. Now, would it be correct to state that when one spouse believes the other spouse has been unfaithful and suspects the affair, and then confronts the second spouse about that, and the second spouse says, no, the affair is not happening, denies the affair for one reason or another, that would make the first spouse even angrier, isn't that correct?
It's been my experience that during the time in which the infidel is denying, that generally speaking, that the victim is confused.
Well,
She's
yes.
just not sure. She does not want to believe that indeed an affair is going on.
Okay, but let's say the victim, as you say, finds out that there was an affair and confronts the spouse with the evidence, and the spouse says, no, the affair is not happening.
Larissa points out in the clip that's posted and pinned, that's an A&E episode from a contemporary episode about the Betty Broderick case. It's funny in the clip that I sent how the early days how Jack Early says that Betty is not a defendant that you can prep and control, but he wanted her to be authentic. We all knew coaching Betty was definitely not happening. That comes up in the Dateline episode too, where Jack Early's almost like like Owen said about Sarah, like, well, Sarah has a personality. She's who she is. Yeah, Jack Early said something similar, like, well, with some clients, they're going to say what they want to say, and you just got to work with them.
Is that going to make the first spouse even angrier?
Subsequently,
Good
frequently during the course of it, the victim is simply confused and doesn't know what to make of it.
Well, yes, but there is a point, though, right? When they find out about the affair, they become very angry. Is that fair to say?
When they find out about the affair,
Okay.
that's the beginning of hot rage.
Okay. And you're telling us that this hot rage can be carried over for a number of years, isn't that
Oh,
correct?
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4 years?
Can be carried for a long period of
5,
time.
6, 7 years?
Can be carried for a long period of time.
6, 7, 8 years?
Can be carried for a long period of time.
8 years?
Can be carried for a long period of time.
Well, can it be carried for 8 years?
I have treated cases that have never been fully resolved, where well into a second marriage, the second marriage falls apart because the issue in the first marriage was never resolved. Yes.
So your answer to that is yes?
Yes.
Can be carried for 8 years. And even after the
Larissa also points out how the prosecutor is, Carrie Wells, is mentioning that they didn't have Betty walk through the murder and how it happened in the first trial. And yeah, that was something else that came out, was in the first trial, she was very concerned about looking like she's badgering a woman that's already, going to be claiming all of these times she's been hurt by the legal system. So she basically came out with the kid gloves on. And by the second trial, she admitted she was just done with her. So I see a lot of that Chelsea Kepsel interrogation room vibes from the way that Carrie is interacting with Betty during this trial.
couple is separated, you're telling us, and even remarried, that rage can still be there in the first
If the
spouse.
conditions that I described were never attended to, yes. That is to say, if there was never admission and remorse.
Right. And it's your position that the only way that the spouse can get over the affair, the afflicted spouse, the person that you call the victim, can get over the affair is if the second spouse admits it and is very remorseful. Is that correct?
It is the better way.
Is it the only way?
No.
Okay.
Sometimes years of therapy can help a person through that.
Is there a way they can get over the affair without going through years of therapy and without having remorse on the spouse's part?
They have to undergo some remarkable personal experience of reorganization because they really feel shattered. It's a shattering experience.
Anger and rage is something that you treat in your practice, isn't it, doctor?
This is correct.
And do you ever have people in your practice that refuse to come to terms with their anger and rage and don't wish to get rid of it?
I have not had anybody who doesn't wish to get rid of it, but I've had people who have a great deal of trouble getting rid of it.
You've never heard of the notion of cherished anger or cherished rage?
No, I'm not familiar with that notion.
Okay. But it's correct that if somebody doesn't want to put aside their rage, a therapist can't help them. Is that fair to say?
What I teach on the basis of clinical research is that, in fact, if you can help the person be accepted, validated in their rage, rather than attempting to press the rage down, that in that case, they begin to work through the rage. It's the pressing away of the rage which increases the rage. That's the pressure cooker effect that I was talking about. So a therapist who mistakenly attempts to simply stop the rage as if the rage were irrational increases the rage.
But my question, doctor, was if somebody does not want to put aside their rage, you can't make them do that, can you, as a therapist?
Can't
It
make
has not
anyone
been
do
my
anything.
finding that people in this situation don't want to put aside their rage.
You never
They
had a-
want closure because they feel so uncomfortable with their rage.
So you've never had a person that doesn't want to hold on to the rage, is that correct?
Only when there was a premorbid history about that. That's the only time that I see that. In other words, by premorbid, let me explain what I mean by
I
premorbid
think
history.
I understand. You mean when there's somebody, if they have something else wrong with them in terms of
If they have a
personality?
long previous history of being that way, then they will continue being that way. But what I find in infidelity is frequently there is no premorbid history.
Well, you-
What goes wrong begins to create this rage, and the person feels the rage is very foreign to them. They want to get rid of it. They don't want the rage.
Doctor,
I play video games when I feel ragey. I've been playing a lot less lately. I think doing Sarah videos has helped release a lot of untapped rage. But yeah, I used to, when I was in retail, I played all kinds of first-person shooters, Fortnite-style games, stuff like that, where you just, Call of Duty, Gears of War, where you just jump in, hellish violence for like 3-minute rounds, and then you sit in the lobby, shit-talking with friends for 2 or 3 more minutes, and then you get into another game, intense action, kill, kill, kill. That's a good way to wind down after a day of retail.
You don't know what there was or was not in Mrs. Broderick's premarital history of
This is correct.
premorbidity, as you put it. Okay. So what you're saying, you can't address specifically to Mrs. Broderick?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Now, haven't you stated, I don't know if you did it this time, but the last time you testified here, you stated that marital infidelity is a symptom rather than the cause of a deteriorating or bad marriage. Would that be
That is correct.
And it's the pre-existing problems in the marriage that cause the marital infidelity or precipitate them as precipitated.
No, I think
factors.
that's an oversimplification, because they don't necessarily have to precipitate infidelity. What I do find is that those premorbid symptoms, specifically poor problem solving and poor self-disclosure, do precede an infidelity, but they can precede other kinds of marital problems too, not necessarily resulting in an infidelity.
But the problems of the marriage, doctor, are the precipitating factors in an infidelity. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
In fact, that's what you testified last time.
That is correct.
Okay. And these problems that pre-existed the affair, that caused the affair, don't necessarily have to be the cause or the fault of the spouse that ends up having the affair. Isn't that fair to say?
No, we're talking about a couple that has poor self-disclosure. They don't know how to talk to each other about what they are feeling and experiencing. And because of that, as problems arise, they find it difficult to talk about problems that arise, and they tend to go underground.
So are you saying, yes, that it doesn't have to be a problem caused by the spouse that ultimately has the affair, that causes the bad marriage and precipitates the affair?
The problem itself is the problem of poor self-disclosure leading to poor problem solving. That doesn't necessarily mean that poor problem solving and poor self-disclosure will result in an affair. An affair is a decision a person makes to conduct an affair. A person could ask for a divorce. A person could say, we need some marital therapy to talk about the problem we're having. A lot of things could happen.
My question to you, though, doctor, is let's say there's a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, one of the spouses, spouse A,
Mm-hmm.
has an affair.
Yes.
And we must assume, based on what you're saying, that there must be some problems that exist in that marriage before spouse A goes off and has the affair. Isn't that correct?
There are generally precipitating problems.
Okay. Now, my question to you, though, is...
I have to make one careful statement there. There is a personality disorder called Don Juanism. And a Don Juan may not be in that same situation.
Okay.
But if you're talking specifically about marital infidelity as I've defined it, generally speaking, it is preceded by those two things.
Okay. And assuming, again, that the spouse A, the one that goes off and has the affair, assuming that there are these precipitating problems, spouse A doesn't have to be the person who caused the problems.
Problems, generally speaking, are between the members of the couple.
So you think it's both the problem of both the spouses in each instance. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, as I said, there is poor problem solving and poor self-disclosure. But they don't necessarily have to eventuate in an affair.
It's correct
That's
to
a
say
decision.
you don't know what the marital situation was with the Brodericks before the affair took place. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know who was responsible for those problems that pre-existed the affair, do you?
I am not familiar with the Broderick case.
So the answer to that is no, you don't know. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
An interesting thing for the
And
expert witness to
you
say.
stated
I'm
that
not familiar with the
sometimes
Broderick case.
You termed that the
Okay.
victim of the affair may act sort of crazy. I think you said something like that.
The victim of the affair is really in a devastated state when she discovers the lying, the cheating, the complete misrepresentation of what is going on in the marriage. Yes.
Isn't it true that this act could be caused by the anger and the hate? Isn't that correct?
What I have found is that it is caused by the devastating feeling that you have gone on believing that whatever else is happening, the marriage contract of monogamy and fidelity is correct, is ongoing, and suddenly discovering that it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that at that point, the person is devastated and has a whole range of emotions.
Like a rug pull where you just
Doctor,
feel like
in your practice,
you're not standing on.
Non-judgmental when you treat couples that come to you with one or more having engaged in an extramarital affair,
Yes.
and you try to deal with both even-handedly and show.
Yeah, just it ruins. You think that you're standing on solid ground, and all of a sudden the rug is pulled from underneath you, and you don't know where you stand anymore. What's real, what isn't. Like, if my marriage isn't safe, then or isn't as stable as I thought it was, how out of touch am I with everything else in my life? Like, it just causes you to question everything. So that's an interesting bit of testimony there too.
Passion and understanding for both the person who has the affair and the person who has not had the affair. Is that correct?
Hey, Beth, good to see you.
Do you think calling the spouse that had the affair the infidel or the perpetrator, as you had before, do you think that helps that non-judgmental?
Perpetrator is not my term. I mentioned that some.
And even infidel, like, it sounds like a bad term, but if you really think of it in terms of infidelity, it's just language. But yeah, the infidel, when the infidel cheats on you, this is how it affects you. I could see how that is sort of the language that would be like, yeah, I'm the good person, he's the infidel.
People in the literature use the term perpetrator. I prefer the term infidel because it specifically refers to the pain that the infidel directly inflicts on the victim by the act of lying. And I refer to the victim because unless you begin by ratifying that feeling on that person's part, that they indeed have been lied to and that the pain and suffering that they're experiencing is real, I find that you cannot really go on to help people to get better. You have to remember that most of the cases that I see of infidelity result in people coming back together, not splitting up. But it's because I begin by helping the infidel to accept the rage of the victim. And I will say to them, you have to understand.
Okay,
this
there's no question. Thank you.
Your Honor, he was still explaining his answer.
I think the answer called for a yes or no answer. And
He explained it long enough.
He explained it long enough.
So, Doctor, your answer then to my question, it's been a while since I asked it, but the answer to my question.
The judge, Scripsy asks, is he awake? The judge has been staying very still. There's been some speculation in our chat that he may be doing some kind of pain management. Maybe he's got, a hernia or ulcer that he's just trying to deal with by not moving. In the first days of the trial, it was the end of October, but they had like 6 different fans in the courtroom, so maybe the AC was broken and he was just staying still. I speculated so that, wouldn't get movement sweats but yeah, he's definitely a very still figure in the courtroom.
The question is, no, you don't believe that's judgmental to call one of the partners in this situation the infidel. That's
I think it's necessary.
Okay. Now, I remember reading something in the newspaper just recently that somewhere around 50% of all men during the course of their marriage and between 30 and 40% of all women during the course of their marriage have an extramarital affair. Would you say those are fair statistics?
I would refer you to the articles by Fred Humphreys, who's an expert on the demography of infidelity. Those figures clump people who once in their lives have had a brief encounter with another human being all the way up to protracted infidelity, and therefore they are very confusing figures. I don't think they clearly represent. I'm not a demographer, but I've studied Fred's work very carefully, and I would say that that's a misrepresentation, that when you think about protracted, ongoing infidelity, where one person is for a long period of time involved with another.
Let's explain the Epstein credits.
That's not a correct. It doesn't really describe that. No.
Well, how high do you think it is?
I would say probably at the most 10-20%.
10-20%.
I've become a self-taught expert on Epstein credits. Let's see how quickly I can summarize how they were used against Betty in the divorce proceedings. Epstein credits have nothing to do with the current news cycle. It was just a legal maneuver in California courts, I guess, because, the original person who used them was an Epstein. In any case, it takes the concept that just like shared assets in marriage need to be divided, shared debts need to be divided. And an example where an Epstein credit situation would make sense is a couple that, racks up their credit card, going on vacations together. They owe $50,000 in credit at the end of the marriage. They both should have to pay 25% or $25,000. Let's say the husband has all the cards in his name. During the divorce, he pays off the $50,000 because he doesn't want to, keep getting the interest payments or whatever it is. He would be able to use his Epstein credit in that case to take $25,000 out of the shared assets and say, hey, I paid off the credit card, so, she owes it, and that's the way it works. The way that Dan Broderick used the Epstein credits against Betty was all of the Harvard Law School loans he incurred while they were working as a family were shared debt, meaning Betty was on the hook for half of those loans. When they broke up, he just started making money, but he took all of the education. It's not like Betty got half of the Harvard education. He took all of it and started paying back his loans. Well, they're no longer together. So Betty, everything he paid on his Harvard loans, everything he paid on debts that they incurred but to his benefit, ended up half of it being paid by Betty. So retroactively, she put him through law school out of her half of the estate. The estate was valued at just over $1.5 million. Her half was $28,000 after the Epstein credits.
So you disagree with those figures?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Actually, I wouldn't say I disagree with them. I would say that Fred's figures are the same. Because if you break them down, most of them are not protracted, lengthy infidelity that goes on during the course of a long marriage.
I see. It's safe to say, though, that there are enough people out there having affairs that it keeps you in a fairly steady practice, doesn't it?
This is true.
Okay. How many people have you seen in the last, 10 years that you've been doing this?
Yeah, at least.
How many people have you seen during that time?
Oh, goodness. Hundreds of couples, easily. Thousands of hours of infidelity. Thousands and thousands of hours.
Hundreds of people. Isn't it correct that it's not very uncommon that when one spouse thinks the other spouse is having an affair, and indeed the other spouse is having an affair, the spouse doesn't admit it when they're confronted with it. Isn't that correct to say?
That's exactly it, Super Kelly G. So all debts
the way I work,
treated as equal.
Because that's all I can do. I can only tell you about my cases, sir. I can't tell you about people in general. I haven't treated people.
And that's where you think that judicial equity should come into it, where a judge at a family court would say, look, you're taking all the value from paying off your student loans, so I don't feel comfortable taking it out of her half of the shared assets. But Dan Broderick was very accomplished legally, had lots of accomplished legal friends, and I'm sure this was a strategy that, wouldn't normally have been thought of. Like, if you just hired a lawyer, like, hey, I'm breaking up with my wife, I'm a construction worker, she's a waitress, how do we split up things? They wouldn't have suggested, oh, have you ever thought of doing this? But it's definitely a legal maneuver that he used incredibly well to reduce her share of the shared assets to almost nothing.
I've treated the particular people that you're asking about. I can tell you about them.
But let me rephrase the question then, if you have problems with it. Sir, out of all the couples that you treated, is it true that a lot of them did not come clean, admit, disclose, however you want to put it, the affair when their spouse confronted them with it?
You're talking about protracted infidelity that I have treated. I do everything in my power to get the person who has done that to talk about it, and I am largely successful. I ask the person point blank. I see the person alone. I ask the person, are you indeed involved with this? I strongly request that the person tell the truth, and I will help them to work through it, and it will only be for the good. And most of those people stay in therapy, go on, do talk. Occasionally someone will say, I'm not going to do that, and they leave therapy. But over and over, what I find is that, yes, once people understand that it's the lying that has caused the hurt, particularly if they want the marriage to go on.
I think you maybe answer my question, Doctor. I'm not quite sure. What I would like would be a yes or no answer. Are there a lot of people, when they have an affair, they don't own up to it right away when they get discovered?
I do not treat them. I'm talking about...
Yeah, exactly. For him to see somebody in his practice, it's because the infidel has made a commitment to getting help. And, hey, I'm serious about it. Fine, let's get the expert. Let's get the guy who really knows, how I can correct my behavior, how I can understand the hurt I've given you as the hurt party due to my infidelity. So it makes sense that, it's not everyone. And even some people that go see him for one meeting are like, I'm not going to do what you're suggesting. But he's not going to be seeing the average person that just cheats, because most people aren't looking to correct their behavior. They're looking to justify it.
people
Okay.
that I have treated, and I'm describing what happens in treatment.
And the people you've treated, that's never happened. Is that what you're saying?
The percentage of cases in which a man has refused, once he understands
It is a
what
tiny
is at
cup.
stake in terms of the progress of his relationship with his wife, his children, and so forth, the percentage that refuse to talk about this thing is small.
But isn't it the case that a lot of people who are in affairs don't admit them when they're confronted by their spouses? Or do you feel uncomfortable with that question?
It's, again,
It's outside of his
if you're asking me what I
expertise.
treat and what happens during treatment, it's a different question. I'm not an expert on what happens all the time. I haven't treated those people.
Well,
I'm not a
doctor-
sociologist of this issue.
Well, doctor, when couples come to you, you take a history from them, don't you?
Yes, indeed.
And you ask them what's happened in the course of their marriage, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
We assume that the affair is out on the table at this point because that's why they're coming to you.
No,
isn't that correct?
not necessarily.
But don't a lot of people come to you who have had the affair exposed, and they come to you to seek some.
Yeah, but it could also be people that are having just a marriage where they know something's wrong and let's go to therapy, and it turns out there is an affair, and that's probably the root of why things felt wrong in the first place. And the guy thought that he would be getting away with it, maybe even getting away with it through the counseling sessions, and then has an epiphany, oh my God, now I understand why she's so hurt, and it's all my fault because I've been screwing the ball girl at the tennis academy, or, whatever it is. But so it's not common, I'm sure, but I think it could happen.
Of counseling, isn't that correct?
Some people come already having been through the stage of discovery. Yes.
Okay. And of those people, wouldn't you say that there's a number of them that when their spouse first asked them about the affair, they denied it? Isn't that correct?
Usually there's some period of denial, obviously.
Okay. And that period of denial could go from a short period to a long period. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but
Okay.
the longer it goes on, the more cold rage you're engendering in the victim.
I betcha. Doctor, in all your practice, but 10 years with couples involved in infidelity,
Easily.
hundreds of couples. Some of these couples, the people who were, as you say, the victim of the affair, they were very angry, weren't they?
Absolutely.
They screamed and they yelled and they vented their anger, didn't they?
Often threaten to kill the other person.
Well, tell
Or
me, doctor,
themselves.
or themselves. Well, tell me, doctor, how many of these people that you treated actually went out and killed the other spouse?
I have not treated anyone who went out and killed the other spouse.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Good one to close on.
You're talking about couples who are in treatment where one side is being honest with the other. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You're not talking about a couple, someone who is saying, your objection, lady, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I take it that depending if the cold rage and this pressure cooking of denying that you're at fault for causing the person's problems, you have to take that into account. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when people come in and deal with the problem as to what they've caused the other person, then you're releasing that pressure cooker.
Yes, trying to.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor. No.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
That is Dr. Don Lusterman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening recess at this time. First of all, on behalf of myself and the lawyers, thank you for agreeing to stay a little longer today. I'd ask that you be extra careful in following the admonition, especially this weekend. It's been my opinion that things such as the answer, or the question rather, that I struck will be the focal point of the news. I don't want you to be contaminated by anything. Please be extra careful not to read, listen, or watch any news about this trial. Also, remember not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to.
The question that he struck was regarding evidence about Dan hiring a hitman. The defense tried to bring it up, and he said that it's not relevant and it had been excluded from evidence in the trial because whatever the veracity of the evidence that was going to be brought forward, if Betty wasn't aware of said hiring of hitmen, then it has no bearing on her state of mind for the crimes that she's on trial for. So he is alluding to the fact that he thinks the news is going to be picking up. Was there a hitman that tried to, so that he's got a good sense that would be what the news picks up out of the last 3 or 4 days of trial that we've been watching. But But yeah, that's the reason for it. Anyone who's just kind of tuning into this part of the video and doesn't understand what he's alluding to, it's the fact that he excluded that line of questioning and kind of admonished the lawyer in front of the jury for going there after they'd already ruled that it wouldn't be coming into evidence.
Discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. And in fairness to the members of the press that are present, I understand why they have to write their articles. Please be extra careful not to read, listen, or watch any news about this trial. Also remember not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. And in fairness to the members of the press that are present, I understand why they have to write their articles, because they write articles that sell newspapers. But please be careful not to read anything about this trial. Have a nice weekend. See you Monday, 9 o'clock.
I used Dippity-Doo in the 90s. Level 5. Catherine DiFrancesca.
My name is Catherine DiFrancesca. That's spelled capital D-I, capital F-R-A-N-C-E-S-C-A. Thank you.
I did not remember that, so I'm going to copy it from the comments. And let's just like this video from Criminal Conversations. There we go. There's a like for Criminal Conversations with the Z, hosting the entire Broderick Marathon without my commentary for anyone who wants to go back and replay anything that I may have talked over, as well as to watch the Dateline episode from Defense Case Part 8. I think it was Part 8. Okay, I've got it.
Yes. Doctor, what is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of California.
And what is your educational background and preparation for your profession?
My graduate training in psychology was at St. Louis University, where I received both a master's degree and a doctorate degree. Prior to that, I had majored in psychology at Newton College of the Sacred Heart in Boston, Massachusetts. Part of my training for my doctorate in psychology and my license involved an internship. I was required to have 3,000 hours of internship.
Okay. And was there any area that you concentrated on in your internship?
Two different opinions on the hair in the chat.
My training involved working with and training with children, adolescents, and adults. In my internship and in my instruction at St. Louis University.
Okay, and what has been your professional experience?
I have worked as a consultant to schools. I have
Hey,
worked in
Candace,
private
welcome.
practice as a psychologist doing clinical and forensic work. And I, from 1974 until 1986, I worked for San Diego County Mental Health.
Just a quick update. We've got a few people who've joined the stream. We have listened to the testimony of Dr. Don Lusterman in the first hour. The remaining testimony is from Dr. Catherine DiFrancesca, who's just taken the stand. So we have about 3.5 hours of raw video left, and it's all going to be Dr. Catherine DiFrancesca. This is the second of the doctors that has been called by the defense, in addition to Betty herself, who we watched for the previous 4 or 5 days of testimony. State rebuttal case includes Dr. Park Dietz, Dr. Park Dietz, who is known for the Unabomber case, as well as many other high-profile cases. So we have lots to look forward to. At this point, Dr. Don Lusterman has basically given some explanation of gaslighting and some psychological evidence for how somebody could be crazy in the moment, but not crazy all the time. And that brings us to now. So welcome to the stream. It's Dr. Catherine DiFrancesca.
The forensic department.
Had you worked as in any institutions where they were dealing with inpatient people?
Yes, I've worked, as part of my training, I worked in a psychiatric institution for institutionalized and severely disturbed children and adolescents. And part of my internship was to see adults who were inpatient at a psychiatric facility.
Your Honor, we will stipulate that the justice qualifications here.
Set stipulation?
Well, Your Honor, I think that we should,
All right, go ahead.
You indicated you worked from 1974 in the San Diego County Mental Health. Was there any particular department you worked in?
It was in the forensic.
That was an interesting move. So the prosecution tried to stipulate to qualifications, and the defense is like, kind of like to explain how she's qualified. Can't just get right into her testimony. And, well, they said that she's good, so you have to. The one guy who would have loved to have heard that was the dude in the Karen Reed trial that had the fake. He had a resume up with like degrees he was gonna get. And I don't know if he like did like 6 months of the coursework or something, and then they pull up his LinkedIn page and it's like, did you ever get this degree? It says you did on your forensic analysis page. Couldn't you guys have just stipulated to my expertise?
Department.
Okay. And what was what type of work were you?
She went to a stylist for this haircut. For people who are dissing her hair, she spent a lot of money to get her hair done like this for TV court. This is not an accidental look.
Doing in the mental health department.
What we would do would be evaluations on people referred from the court or from the probation department.
Hello, Portland.
And
Claire, in Maine, I learned that Portland, Oregon is the strip club capital of the United States, and you even have 2 vegan strip joints there. So let me know if you've eaten at either of those.
Have you taught or instructed at any institutions?
Yes, I taught a counseling psychology course years ago at Hood College in Maryland. I have taught the psychological testing and the MMPI and other objective testing at the California School of Professional Psychology, which is a graduate school training psychologist in San Diego. And I'm currently being asked to teach next semester there a course in what they call clinical inference, which teaches the students really how to put all the different psychological tests together and write a report. I've also taught for the state department that sets standards and training for probation officers and parole agents. And for them, I have taught various courses, including a class in psychopathology, explaining all different types of mental illness, and classes in personality disorders.
And do you have memberships in any professional affiliations? And do you hold any offices in those?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Psychological Association, which is our national association. I'm a member of the Society for Personality Assessment. I'm a member of our Academy of San Diego Psychologists, which is our local professional association. And I have been president of the Academy of San Diego Psychologists and have held various positions within that academy.
Okay. And
did you watch the 2020?
At some point in time, asked to work on the case of People versus Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, I take it that when you work on a case, you do get paid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a standard rate of pay that you are paid in this case?
Well, my standard rate of pay is $100 per hour.
Wow.
This case at this point is a court referred case. In other words, it will be paid at a court rate, and I will bill at $100 an hour. I'm not sure if they are paying that or half of that.
$100 an hour in 1991. That's pretty good in today's money, I think. Although, yeah, the court doesn't necessarily pay what she bills, but still impressive.
Perhaps $50 an hour. I'm not sure at this point.
Did you review any material in the preparation of testimony in this case?
Shannon Burgess, that was it. Yeah, he was the guy. And thank you, Larissa Harris. I was talking about the Karen Reed trial and the gentleman who really would have loved to have had his qualifications stipulated to. You could see his face just going red on the stand. Like, that's one of the advantages to the high-def cameras. as opposed to the infancy of court TV. But you could just see it flushing coming over him like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. And he's trying to maintain his, professional, he's been coached. He's going to answer questions confidently. And inside there's this whole dialogue like, oh, fuck.
Can you tell us the material that you reviewed? Type of material?
We now know that the court reporter, as Kitten Pusher points out, our favorite court reporter is back. That's Mary. The only reason we know it's Mary is because Mary handed Betty some tissues and Betty said, "Thank you, Mary." Like, she's just, so, she knows. It shows what a people person she is, that she learns names, and it's probably why she's getting on so well in prison. And, it proves her socialite charms. Thank you, Mary.
Yes, I reviewed the police reports. I reviewed the preliminary hearing transcript. I reviewed the transcript from the last trial. I reviewed the different medical files from County Mental Health, from Claremont Hospital, patient files from Dr. Gerald Nelson. I reviewed
Have you reviewed defense investigation reports?
I reviewed the all of the investigative reports provided to me that were provided. The investigations were done by the defense, and the investigative reports prepared by the prosecution. I reviewed the two marriage encounter books, one that was prepared by Mr. Broderick, one that was prepared by Mrs. Betty Broderick. I reviewed transcripts of the telephone tapes.
Future Judge Terry Wells.
Mrs. Broderick leaving the tapes on the Mr. Broderick's phone machine. I reviewed, I listened to those tapes. I reviewed psychological testing material.
Don't know who this guy is.
From the different mental health professionals, including from Dr. Nelson's file, from
really nice feather though,
and from work done by Dr. Meredith Friedman.
Okay. Had you had an opportunity to review writings of Mrs. Broderick?
Yes, I reviewed. I read all of the diaries, and I read her story.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to see Elizabeth Broderick at the county jail?
Yes.
And can you tell how many times you've seen her approximately?
Who's here in the... I don't recognize
9 times.
Any of the gallery.
Okay. And the times that you've seen her, have that been for varying lengths of time and over various time periods?
Yes, that's true.
Andy, I got a perm.
Estimated that I spent about 12 and a half hours with Mrs. Broderick.
See if I can, I think if I got my perm pick somewhere
now, there
here.
were, you indicated that that you've seen some tests of Elizabeth Broderick, that were administered to her. Could you give us an idea of which tests those were?
It is.
I've seen Dr. Friedman's testing protocol, and Dr. Friedman administered a test called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory 2, Rotter Sentence Completion, a Rorschach, a Shipley Institute of Living Scale, thematic apperception test, projective drawings, and a hand test. I also saw and reviewed Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventories administered by Dr. Nelson and by jail staff at the jail. And I also saw a Milan administered at Claremont Hospital by Dr. Louis Nydorf.
Okay. And the tests that you've seen administered to Elizabeth Broderick, were those all tests that were done at one period of time or over a long period of time? How would you characterize those?
No, they were done at different times over a number of years, I think beginning in 1986.
Okay. And what is the And were you also able to review various opinions of mental health people, either interpreting the scores or interpreting their impressions of what they saw of Elizabeth Broderick over a period of time?
Yes, I reviewed the files, including the narratives in the county mental health records, in the jail county mental health records, in the Claremont Hospital records. I reviewed Dr. Nelson's notes. I reviewed notes as well as an investigation interview with Dr. Jacobson, who also saw her. I also forgot to mention, I reviewed deposition of Dr. Gerald Nelson and trial testimony during the divorce, and I reviewed deposition of Dr. DeVos.
Okay. And I take it that in your reviewing of the transcript from last year, you were able to review testimony of people who testified in the last trial as to her mental condition.
That's right. I reviewed the trial transcript, including Dr. Lusterman's testimony, Dr. Zonkin's testimony, the prosecution psychiatrist, Dr. Goldspan's testimony, and my own testimony.
Okay. And what is the purpose of giving psychological tests?
Psychological tests help in determining a diagnosis, an understanding of the person's functioning over time, and it gives more data than simply just having an interview.
Okay. And is there a purpose in having an interview with somebody when you're making a determination or a diagnosis?
Well, I think an interview is very important, because what you're doing when you're doing a psychological or a psychiatric evaluation is that there are many hypotheses regarding what is wrong with someone, and you're weighing the evidence, and as you have an interview, you are developing hypotheses, and you check those hypotheses out from information that you then develop later in the interview from reading materials, and then from also looking at the tests. So that at the start of an evaluation, there are many possibilities regarding what's wrong with somebody, but as you proceed, then some are more confirmed by all of the data, and some have less support in the data.
Okay. Now, in this case, were you able to make a diagnosis that was consistent with her functioning over time?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you do that?
Well, in this case, I was able to be helped by having information regarding Mrs. Broderick's functioning prior to my seeing her, including descriptions of her from people who knew her prior to 1983, when she indicated that the problems began. I had some writings from her from 1976 that was very helpful. And then also I collected a history, got historical information from her, and then historical information from the other reports available to me. Of course, very important were the observations by the trained people, psychiatrists who saw her in the past. And also some of the tests help with giving an understanding of a person's long-term functioning.
Okay. And were you able to make a diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I was.
And how do you make, when we use the term diagnosis, what are we talking about?
Well, when you're talking about a diagnosis, really all you're talking about is a summary statement or a label signifying what's wrong with the person, what the problem is.
Okay. And how is that done in the field of psychology or psychiatry? What's the method that's used?
Well, in terms of diagnosis, you typically give a diagnosis regarding what's wrong with him on two different axes. The second axis, I'll tell you because that's the easiest, are long-term conditions that would be either a personality disorder or a learning disorder. And the idea is that those are chronic conditions that underlay any acute conditions, anything that might be happening right now. So on axis 2, if there is a personality disorder diagnosis, that's where it goes. On axis 1, you diagnose everything else. So if a person is schizophrenic, that would go on axis 1. If their problem was alcohol abuse, that would go on axis 1. If their problem was depression, that would go on axis 1.
Okay. Now, on axis 1, was there any diagnosis that you made of Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I diagnosed her as having a depressive disorder and a major depressive episode, and I diagnosed it as recurrent.
Okay. And what is a depressive disorder?
When we say depressive disorder, we're talking about a diagnosis that there is something wrong with affective functioning, emotional functioning. A depressive disorder is more than feeling depressed.
The severity of when it hits me or anything like that. But, if I had any idea, I wouldn't mind.
What the hell?
Do you understand that what has been contained in media coverage of this case, either in the past or in the future, is not evidence?
I understand that, yes, ma'am.
Have you read anything at all?
The audio
about
got
this case or
crossed.
heard
It's not
anything
me.
About it on the
How
news?
can you miss it?
Okay.
I caught that
Do you
immediately.
understand that as a juror,
What's going
you
on?
would have to base your decision solely on the evidence presented?
So I think Court TV got their wires crossed. It shows that it's the infancy of them covering trials live, but it just switched. That this is audio either from another trial, maybe a feed that they're doing from their New York head office. We have no choice but to watch. But if you're wondering what happened, doesn't match what she's saying. I'm sure they're going to jump right in, and maybe we'll see an on-screen explanation. Sorry, technical difficulties, but
Court.
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes that's easy for people or difficult depending on what information they have available to them or in their own personalities. Do you believe that you as a
Low energy is typically a complaint with people who are depressed, feeling that they just don't have the energy that they did in the past. You will see crying spells. People will become detached from others, spend some time withdrawing from people, but you'll see often a very emotional detachment from people who they were not detached from in the past. Thinking changes. The expectations they have are that negative things are going to happen, and when they interpret a situation, if there is a possibility for a pessimistic interpretation and an optimistic interpretation, they will typically take the pessimistic interpretation. They feed themselves information about how helpless they are and how hopeless. They feel overwhelmed and feel that there's nothing that they can do to solve their problems. Typically, you'll hear people say that they feel like they're in a hole and they can't climb out, or they feel like something is pushing them down, that type of a sense. Really, their whole psychic world.
I kind of get why the prosecution was trying to stipulate to her qualifications, because I don't know if this is still qualifications, but she hasn't gotten into a lot of testimony regarding Betty or the situation so far.
And everything they see is colored by this feeling of doom and feeling of depression.
Okay. Do you see anything in regards to the person's personal appearance? You frequently see that, and what would you see if you see a major depression?
Well, it's not uncommon for somebody to let their physical appearance go, to not be concerned about how they dress or their hair, that type of thing, or at least not as concerned. Oftentimes people describe just having difficulty getting dressed, so often they will spend much more time in their pajamas and their robe, stay in bed later, and it's an effort to get dressed every day. It's an effort to fix their hair.
Will there be anything that you see you expect to see weight gain, for instance?
Well, a typical changes are eating disorders, either a loss of weight, some people can't eat at all, or some people eat as a way of trying to make themselves feel better, so that you will see a weight gain.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with self-esteem?
Yes, self-esteem for a depressed person is tremendously affected. You don't like yourself. You look at everybody else and think that they have some answer or some magic that you don't have. Very often what happens with people who are depressed is well-meaning friends will say, snap out of it. There's no reason to feel this way.
Okay, this
the world
makes
is
more
wonderful.
sense.
Just walk outside. Look how lucky you are. And then that makes them even feel worse because they can't snap out of it. And because there must be something very wrong with them, or especially wrong with them, that everybody else can feel good and they can't feel good.
Okay. And does it have any impact on a person's either will to live?
Yeah, I agree on that. There's some discussion about needs to change this from Betty Broderick to the hair discussion group. We'll make that the subheading for this. The discussion of depression and its effects, it usually, to follow up the guy talking about cold rage and hot rage, depression doesn't really fit into that hot rage theory. Like, personally, I know when I was feeling probably at my lowest, there was a time where I couldn't go to sleep at night because I knew it would mean the next day was coming. And then I didn't want to get out of bed in the morning because I didn't want to face the day. And it was this constant cycle of, trying to stay in bed as long as I possibly could as a means of escape into a dream world. And then, not wanting to go to bed at the end of the night because I knew I would just lie there in bed and think about all the things that were causing me to be depressed. And, wasn't doing a lot of active stalking or, busy work during those depressed years.
Or how they feel about life in general?
Well, of course, depressed people are at a risk for suicide. And most people who do commit suicide are depressed. They often feel like life is not worth living, and that they wish they were dead. Even people who aren't suicidal will say to you, I'm not going to commit suicide, but I sure wouldn't mind it if I ended up dead somehow, that type of thing.
Okay. Now, when you have someone that has major depression, is that something that's so pervasive that every minute of their life they appear to be in a major depressed mode with somebody?
Well, with any diagnosis, there's always
Has anyone in the chat seen the movie Stranger Than Fiction? It's a Will Ferrell movie where he's serious. He plays a dramatic role, and it's not a typical Will Ferrell movie at all. It's a much more literary movie. I think Dustin Hoffman has a really good role in it as well. Queen Latifah. But the concept of the movie is that Harold Crick is a character trapped in a novel, and he can hear the narrator narrating his life. And so it's kind of this really absurd, like, you got to make a bit of a leap of faith to, feel it, understand what's going on. But the reason I bring it up is there was one scene where he was just trying to avoid life, and it really spoke to me about how someone who's depressed, so he just closed himself into a room, if I do nothing, the plot can't go forward. And literally the plot came chasing him like a wrecking ball just starts destroying the apartment. You can't hide from reality forever. Eventually it's going to come knocking. And it's a really great movie. It's hard to find. Most of the streaming services don't carry it. I had it on DVD at one point. I can't find it, and if I couldn't find something to play the DVD on. But highly recommend it if it's something that if you have a local place where you can get rentals or buy old DVDs, that's one worth putting in the collection. It's just a really thoughtful movie to spend the night with, and it's one you can watch over and over again. And this depression testimony kind of reminds me of it.
Continuum from someone who has the symptoms massively and, for example, needs to be in a hospital, and somebody who has the symptoms but is able to control the symptoms part of the time.
Mandy, are the cats... Hold on, Mandy's got cat trouble. Still can't get them to eat cat food. Wasn't it your cats that started eating the wet food once you started warming it, or was that Bernice? In any case, let me know if you're not the person. We solved one person's cat food eating problems. My theory is that cats are they're predators, and they're getting their moisture from, killing mice, birds, whatever. They're eating the organs. So when they're eating just dry food, they I don't know, they'll pick at it if they're a cat that's more inclined to be an outdoor cat. I think that you need to give them, even if it's just a small amount of wet food a day, and do it after play, like get them kind of riled up, get them in a, chasing a feather, and then reward them with a little bit of wet food. So you create the association between hunting and eating that is natural in the cat. And hopefully, Mandy, if you weren't the one who were partially solved by that, that's my approach. I think meet the cat where they are. The cat wants to hunt. The cat wants to, play with their food, and then they, want to have a little reward afterwards. So if you're just putting, cat food mountain in a bowl and hoping for them to graze like a cow, it's not their instinct, and you're going to throw away a lot of food that way. And yeah, treats don't have what they need to sustain. So if it's dry food, just add a little hot water to it, stir it up, make it soft, and then give a couple of temptations and the wet food, or the now wet food, as a reward for playtime.
So the types of different pictures you will see will be somebody who is able to put themselves together and do well in the morning, but by the afternoon they start dragging. And
so yeah, try like a wet food then, and mix in a little of your dry food with the wet food rather than just water to wet food. And not very much. Like you can keep it in a Tupperware. You don't have to use the whole container until they're used to eating from it. But try and reward them, get their hunting instincts up with, chasing toy mice or whatever, and then present that as like their reward for being good cats, good hunters. And because I think you were saying that yours were formerly feral cats, so even more so, you're going to have to introduce healthy food as a reward for their instincts for hunting.
And the evenings are very difficult for them, and at nighttime and going to bed and being alone are very difficult for them. Or you might get the opposite, the person who takes a long time to be able to propel themselves out the door, so that they function like putting one foot in front of the other, but they are able to get themselves going and in gear by noon. You will see people who will do well for a little while, and then they will then drop back down into a depression. Typically, with somebody who's suffering from a recurrent depression, you see that they'll propel themselves for a little while, they'll do well, people think that they're doing better, and then again the depression kind of overtakes them. Usually when something happens that they interpret as a traumatic, then the depression comes and hits them again.
Okay. Now, you indicated people being able to master depression or propel themselves. Were you able to see that in Mrs. Broderick at all?
Well, I think that she does a lot of masking of depression as well as attempting to master it. She does propel herself into activity, and she also puts her feelings almost like into compartments and tries to suppress them and repress them, so that she actively, I think a great deal of the time, fights against her depression. Even with me, when she would start to cry, she would immediately choke that back and make a joke, a flippant comment, usually a kind of derogatory comment, and immediately cut off the tears.
Now, when we're talking about, are there different kinds of diagnosis of depression? that you can have?
Yes. When you're talking about affective disorders or disorders of emotion, there are many different diagnoses. And what a diagnosis really does is try to lead you in knowing what basically is wrong with the person so you apply the right treatment. Now, some people have what's called a bipolar affective disorder, where they have bouts of depression.
Oh, this might be the doctor, because I heard that there's clinical diagnosis, both BPD and NPD. So maybe she's here for a while. If she's going to get into a clinical diagnosis of Betty with either of those, that could be, it's starting slow, but there's something to look forward to here.
And then they have bouts of what you call mania or hyperactivity. And they flip-flop back between these two extremes. Another name for depression, but less severe than a major depressive disorder, is called a dysthymic disorder. Dysthymic just means depression. And that, when you give somebody that diagnosis, that suggests that they are in a chronically depressed state, but they're still functional. They're still able to go to work. They're still able to take care of their children or whatever. Another diagnosis along that same affective category is a cyclothymic, cycle. And a cyclothymic disorder is someone who bounces back between energy and being manic, hyperactive, and depressed.
Hey, not my lover made it.
And the symptoms don't seem so extreme as a major depressive disorder or a bipolar affective disorder, but that they're constantly cycling between depression and propelling themselves into activity on the other cycle.
Now, were you able to, was there any mental health professionals at the beginning of her testing, which you indicated was in 1985, that saw something less than a major depressive disorder and saw, for instance, a cyclothymic disorder?
Well, Dr. Jacobson, who saw Mrs. Broderick, may I refer to my notes in terms of the date when he saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she's looking at the notes, I'll just give an update where we are. We're an hour and a half into 4.5-hour broadcast.
The first time he saw her was in 1980, before this happened, when she came to him for another reason. But then when he started seeing her and noted that she also had problems was in 1985. And I think that his impression at that time was a cyclothymic disorder, which is the one that I just described, that talks about depression and then cycles of manic behavior.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the masking of depression, and you also talked about the suppression of denial, were you able to see any of that from the notes of the therapist at the jail where she's being held at Las Colinas?
Well, after the killings, Mrs. Broderick was interviewed by a number of different mental health people who work as a part of county mental health, but they're situated in the jail. And one of the therapists was a social worker, Louise Hines.
Yeah, we're an hour and a half into the broadcast. We've got a few people who have just joined the chat, so we'll give a little bit of an update. We've had 2 doctors testifying on Betty's behalf. We followed up about 5-6 days of Betty testimony. And now there's the first doctor, Dr. Don Lusterman. He's a couples counselor, Mr. Lusterman. He talked about gaslighting and provided some evidence of how gaslighting could have affected Betty's decision-making. He was the first hour or so of testimony today. And this is Catherine DeFrancesca, Dr. Catherine DeFrancesca. She's going to be the remainder of the testimony today. I think she's going to get into some clinical diagnoses of Betty. There's not much left of the defense case before we get into the state rebuttal case. The state rebuttal will finish with Dr. Park Detz, Dr. Park Detz, also known from cases as high profile as the Unabomber, will be testifying as part of the state's case about the Betty Broderick situation as an expert. So we have that. What else is there to say about where we are? There was some discussion about her hair, people believing that she just came in windswept, and others that are from the time saying, no, you paid good money to have your hair look like that. So this is an intentional. The hairdresser was not malicious. This is probably what she asked for. She's wanted this haircut for TV.
And she indicated that she thought that there was a great deal of denial and maybe a shock.
Another one to say is watching us from work, and Just Shamrock has wanted to see this case. Good timing, Just Shamrock. We do have, it's towards the end of the case, but everything is in a Betty Broderick watch-along playlist. I recommend joining us live because the discussion is fantastic. There's some really good chat discussions with the live crew, and really as the live crew, you're shaping this archive for everyone who's watching it on replay. So the discussions you guys have in chat, they're going to be part of the record of this trial. So get in whenever you can live, watch the replays when you want to catch up. I try and put as many timestamps in either the comments or the descriptions so that you can kind of get to what you want to see. If you want to see everything, there's nothing stopping you, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Nobody should have to do it except for the person hosting. If you want to do it, you certainly can. That's where we are now. About 3 hours left in the raw testimony, which means probably about 4 hours left in this stream tonight. I may take an intermission at some point. We'll show some Sarah Boone related shorts as a walk around, stretch your legs, and get yourself a bite to eat moment. That's where we are. Let's go. Dr. Catherine D. Francesca.
Because she would do things like there would be tears in her eyes. I think she used the word a glimmer of tears in her eyes, and smiling broadly at the same time.
Annette Brennan's here. Welcome.
Talked about a painful death from cancer of a dear friend of hers.
Good timing.
Was smiling.
Hope you got some of the update.
About it. One of the deputies wrote a note to County Mental Health
Deborah
saying,
Rockhill, fantastic.
Mrs. Broderick was awake much of the night last night and crying, sometimes crying very hard. And when the social worker confronted her with this, she dismissed it and denied it. So that you get a picture of somebody who is not, that there is a lot of emotion going on there. There is a tearing, there's the crying at night, but not able to deal with it, not able to talk about it, not able to share it with other people.
Okay. Was there, in the notes, was there other mental health professionals there that either saw this state of shock or saw a depressive episodes?
Yes, but may I refer to the notes just for a second to refresh my mind? Thank you.
Update to the subscriber count on the bar below. 962 Dan D True Crime subscribers. Thank you very much. 38 more, and I promise I'm not going to even talk about how many subscribers we have. But 38 makes a big difference in the pocketbook, so thank you.
I know that she was eventually seen by a psychiatrist, and I think it was Dr. Robinson, and he was trying to assess her. He was concerned about suicide, and that his evaluation was interrupted by attorney, Mr. Mound, I think at that time, because it was soon after Mrs. Broderick had come into jail, and the attorney felt that she should not be talking to anybody without first talking to an attorney.
Did he talk about some symptom, LABELLE?
He described her as having the symptom LABELLE INDIFFERENCE, which is a hysterical symptom, and was concerned that she was in, like, I think, a hysterical shock. Later on, she saw a psychiatrist, and when her depression became more obvious in terms of symptoms and her inability to cope, and was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant medication, and eventually did take that antidepressant medication. And I don't remember the psychiatrist's name who prescribed that, but I think it was Dr. Butler, I'm not positive.
And would it be unusual?
All right, that was an interesting LABELLE INDIFFERENCE. LABELLE INDIFFERENCE is the paradoxical lack of concern or emotional distress a patient displays regarding severe physical symptoms, such as paralysis or blindness. Historically associated with conversion disorder, functional neurological symptom disorder, it represents an inappropriate calmness in the face of significant disability. It's literally defined as beautiful ignorance. LABELLE INDIFFERENCE. All right, she just threw it out there, and I was like, I don't know what that means, but it sounds like I should know what it means. Now, anyone else who is like me knows what it means. We'll go back and listen to that. We can just all act like we know exactly what she's talking about.
Became more obvious in terms of symptoms and her inability to cope, and was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant medication, and eventually did take that antidepressant medication. And I don't remember the psychiatrist's name who prescribed that. And was concerned that she was in, like, I think, a hysterical shock. Later on, she saw a psychiatrist, and when her depression, should not be talking to anybody without first talking to an attorney.
Did he talk about some symptom, LABELLE?
He described her as having the symptom LABELLE INDIFFERENCE, which is a hysterical symptom, and was concerned that she was in, like, I think, a hysterical shock. Later on, she saw a psychiatrist, and when her...
Je parle français, pamplemousse, bibliothèque, and tabernacle. Sacré bleu.
Depression became more obvious in terms of symptoms and her inability to cope, and was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant medication, and eventually did take that antidepressant medication. And I don't remember the psychiatrist's name who prescribed that, but I think it was Dr. Butler, I'm not positive.
And would it be unusual, someone who was in hysterical shock, not even to remember having an interview with that person?
Well, that's very typical of someone who is in shock, that they, especially after a trauma, something terrible happening, that they will have real holes in their memory for right after the incident, so that it will be some things they'll remember and some things they won't remember, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why they remember what they do and what they don't. But it's not unusual to have someone not even remembering being interviewed.
Yeah. And were you able to see from the...
So we've discussed her hair, but it doesn't mean we can't discuss it more. I speculate that the hair reminds me of the guy who was trying to sell George Costanza a wig in Seinfeld, and I feel like I'm not too far off. I remember them getting into an argument, like, I don't think your friend is trying to help. Oh, I'm the only one that's helping right here. Let's just get a zoom in on the... I can't... Okay, maybe if we go... We'll cover her face. Oh, that might even make it... Yeah. A little bit more apparent. Then, let's see. Maybe if I flip it... Can I flip it? No, I lost it. Flip it, reversed it. It's gone. All right, we'll just go back to the regularly scheduled viewing. Little diversion there. Something going on with her hair.
Reviews of various people that she would do anything to hide, whether she did do anything to hide her depression from other people.
I'll object and add to sidebar.
Sidebar objection sustained.
I love how the French swear words are all just about the church, like sacre bleu. It sounds, so, there's an intensity to it, and it's like literally blue sacred, blue sacred, blue sacred, a blue sacred to you too, sir. Many blue sacreds upon you.
What are the causes of depression?
Well, there are many different factors involved in depression. The typical cause that one considers is loss of a valued object. Sometimes this involves a traumatic injury, like or a sickness where you lose a prior state of health. Certainly loss, like a loss of a job, can precipitate a depression. Divorce, death of somebody in the family is likely to precipitate a depression. A loss of a relationship, a loss of a friendship, a loss of material possessions, like people who have lost their house in a hurricane. You'll see that as precipitating a depression. Even if a person's, sometimes we see people who are depressed and there doesn't seem to be a definite loss, but typically when you get to know them and you discuss what's wrong, they will have told themselves or interpreted their world in such a way that they feel a sense of hopelessness and a sense of helplessness because of a loss or something like that.
Does when you talk about helplessness and hopelessness or lack of control over negative events, does that have any impact on whether the person is likely to be depressed?
Well, it has impact. A sense of helplessness and a sense of hopelessness has impact not only on whether you're going to be depressed, but on the depth of the depression and how stable it is. So that if you feel that the problem that you are facing is stable over time and that there's nothing that you can do to resolve that problem, then you are at risk for suffering a very severe depression and for it not getting better for a long time, for it being very difficult to resolve.
Oh, thank you, Carolina, doing the research. Carolina Hurtado has an update that will help anybody who's in the chat wondering what the qualifications or background of the doctor is. This doctor diagnosed Betty Broderick with histrionic personality and severe depression disorder and self-worthlessness. Betty Broderick doesn't exhibit anything except being selfish. And Not My Lover adds, Vache merde! Cow shit. Bullshit. Merde of the cow. La vache.
Sense of lack of power to resolve the issue, so that if something is very global.
While I'm paused, or I wasn't paused, I paused again. I'm pinning comments less. There's been some discussion about how YouTube is putting the pinned comment at the bottom, making it harder to follow the chat because it covers up the last thing said, and you'll dismiss it, and then another comment gets pinned, and it just keeps happening. So if you've noticed, I'm pinning less comments. I'm trying to keep them to at least the ones that I'm responding to so that people can make a connection between why I'm talking about haircuts or Seinfeld episodes or that sort of thing. But there's less pinning happening right now until YouTube puts the pins back to the top of the comments where they belong.
And there's nothing you can do about it, then you're at risk for having a very stable long-term depression. For example, if you're laid off from work, and if you're laid off because that company is having difficulty, you are at risk for depression, but you're at much greater risk for depression, and the depression is likely to last longer if indeed you do become depressed, if not only that company is having problems, but all the companies with for example, within that city or within the aerospace industry, and you're an engineer and it doesn't look like you'll be able to get another job. So that it's kind of a global sense of hopelessness that envelops the person and they become powerless.
And the powerlessness
Does the-
would be even more of a hit to somebody who has implied social power, social standing, to have that all pulled from underneath you, regardless of how vacant and shallow those concepts are to, people who have real struggles. If you're in that life, it probably feels just as important to you until it's taken away. She's doing fine in prison. If only she knew how fine she would do without having means and ends. She could have easily gotten away from Dan and lived, a happy, successful life on the outside. But it took being in prison and having all those things taken away from her for her to realize I didn't, 16 grand a month is more than enough for me to be a happy person.
The research show anything about how people estimate the kind of control they have over the events surrounding them, depressed people?
Well, of course, the whole problem with depression is that it's very cyclical, so that once you start thinking like a depressed person thinks, then your estimation of your own sense of power and ability is colored by the mood and the depressed sense that you have, so that typically, and I think the research has shown that people tend to underestimate the amount of control they actually do have, and have tremendously negative expectations about what life is going to be like for them.
Okay. And are there other research findings that they find with people that are depressed?
Well, there are many others.
That's a pretty open question. Are there other research findings that there are about people who are depressed? No. I just outlined all of them to you right there in that 45 minutes. Okay, well, I have no further questions.
Things that,
Good objection. Okay, I was wondering. That was Lola barking. The neighbor dogs, the neighbors have one Chihuahua and then two other dogs that are not much bigger than Chihuahuas, but more random breeds. Anyway, the Chihuahua is like the general, Rocco, and he starts barking. The other two come out barking, and Lola, who ignores them, treats them like, oh, you guys are yard dogs. I'm more of a go for a walk dog. So, you guys were cute when I was a puppy, but I'm not into you now. He still treats them like a distant early warning device, and whenever they up Lola goes, like, could be interesting, could be a male person, it could be, who knows who it is, but I've got them watching the street, so I don't have to respond to every little noise I hear. But she totally responds every time the three of them start barking, like, oh, must be worth it. I gotta go check it out.
Can you give us some examples of other things related to people who are depressed?
Objection irrelevant.
Well,
they sustained on that ground.
Gonna bring up my hair picks for people who got here late. We were discussing perms.
Does depression have any effect, and does the research support how people either select or process this information they're getting?
That's before I got my hair permed.
No, overruled. You matched that document.
well, typically, I think I did say that if there is an array of information out there and they can interpret something many different ways, they will typically interpret it the way that it is least flattering to themselves and least hopeful and most damaging.
Your Honor, and I would object as to double.
Objections overruled. Continue your answer, Doctor.
Your Honor, I would just at least like a ruling. I thought we were going to have one objection from one attorney.
That's correct. Which one's going to be on the cross? You do the objections. Go ahead.
Good call, Mr. Early.
And the other thing is that they typically, it's very common for somebody who's depressed to
Just called them out for one objecting and the other doing cross. So.
be very past oriented, to live in the past, think in the past, and function in the past.
Does it affect their ability to perceive time or how they remember time?
Typically, the time sense is distorted.
Okay.
You will see people talking about things that
Bernice
happened a long
is here
time ago,
in
as if they
spirit.
just happened, and it's almost as if they've not resolved things, negative things in the past, and so that.
Bernice is here in spirit, but she can't type on her phone, so I will relay. You wouldn't believe it, Bernice. There's 1,000 messages. Well, no, you can probably see all the messages. You just can't respond because your phone's messed up. Okay, I won't lie to you, but I'm sure people are going to be saying their hellos to you, and I'm glad we're with you. If not with that we're with you if you're not with us. That's what I was looking.
And don't put things behind them so that everything is still very salient and important in their life.
Now, if we could talk about Mrs. Broderick's.
A lot of us Sarah Boone fans have a hard time typing in chat because we've got so much blood on our keyboards from being part of the online mob that is social media.
Symptoms of depression and the diagnosis. Can you tell us, has there been a consistency of diagnosis as to some depressive disorder?
The organized
Yes,
crime.
There has been a consistency in the diagnosis as to some type of depression that she was suffering.
And would that be with not only the doctors she's seen, but at the hospitalization she's had and at the county jail?
Road, you lead in that area. Go ahead.
Yes, she was diagnosed as having a bipolar. Let me step back from that. In 1986, I believe it was, she was hospitalized for a short while. She was originally taken to county mental health. This was after she had banged into Mr. Broderick's front door with her vehicle.
Bumped it.
She was taken to county mental health, and while there, they gave her a diagnosis of adjustment.
God damn it, you're our expert. She said she bumped the door. She didn't bang it. That implies she did it violently. She didn't just bump it.
Disorder with mixed emotional features, which mixed emotional features means anxiety and depression. They didn't immediately see her as someone who needed to be hospitalized, but they kept her in screening. And
She also has a Lola in the house. L-O-L-A, Lola.
And indicated to her that was because she had made suicidal statements and homicidal statements, and therefore,
Hey, fabulous fatty.
They wanted to
Welcome
make sure
to the
that
gang.
she wasn't a danger. She was then transferred to Claremont Hospital. When she went to Claremont Hospital, now I need to check my notes for a second, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, we're a fine and dandy gang here in the chat. Welcome, Fabulous Fatty 79.
No, she's still what the diagnosis was.
Well, the diagnosis changed.
Okay, so she has an original diagnosis, and that's good that it's updated. You don't want to have, a Dr. Julie Harper. Oh yeah, I talked to her once. Battered spouse syndrome. Boom, that's what I'll go with on every future bit. And there's no need for me to look up anything that might contradict what I've been paid to say.
When she went to Claremont Hospital, then she received a diagnosis of dysthymic disorder, which I mentioned before. It means depression. She was then tested, given a test called the Milan test. And on the basis of that test, the psychologist who tested her, also interviewed her, gave her a diagnosis of dysthymic disorder, which is depression. Dr. Gary Levinson, who became her treating psychiatrist, I believe started out with a diagnosis of dysthymic disorder and adjustment disorder, and then he changed his diagnosis to a bipolar affective disorder, which in essence says that no, it's more severe than just a dysthymic disorder. It's a major affective disturbance. So that was the diagnosis at Claremont.
And over time, when she saw, for instance, Dr. Nelson, did he diagnose her as having any type of depressive disorder?
At what particular time?
You said over a period of time.
That's what I mean.
Oh, you can answer that question, just yes or no.
Yes, he did.
The and we've already gone through the county once she was in jail. The test that Dr. Friedman did they also show a depressive disorder?
Yes, the tests that have been done by Dr. Friedman are consistent with a diagnosis that she is suffering from depression. The MMPI that was done, the 2 MMPIs that were done in the jail are also consistent with an affective diagnosis, a diagnosis of depression. Dr. Gerald Nelson administered an MMPI in his office in 1987, and that was the results of that MMPI are also consistent with a diagnosis of depression.
Did you talk to her about the symptoms normally associated with depressive disorder?
Broderick. I talked with her regarding how she was feeling, yes.
Okay, and did she describe what you would
Sorry for that. Those were the sound of medical snacks.
expect to see in someone who's suffering from depression?
When I was working with her, yes, to the point that I was concerned, and she talked to me about whether she should take Prozac. She's afraid to take medication. I encouraged her to consider taking the medication and work with the psychiatrist regarding that. She described herself pre-incident also as having crying spells. I think she indicated one time that sometimes she had such difficulty walking around that she would find herself holding herself up from counter as she moved from counter to counter in the kitchen. She used the term, it felt like a horse was standing on my chest to describe how she was feeling. She did, in essence, described what she was feeling through her diaries also.
Now, did the diaries, did you were able to review the diaries?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and was there things in the diaries that showed that she was suffering from depression?
Yes.
And what kind of things would those be?
Just statements of hopelessness and despair, not knowing who to turn to for help, feeling like her life as it was over and she had nothing to look forward to and that type of thing.
Were you able to determine whether there was anything as far as her appearance that was consistent with diagnosis of depression?
Sustained.
He's the least prepared lawyer as far as asking questions. But he doesn't mind the silence. He'll just sit there and read papers until he gets to where he's going. Which I guess is better than James Owens. Like, excuse me, Your Honor. You know, I just want to get this right. So it's really important that I quote this absolute.
We've talked about factors
Turns
that
out-
can lead to depression.
Let me just paraphrase.
Were you
I
able
can't
to
find
see
it.
factors in regards to this case, Mrs. Broderick, that contributed to her depression?
Objection asked and answered. An objection to the.
Sustained.
On what ground, Your Honor?
Asked and answered. She enumerated where she saw factors that related to depression.
Oh my God,
And you've
Scripsy
eliminated
heard.
the factors. Maybe we can go through them now.
Scripsy's Lola heard her name when I was singing LOLA Lola. Yeah, that apparently that happens for my dog too. So while I was away to Asoyas on a little rest and relaxation 2 days away, Mum was putting on the replay, and yeah, Lola heard my voice, and it's like, okay. First, she went and looked upstairs to see if I was up here podcasting. It's like, no, what the hell? You can hear him, but he's okay. Well, I'll just sit down here and listen to him.
I think she has. Well, we'll hear the question.
You mentioned the divorce was a factor. In what way was the divorce a factor?
Objection. She's testified to that. Besides, to the extent of it, overruled. Your Honor, we have a sidebar on this. No, you can answer that, Doctor.
Love this. How many sidebars has the judge just said no to? Not even like why, but just, can we have a sidebar? No. Okay, no.
Well, I think that in the sense of the divorce, that Mrs. Broderick, it was a tremendous loss to her. She was losing not only her husband, and it was...
I'm sorry, excuse me, Doctor. Your Honor, this is all hearsay. No, overruled. Go ahead.
She was losing her husband. That's a frequent precursor to depression. She indicated, and you get a sense of how much the loss would mean to her when you read her marriage encounter statements of 1976, where she talks about...
Objection. This is irrelevant now. Sustained. There's no question pending, Doctor.
Did her relationship with her husband play a part in how she responded to the divorce and her depression?
Objection. I think it's beyond the scope of the inquiry here generally, and it calls for hearsay. Overruled. You can answer that. Yes or no, Doctor?
She gets a pen.
Yes.
And how is that?
Overruled. You can answer that.
Well, in terms of what was happening from Mrs. Broderick's
That lawyer's been away for a while, too.
She was in a very powerless position, and the sense of powerlessness that she felt, I think, is one of the prime factors contributing to her depression.
Okay. Did the affair that Mr. Broderick was having, did that affect her affected mood or her depression?
Overruled.
Super Kelly G invokes a little Pulp
Mrs.
Fiction.
Broderick's perspective, that was a tremendous rejection of her. I think it's important to understand her, part of her personality functioning, to understand what that rejection meant. Mrs. Broderick is the type of person who is very important to please others, especially the people who are important to her. I even refer to her as a people pleaser. That's one of the things that is a problem for her. And the approval of Dan Broderick was always very, very important to her. She sought it, and the believing that he was having an affair was, of course, an extreme rejection and the epitome of his disapproval. That created a sense of real hopelessness in her, in terms of she did not know what to do to correct that problem. She wanted to win him back.
I got to interrupt here where's the comment I wanted to read? Carolina Hurtado says, not relevant in this case, Deborah Rockhill. Thousands of women take Prozac, also don't go out and commit a double homicide either. It does remind me of the Rolling Stones song, Mummy's Little Helper, or Mother's Little Helper. You go running to the shelter of Mummy's Little Helper, but it don't help much no more. That was basically like meth, right? Early, like uppers, depressed with home life. Here, take a little pick-me-up. Get you ironing the sheets and, enjoying all your maternal duties. Can educate me more on that, but I seem to remember that's the context of Mother's Little Helper.
She wanted to correct that problem. She wanted to correct herself, and make herself more acceptable so that he would
Early
like her.
Prozac.
Was there,
Before you ask your next question, does any member of the jury need a break? I was
Valium.
planning to go to the lunch hour if that's agreeable.
That's right, Valium, because I remember seeing the Leonardo DiCaprio movie, and it made me feel like, missed the boat on trying Valium. That sounds like everyone had a good time, till they didn't, but yeah. Valium, running to the shelter, mother's little helper.
The witness,
but
you're all right?
Don't help much no more.
we'd like a break.
Reporter needs a minute.
Grant, we have a break. One of our members.
All right, we'll take a recess for 10 minutes. Going to be long? 5 minutes. Take a recess for 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition.
We will not have to take a recess, but I will.
Dr. Goldsby and have a similar opinion that this.
Wow. No intro at all. Just boom, into it. But it's still Jack Early. It's still the same defendant. Nothing's changed. And we're almost at the halfway mark of this broadcast.
That she was a depressed person whose rage would be turned inward. Objection, I don't believe that was fine.
So, overruled. You can answer that.
Yes, he indicated that as he said a lot of things, but one of his findings was that she was depressed, and he described the depression as rage turned inward. And he also talked of it in terms of a significant loss, which causes depression.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term of suicide attempt or suicide gesture?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated depressed people can be suicidal. When we use the term attempt, what are we talking about? Objection, irrelevant. Oral.
Well, a suicide attempt means that somebody has done something that shows that they are trying to kill themselves or thinking about killing themselves seriously.
Okay. When the fact that somebody is not successful or the attempt would not be one that would necessarily lead to death, does that mean that they don't have suicidal ideation or they don't wish to die?
No, that doesn't mean that at all.
And why is that?
Well, when you have somebody who what they call a suicide gesture and they're suggesting by that they really didn't want to kill themselves, usually what you have is somebody who is ambivalent about dying. There's part of them that wants to die very badly, and there's part of them that wants to live very badly. And so that the suicide gesture is typically thought of as a cry for help. It doesn't mean they're not really suicidal, and it doesn't mean that they're not going to commit suicide in the future, but it means that they probably are ambivalent, and but they feel so bad that they need help and that they are crying out for help.
People who are depressed and have suicide attempts in the past, are they someone at greater risk for suicide?
When you are assessing somebody in terms of risk for suicide, of course, things that are important include whether there have been prior suicide attempts, and included in that would be what somebody might call a gesture, but prior suicide attempts of direct verbal warning, indirect verbal warning, or behavioral warning, suddenly a feeling of well-being, and also hopelessness. A sense of hopelessness is one of the things that you look for suicide risk. You also look for certain diagnostic categories, including any major affective disorder, any depression, and certain personality disorders, including a borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. And you also look for impulsivity.
Is there a time that someone who is in a depressed state is more at risk for suicide, given whether they're on getting a little bit better, feeling worse?
Well, sometimes we're lulled into a false sense of security with somebody who has been suffering a depression, and they start doing a little better. And we think they're okay now, but there's a lot of suicides that happen within that window, within that gap, because what you have happening is somebody who has a little more energy now. And the energy includes the energy to kill themselves. Also, if they start getting a little bit better and then something happens that reverses that, then they're also at risk for suicide, because I think it makes it much more damaging in terms of developing this overall sense of hopelessness that I've talked about.
Now, you talked about the affective disorder being on axis 1, and you told us on axis 2 is personality disorders. What is a personality?
Well, our personality is the way we would be described by other people, our traits, the way we would describe ourselves, that involves our interaction with our world. It's an interplay, really, of our temperament, which is we're born with, and all of the experiences we've had in our life, so that we develop our unique personality. The sense of which is that there are no two people who are exactly the same. We all have our unique personality.
So when we have someone who said that one person is shy and one person is outgoing, that might be a description of their personality?
Yeah, those are personality traits with which we describe one another, and we think about people in terms of some of these traits.
Okay. And what is a personality disorder then?
A personality disorder involves someone whose personality style, the way they are with the world, has ceased to work for them rather than helping them deal with the world, relate with people successfully, and solve problems. It keeps them from doing all of these things. It is maladjustment. It's a non-adjustment to the world.
Okay. And so when we use the example of shyness being a personality, would that be a style? Is that what you mean by style?
Objection has to answer.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Well, shyness can be a style, or it can be a trait that is involved in a personality disorder as well. For example, you might have a person who is shy, but who does the things that they are expected to do in terms of conducting their life, and is able to work, interact with people, meet a woman or a man, go through a courtship, marry, that type of thing. Or you might meet someone whose shyness is so tremendous, it's so debilitating to them that they do not have a normal life. They were withdrawn from people. They're too afraid of rejection, so they don't risk and they don't form relationships. So then you've taken something that could be a style, but now you're talking about it as a disorder.
Now, does it, and when you see a personality turn into a disorder, is there a reason for that?
Well, usually when you give a diagnosis of a personality disorder, you're usually saying by that diagnosis that this is what's been wrong with this person for a long time, at least since adolescence. And in investigating people who have personality disorders, you usually find trauma, things that have happened to them in terms of their upbringing.
That's a good point, Elizabeth.
Be predictive of a personality disorder. Not always do you see a...
Is it possible? So Elizabeth asked, why isn't she referring to the DSM-3? It came out in 1987 and was the basis for making diagnosis. So that's a great question. And I don't know the answer. I'm going to speculate on a couple of things. Maybe in 1987, lawyers weren't as confident in just saying this is the DSM and, letting the fact that it's that it's the DSM speak for itself, and maybe thought that it was more important to have them interpret from the DSM for juries who weren't, who were lay people. I wonder. That's an interesting point, though.
A trauma, for example, using the same example that we've been using about shyness, you might have a child who is born with the temperament of being real sensitive. And all children are subjected to a fair amount of rejection in childhood, not being chosen for games, not having their best friend not like them anymore, having a teacher make fun of them, that type of thing.
Lizzie B's in the chat.
Some children that would roll off their back, whereas other children who were real sensitive, that might be very traumatic and very injurious, and that person might develop in a way that they were dysfunctional or relatively dysfunctional as an adult.
Okay. Did it appear that at the time that you were looking at Elizabeth Broderick, did she have any type of personality disorder?
Well, I diagnosed her as having personality disorder, and I had some problem in doing that because what I tried to do was reconcile her functioning right now with also the descriptions that I heard from the investigative reports of the people who have known her for a long time, from the people who testified to what she was like pre-1983, where she is described as functioning fairly well. But by definition, a personality disorder diagnosis suggests that the person would not have been functioning well. But I did, at any rate, diagnose her as having a borderline personality disorder.
There we go.
I also diagnosed her as having a histrionic personality disorder with narcissistic features.
Okay.
With narcissistic
And when we're talking
features.
about a borderline personality disorder, what are we talking about?
The borderline personality disorder suggests that someone did not develop a sufficiently strong, stable identity, self-identity, so that the behaviors that you see and the symptoms that you see is somebody who, number one, is very changeable. They're very unstable. Their thinking changes from time to time. They have what we call label emotions, in that they will go from baseline emotions to irritability, to elation, to depression very quickly, and without it being real clear what sent them from one emotion to another. They will typically go from idealizing a person at one point to devaluing that same person at another point, and the provocation does not seem to match the degree of loss of investment in that person. You will see suicide gestures, impulsive spending, behaviors that have a high likelihood of creating problems for that person themselves. You will see anger outbursts and poor control of anger, a tremendous fear of abandonment. And again, the core problem with these people is that in and of themselves, that they have no sense of purpose, direction, who they are. They're not anchored anywhere. They don't have a sense of identity.
When you're making a diagnosis of a person, first of all, was there a pre-existing diagnosis of a borderline personality disorder?
World.
I don't understand your question.
Before you saw her, was there any literature or any test to show that she had any type of personality disorder?
Okay. It does not appear, from what I could see, in pre-1983 that she would have been easily diagnosed as having a borderline personality disorder. And my way of dealing with that was to try to understand her relationship with her family, her relationship with Dan Broderick, and to see whether something was being provided to her in terms of identity that she didn't have on her own. And I drew conclusions regarding that.
And what conclusions did you draw?
Well, it appeared to me, and I feel that Mrs. Broderick's identity was not well developed. She said to me that she came from a family, a very strict family, and there was not a lot of independent action that was sanctioned.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Your Honor, I'll have to oppose the objection this time, based on our earlier trial motion. Sustained.
Your Honor, maybe we approached the bench. I'm not aware of what the earlier trial motion is.
Sure, tell me.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you about the diagnosis of other mental health professionals of Mrs. Broderick, which would be 1985 and forward. Okay. Was there any diagnosis by those people as to any personality disorder?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't remember that there was.
Okay. Was there at Claremont Hospital
Yes.
Was there a diagnosis of a personality disorder?
Yes, there was. She was diagnosed as having a borderline personality disorder.
Okay. And Claremont Hospital was a 1986 incident that was from the bumping of the front door.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, to have, are there certain behavioral, is there a certain guide that psychologists and psychiatrists use to give a label to an effect to a disorder such as a borderline personality disorder?
And there is a diagnostic and statistical manual, which is a book that has been developed that describes most of the diagnoses in terms of behaviors. And there is a consensus among the mental health community to try to use that diagnostic manual so that when we are giving a diagnosis, the other people are recognize what we're referring to, and if they want to give the same diagnosis, you're talking the same language, so to speak.
When we talk about borderline personality disorder, does DSM-3 list a number of factors, behavioral patterns that under that diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
And is there a certain number of them that you must see to have somebody characterized of having a borderline personality disorder?
Yes, usually there will be a listing of symptoms, say 7 to 9 symptoms and behaviors, and to meet the criteria for that diagnosis, you will need to have, say, 5 of those symptoms or behaviors.
Okay. Now, does somebody, when we talk about, is the word identity or self-identity a word that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what are we talking about?
A sense of who the person is, and that they have their own purpose and direction, that they are a stable person who has what you would call, or what you might call, an executive function inside that helps them organize their experience and make sense of it, and in light of their own values, and in light of their education, and in light of their purpose and direction.
Okay. And were you able to make an assessment as to Mrs. Broderick's self-identity?
I felt that it was poorly developed and that there were significant problems with self-identity.
And what was the reason for that?
Well, it appeared to me that
Ask and you receive, Elizabeth.
Mrs. Broderick had not developed her own sense of direction and purpose and sense of who she was. She saw herself and perceived herself as an extension of Dan Broderick, and was like a right arm, and so his identity became her identity. They became meshed, and she didn't really have her own identity at the time of their separation.
Okay. Now, was that something that that you obviously got from some of the conversations you had with Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
Were you able to see any supporting data in regards to that?
Well, it was helpful to me to see.
Non-responsive, Your Honor. Call for dismissal. Sustained.
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Objection to sustained hearsay response. Overruled. Go ahead.
It was helpful to me.
For as laid back as the judge is, every time there's an objection, there's a question, there's a may I approach, he's quick. It seems, he says no a lot, but it's not like he's, and kind of has to catch up to the trial. He's in the moment. He's just economy of movement.
To see the marriage encounters, both Mr. Broderick and Mrs. Broderick, which were, of course, 1976, and really see her poorly developed identity and her all her conversation, or most of her conversation, and her writing.
There's a conversation in the chat, and somebody mentions how these experts get paid to diagnose inmates after 4 or 5 visits, and they come up with something. LZB points out that finding someone who doesn't have a mental disorder would be rare. It reminds me of the joke, like, well, this car can fit like 4 or 5 adults without a problem. I don't know 4 or 5 adults without a problem. Oh, well, this car's not for you. Every adult I know has a problem. How am I going to take them anywhere?
Had to do with Dan Broderick and the family. And when she is asked to define herself and who am I, she wasn't really able to do that, except in light of being a mother and a wife, and that she was a nice person and that she was pretty, but there was no other real identity. And she even talked about it in some of her writings, the fact that she didn't really have her own sense of purpose.
And were you able to see anything in Mr. Broderick's that related to their relationship and her loss of identity in that?
Objection irrelevant and conservators.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench on that? It's not, it's in the evidence.
Objection is.
You can approach the bench. We'll take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you. Don't form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you at 1:30.
When you went to see Elizabeth Broderick, what was there any purpose other than evaluation of her that you went to see her for?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was asked to work with Mrs. Broderick in therapy because she was
Double murderer.
Judged to not be doing well psychologically.
Mary's back.
And it was felt
Hello,
that I
Mary.
could help her.
Okay. Now, during the interviews that you had with her, did you go over a fair amount of information with her?
Yes.
Her glasses
And
are shaded
you,
like,
tell us,
is that, was it Lenny
the way that she
Briscoe
would relate
from Law and Order?
information. What was her way of relating information?
Well, that varied somewhat from time
No,
to time.
Richard Belk, the comedian.
At times she would be really reluctant to talk at all.
Kind of had that shaded top side. That was an expensive thing to have in the early 80s, I'm pretty sure.
But when she started, it would be like unpopping a cork. It would just be stream of consciousness that she would talk, and she would be all over the map in terms of jumping from subject to subject and time period to time period.
Now, did you take notes during these interviews that you had with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you, when you had your notes, was there sometimes that you would be verbatim, sometimes not?
Well, there was never a full session or a full meeting where I would take notes consistently and verbatim. That was impossible to do. I took notes for the most part to give myself information about what she was focusing on. And at the time that I started seeing her also, I did not know the Betty Broderick story. And so part of the reason why I took notes was to just have information for myself.
Okay.
I think she does kind of look like Richard Belzer.
During the various interviews, did you cover various different issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go over with her the day of the homicide itself?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something, how did that come about?
Well, it was nearing the time that the last trial was beginning. She was seeing her attorney more and more. We had talked around it, but we had never talked about it. So I just simply asked her one day to tell me about what happened, about the shooting, the killings.
Okay. And how did that conversation go?
It was typical in the sense that she actually gave a very quick, rapid-paced, her speech was rapid-paced information that was summary information, I think, for the most part. And I took what notes that I could take.
Okay. Now, when you're taking notes, are your notes at the exact time she's saying the word, or how would you describe it?
No, in this case with Mrs. Broderick, I did not interrupt her, and I tried to keep up, but I was maybe 3, 4, sometimes even more sentences behind her, and sometimes I would just leave out whole sentences, several sentences and paragraphs, and catch up to her next point, and then just keep writing. I just wrote what I could get down.
Okay. And did you, when you did have something that was exact quotes, would you do anything about that?
Well, when I catch a phrase that is a what I think is an exact quote, I will put it in quote marks. Yes.
Okay. Now, when she went through the the incident within Daniel Broderick's bedroom, the writings that you have are those word for word writings as to, in other words, are they her exact words? Are they your words?
No, it's not vague. Overruled.
Some of it might be her words and some of it might be my words recalling what she said. I tried to get down her words where I could, but I couldn't always. That was oftentimes far behind. Her speech is very rapid paced.
Okay. Now, did you spend much more detail going through her psychological well-being or psychological self in other areas other than just that one day?
Yes. I think that to clarify what I said was
when you indicate that you want to clarify, are you talking about this, about the note-taking itself?
yes.
And what did you want to clarify about that?
That I did not question her or stop her or ask her to repeat anything, which I would be doing if I were doing an evaluation for a specific person. Then I stop a person and I say, you're going too fast, let me catch up with you. But I did not do that with Mrs. Broderick because it was therapy. It was
Bless
not
you.
for the purpose of doing an evaluation at that point.
Okay. And was there, when you're doing an evaluation of somebody to make some determination of how they think and how they react to certain situations, are you able to do that from a general assessment of overall assessment of the people and an overall history, or does every person, every doctor have to talk, for instance, about a specific incident?
No, you don't have to talk about a specific incident to do an overall evaluation. No.
Okay. So was there, when you were reviewing the notes of other doctors, for instance, Dr. Goldsman, he did not go into the homicide at all?
No, he did not question her about the homicide.
Okay.
Jack, dead air early.
During the from your conversations, were you able to make any
subscriber count
assessment of what control she had in her life?
Objection, improper question.
Sustained.
Well, were you able to make any assessment from talking to her about how she felt about her own identity?
Yes.
Ask and answer.
Sustained. The answer can stand.
Not all updates are good.
Were you able to make an assessment from talking to her about how the marriage affected her identity?
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench on this? Did Elizabeth Broderick, you testified as to the quieting of her inner voice and that she had an borderline.
Your Honor, the code, can I get the code out of the report? It says with an expert, you're allowed to go into an area.
Mr. Early, you don't need to get the code from me. Objection sustained.
Your Honor, could we have a bench conference so I can?
Didn't we just discuss this?
Didn't we just discuss
Not
this?
leading questions, then the form, the content of the question. You can lead. I'm aware of the fact you can lead. And
It's a foundational question, Your Honor.
Go ahead and finish it then. Let's hear the rest of it.
Judge, excuse me, that's what area we just talked about. Obviously.
I think it is too, but I'll give him a chance to finish his question.
You're on eggshells
You
here
testified
early.
about the quieting of the inner voice and
Same objection, and he's missing the others at this point, so it doesn't do that.
Finish your question, Mr. Early.
well, I'll withdraw the question and ask, since there's been no testimony of it, did you make any findings about Elizabeth Broderick and the quieting of her inner voice?
Objection.
Overruled. Answer that.
Yes.
See, so
Okay,
you got to
what was
give
that?
the judge credit. He's he's almost like a tennis judge that just sits there. You know, I'm not part of the action.
Topic of the sidebar, Mr. Early.
But when they need something adjudicated, he's there quick with the decision. Like, yep, that one's sustained. Nope, that one no good. Nope. Well, let's hear it. Okay. Definitely an economy of movement, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm having a hard time when it was sustained assuming facts, not evidence. May we approach the bench so I can find out what the ruling is?
Sure, come on up.
He hates the approach. All right, reset, Mr. Early. Come on, get your shit together.
How she related to Dan Broderick after the split up and the start of the divorce.
Yes, both of her personality disorders, I think, affected how she functioned and how she related after the split up.
And can you explain that, please?
Well,
welcome back, Mandy.
she was exceedingly emotionally dependent on Mr. Broderick. And let me divide it between the borderline personality disorder and the histrionic personality disorder as best I can. She was exceedingly emotionally dependent on Mr. Broderick and had been in the past. This continued through the separation and the divorce proceedings, so that she had a very difficult time establishing and developing a separate identity. She saw him as somebody who was all-powerful, and she had had him on a pedestal in terms of his brilliance. She saw him as somebody who could be ruthless in dealing with other people. She did not have confidence in herself in terms of solving problems. He still had tremendous control over her life on a daily basis in terms of his name. Early in the split up, his name was on the house and on her car and on the insurance. Everything was in his name. She had to get the check. Any support money came from him directly. And early in the breakup, it would sometimes be withheld. He had the power to withhold visitation with her children, so that she never really got a chance to break away and start developing her own sense of power, her own sense of identity, her own sense that she could master the environment. Going on to the histrionic personality disorder, she was basically a people pleaser and did things in broad strokes. Since she had no identity of her own, the person who she attempted to model in terms of how to solve problems was her perception of Dan Broderick. So that when she then would try to approach or solve a problem, it was in a bombastic way, which I think is part of it is because she is a dramatic person, and that's part of the histrionic part to her. But part of it is because he was the problem solver in their lives, and she modeled what she thought would be his way of mastering a situation. In her diaries, you see pages.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I think we're becoming, I'm going into a narrative at this point. She's asking questions. Okay. Did she talk about after the split up anything about her anchors or what was her guiding, whether she had a guiding force?
She said that her
Overall, you can answer that.
She said that her guiding force had always been Dan Broderick. He made the big decisions in their life. He made decisions even with regard to things that are typically, or at least prototypically thought of as women's decisions, like changes in the house. And he was the person who was the strong voice that gave her a sense of identity. She felt that she had disappeared as a person in their marriage, and now she was still looking for something to guide her during this separation and the divorce.
The things that she had felt strong about as far as her identity before the divorce, were those affected in any way after the split up and the divorce?
Judge can ask and answer. Girls, you can answer that.
Her only sense.
Going to give a little pause here to give some information about Judge Thomas Whelan. He's still a member of the bench. He's a senior judge for the United States District Court for the Southern District of California. He was nominated to that bench seat in 1998. The Broderick case is his most famous case, but he did most recently in 2020, he presided over the case of Duncan Hunter, who pled guilty to conspiracy to steal $150,000 in campaign funds and sentenced him to 11 months in prison. So yeah, Judge Thomas Whelan still on the bench. Assumed office, in office, 1998 to 2010. He's not still in office. What the hell am I talking about? He's 86 years old. He was born in 1940, and he was nominated to office in 1988, and looks like he retired August 15th, 2010. And prior to that, that was 1990 to 1998, judge of the Superior Court of California, and that's where we're watching him today. Forget about that stuff I said that was incorrect. It got corrected quickly.
Identity, her, I won't say only, that's too strong a word. Her chief sense of identity was being a mother and a wife to, the wife to Dan Broderick and the mother to his children. And this is where she got her source of strength. This is where she got her source of power. This is where she got her reason to live, reason to be.
Okay. Now, is there a such thing as splitting?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a symptom that you very often see in someone who is a borderline personality disorder. And it involves several things. One is seeing things in extremes. And one moment you might see somebody and feel consumed by affection or love for that person. And the next moment, next day, next hour, you might see that same person and be consumed with hate or rage towards that person. And the reason what's happened is that there's no real executive function inside of you that says, wait a minute, how can you love somebody one minute and hate the person the next minute? There's no force or guide inside of you that makes you take in all the evidence and make sense of it and lead you and guide you to then making...
That's interesting, though. Okay, so Carolina says he's retired now, thank you very much. And now I'm just rethinking what I just read. It said he retired in 2010, but he also presided over the case of Duncan Hunter in 2020. So, would have been 80? You know what? He's probably kind of like the Afroman judge. After you retire, you're still available to, kind of pick up slack in the judicial process. He probably just came on as a kind of a traveling judge, basically. Had the expertise to handle the trial, but that would... it's interesting, because, 86 years old, doesn't say that he's... so he's still with us. But I just had to reconcile that there. Okay.
Statements and behaving as if it's balanced.
So would you then expect to see things such as in a diary page where she might...
Objection, lady.
Yeah, overall, you can answer that. Go ahead, finish the question.
Where she might make strong statements about how she feels about her family or children at any given time.
She will contradict herself. In other words, she will make very strong statements in giving one impression at one point, and then equally strong statements giving another impression at another point. And you see that throughout her period of time after 1983.
And by blaming other people for her own bad choices, regardless of how legitimate...
You mentioned
the blame that Betty may have been placing, just like Sarah Boone, it's not going to help you. So the difference between Sarah and Betty is Betty maybe was legitimately upset about, a number of issues, where Sarah was manifesting it as, I'm the good person, so he must be the bad one. And, so if there's violence, it's all him. I'm just defending myself.
Histrionic personality disorder.
But the problem with blaming everything on people's other people's things is it takes no responsibility for your own agency in those moments. Like, you know, are we animals? Can we not think ahead, or, you know, think next time this happens, I'm going to react this way because I've already reacted poorly in 12 situations in the past, and at this point he's pushing my buttons? Or do you just like, oh, you want to push my buttons? I'll show you. Yeah, by ramping up each time, you're destined to disaster.
Is that something that you diagnosed her having?
Yes.
And what is that?
A histrionic personality disorder is characterized by someone who's, again, has a very poorly developed sense of identity, and their identity is typically in relation to other people. They see themselves in relation to other people. Their chief fear is that they feel inadequate and that they cannot master and solve problems themselves. They need other people to help them master and solve problems. So that you will see someone who is a people pleaser. They will try to get other people to help them and guide them. You will see someone who needs a lot of reassurance and needs a lot of attention. There is a dramatic flair to getting this attention and getting this reassurance. So you will see someone who does things with broad strokes and in a dramatic way. You see emotion that is very changeable and can be very shallow, for example, fleeting from one emotion to another very quickly. You see an impressionistic style of speech, and underlying that impressionistic global style of speech is very impressionistic and global thinking. They will talk more from their feeling than from what they know, and will make overgeneralized statements about things that sound like an exaggeration.
Now, when you use the term broad strokes, they do things in broad strokes. What are you talking about?
Overall.
Examples in Mrs. Broderick's life about doing things with broad strokes would be the banging into the door of Mr. Broderick with her car. That's a very dramatic way to get attention.
So again, she said banging. Betty clearly said bumping. Neither of them are saying smashing, crashing.
And another would be the burning of his clothes when she feels that
Probably she didn't say the singeing of his clothes. Introduction of fire towards his garments.
he is being unfaithful to her. That's a very dramatic type of thing to do.
Okay. And when you say they're very impressionistic with global thinking, what are you?
They're not people who have this style do not
that's a great
think
point,
well
Larissa.
in details and facts. They think more in impressions. And an example, I think, from Mrs. Broderick is that she will say, I never got any visitation. Well, when you stop her and you ask her about that, she can tell you about times where she got visitation, but the feeling that she had was that this was the way things were.
And I think Larissa's talking about the Dear John series, where they, I think, feature different cases for each season, and Betty Broderick might be season 2. I haven't seen any of it, but I have seen a few clips. Christian Slater and Amanda Peet, I think, reprise the roles of Betty and Dan Broderick. So, and with it being a seasonal thing, it's not just a hour and a half of the highlights. It's a little bit more of a slow burn, I'm assuming. So, could give perspective in a different way than the earlier TV movies or even the long haul courtroom drama.
And she's reacting from her feeling.
So if she's talking about something where she might get one visitation a month, she might make a statement, I don't have any visitation.
That's right. It's an overgeneralization.
Okay. And does that reflect how she feels at the time?
That's correct.
Okay.
She is more comfortable. It's more a habit to talk from her feeling states, and that's the habit she's developed.
Okay. Now, again, when we use the term histrionic as a personality disorder, are there people who have a histrionic style to them but don't have a disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of people are those?
Objection unless it relates to the particular defendant.
Well, sustained. Assume the defendant doesn't fall in that category, does she, Doctor?
Well, Your Honor, I think that there's evidence that she did prior to 1983.
All right, then you can answer it. Go ahead.
I'll object to this person testifying all in 1983. She knows.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. You can answer that, Doctor.
That a histrionic person would be somebody who would be fun-loving, kind of a madcap, who would do things impulsively and spontaneously, typically very whimsical in their speech and impulsive in what they will do.
Like Fun Bobby from Friends. They all remember Fun Bobby, like, oh, Fun Bobby's coming. Turns out Fun Bobby was an alcoholic. And, you know, they remember him as Fun Bobby because he was constantly a little drunk and therefore less inhibited and fun to be around as a youth. But it was one of the sadder stories of the sitcom Friends.
Usually they are people pleasers, even as a style, so that there's a sense that they will acquiesce and do what you want to do rather than push what they want to do. Typically very entertaining and dramatic, but and fun-loving. That's the style.
Now, you found this to be a disorder when you interviewed her.
Yes.
And now, is this also a disorder that you would normally expect to find in early adolescence?
I don't understand the question.
In other words, when something becomes a disorder, it's because it interferes with their...
Objection to counsel testifying.
Well, I'm the lead in this area. Go ahead, Mr. Earl.
It's because it interferes with their interpersonal relationships. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. Is that something that you usually find from early adolescence?
If you typically, any personality disorder, you typically see it beginning in adolescence and in early adulthood. Yes.
Okay. Are there things that can cause a style to turn into a disorder?
Objection vague and not particularly focused on it.
Certainly a trauma, a series of traumas can cause somebody to become disordered, and then their personality style becomes enlarged and becomes no longer useful to them. In other words, it's so enlarged that it interferes with their being a problem solver.
And assuming from this case that Elizabeth Broderick at 19...
I would argue the reason men have it easier aging is because we give up from an early age. I think most men give up on taking care of themselves as, well, not most, but enough of them that we have an easier time aging. Mostly from the fact of not caring. And once you don't care, it brings a certain lightness to yourself that, I could have trimmed. I normally would if it was a Friday show and I was only doing one show a week. But now, I'm doing them every day. I can't be 100% every single day of my life. So getting a little scraggy, a little stubbly, all that. There's some cheek stubble here that I'd normally shave away. But yeah, the more you can accept the way you are, the more you're going to be just naturally happy. And those happy wrinkles are going to make you look younger. And that's better than any kind of, reverse engineering you're trying to do to be something that, in most cases, most people, I don't think ever were. Like, you're covering up your experience. Like, you earn those lines. Be proud.
1983 was 35 years old. You would expect that the years preceding that this disorder would have manifested itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did it appear to you that this disorder was something that manifested itself after 1983?
Yes.
Okay. Are there things in the literature where you can find people who have adaptive styles that become maladaptive through trauma, such as hostages or something like that?
Objection vague and assumes facts, not evidence.
Overruled. You can answer that. Yes or no?
Yes.
Welcome in, A to B. Good to see you. Way to arrive at a quiet point and allow me to say a hello. There's a quiet point. It's Jack Early asking the questions, flipping through all his papers.
There was, you were aware that Mrs. Broderick had
at times was using very strong language. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that relate, or were you able to relate any of that to what you saw of her?
Somebody's using the manual pencil sharpener, the electric pencil sharpener in the courtroom during that testimony. I might deserve a sidebar for having given aging advice. I'll reconsider my position. Thank you, Larissa. Call me on it. Sometimes, you can't talk for 6 hours a day without talking some bullshit. I'm actually a little bit, normally I do my live streams and I at least watch them right after, but I can't keep doing that with these because I'd have absolutely no time between sleep and doing the marathons. So I feel like I'm going to cringe. There's going to be some times where I'm looking back and what the fuck were you talking about? Telling people how to age.
Yes.
Okay, that's still the original audio. They haven't fixed whatever they screwed up. They got one of the mics hooked up to a seashell and we're hearing the ocean.
She was in effect saying, this is the only thing left to me. You're not going to take away my freedom of speech. And so that it was pathetic. But
I will kind of keep quiet so people who are struggling to hear can hear, because this is, oh, you know what? I'll throw on the closed captions.
Determined way of fighting back and trying to have power and to show that she was not beaten, she was not downtrodden. It was, she tends to be the type of person anyway who does not like to be beaten and who does not like to be downtrodden. She thought that this was a good way to prove.
When I made the joke about the pencil sharpener, what I think happened is somebody ran a trolley or something over one of the transmission cables. Because you got to remember, this is Court TV doing their first, live coverage of a trial. So they've got the satellite truck outside. And anything that hurts the signal before it's getting transmitted, and there's a lot of analog equipment before it gets to that digital broadcast signal. A lot of things can go wrong, and this is a moment of one of them.
That she still had power. It also, I think, reflects very directly on how powerless she actually was and how degraded she was and how she had just lost control.
And how does that do that?
An objection was overruled. Hearing that George Clooney aged fantastic. Try and find
Well,
it.
you've indicated
It's fixed.
that it does devalue.
Hooray.
Can you please explain how that does that?
Young George Clooney, what do you think? Good looking young guy, right? Helping out on the facts of life.
Is
Tootie and Natalie have all the goods they need?
the use of strong language something that you see, or vulgar language that you see in persons suffering from personality disorder?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, sustained.
Oh, I might have a picture of myself from the 90s. You guys can tell me how well I've aged.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
He's asking for one moment. He needs several. Because he just takes them without asking. Here we go. This is from my high school. We called it the Go Card. Basically, there was a discount on the city buses if you were a high school student. I have my photograph from my school
The,
go-kart uploading and will
Now, when you look at
broadcasting live.
Mrs. Broderick's functioning, did you see anything about her that was psychotic or any problems she had?
No, I did not see any symptoms of psychosis in my evaluation or in the history that I was able to obtain.
Okay. Were any of the other doctors, when they were looking at her, for instance, Dr. Nelson, did he feel that she knew, that she was, at least knew what she was doing, was sane?
Dr. Nelson made the statement that she was not psychotic, that she was sane.
Okay. And that when she committed acts, she knows what she's doing in the sense of what sanity is.
That's correct.
And you didn't find any diagnosis that would fit, that are insanity diagnoses?
That's correct. No one that I know of who has seen her and has diagnosed her as suffering from what we consider a psychosis or being divorced from reality and having what's considered a thought disorder.
Okay. Now, were there times where you were able to see Elizabeth Broderick where she was responding on an upward trend from her mental condition, where people would see her and she would be doing well?
Yes.
And can you give us some examples of that?
In my dealing with her, there were times that she was doing better than in other times. She was not always obviously depressed when I saw her. I also saw that in the materials that I relied upon in terms of what other people testified.
Doctor, I think if we're going into a therapeutic milieu here, it's unrelated to any evaluation. She's in the forensic capacity.
Well, sustained.
You reviewed the transcripts of the last trial, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Was there a time in 1989 that in the summer where it appeared that she was doing better than she had been?
Yes.
Okay. And is that inconsistent with your diagnosis?
No, it's not inconsistent.
And why is that?
Because a number of things. People will have periods that they are doing better even when they are suffering from a depression. And also, during the summer, she had her children with her, which was one of the big causes of her depression. And she had her children with her so that you would expect that she would be doing better in the summer of 1989.
Prior to the trial in 1989 and 88 and 89, did she talk to you about whether she was hopeful of getting her children?
Yes.
She never calls her to say.
Overall, you can answer that just yes or no.
Yes.
And would you expect her, when she's in that position of hope, to be doing better or worse?
Of course, she would do better if she were feeling a sense of hope.
I think for this particular picture, I might have been 17 years old. Although it would have been taken at the beginning of the school year, so I would have just turned 17.
Good afternoon, Dr. Francesca. Now, it's correct that you didn't see the defendant until
maybe 16.
Well over a half a year after she killed Annalena Broderick. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And you
17.
had no contact with her whatsoever before that time.
That's correct.
And everything that you're talking about is happening before, what was it, May of 1990 that you saw her?
That's me, Mandy.
That's correct.
17.
From other sources.
That's correct.
So
You diagnosed her as having a major depressive episode on axis 1 as an acute problem?
That is also me, a year before the trial? I was 18 when the trial?
That's right.
And that means that at the time that you saw her, your impression was that she was depressed at that point.
Oh, it means that, but it means more than that.
Well, acute means the here and now, right? The present status of the person that you're evaluating. Is that correct?
No, that's misleading, actually.
Okay. What does it mean?
It means any condition that is not diagnosed on axis 2 is diagnosed on axis 1. So that anything but a personality disorder or a learning disorder would be diagnosed on axis 1. Now, that doesn't mean that it's just short-lived. That means that by definition, that's what we call acute problems.
But, okay, to me, acute means now that this is happening presently. Would that be fair to say?
No.
That would be misleading.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't know what acute means. You're a lawyer. I always think of acute versus chronic, but also geometrically, like there's a certain range of angles that are acute, and then they suddenly become obtuse, and that's when it's a wider range of possibilities. But acute would be a narrow. Maybe the acute issue is the feelings of depression, but the obtuse is the personality. Well, now I'm just trying to show off that I think I'm smart.
The last time you testified, did you diagnose the defendant as having recurrent major depression?
Yes.
You did do that?
Yes.
Do you have a transcript of it? Well, that's okay.
It's a tough market for 17-year-old girls at that time.
And she was in jail when you saw her for the first time.
That's correct.
In custody awaiting trial on a double murder charge.
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that
maybe this speaks to something generational too, but in my experience, the girls that were my age at that time were dating guys that would be described as pedophiles now, but guys that were 25 years old, had a car, and were dating high school girls because they'd made nothing of their lives, but they knew they were impressive to somebody who still was making something out of their lives. But there seemed to be a lot of guys that had graduated high school but hadn't moved on, as it were.
Depression.
It certainly is a stressor. And
hey, Phoenix, good to see you.
Continuing to be depressed, yes.
Could it, in and of itself, though, cause major depression in a lot of
I've got
people?
a picture of me with my grandma when I was even a little younger than that.
I think it could cause major depression in a person, yes.
And major depression is not all that uncommon, is it, doctor?
Well, it would depend upon your frame of reference of what you're talking about, all that uncommon. It's not usual in the general population. No, it's not common.
You recognize the DSM-3R, right?
Yes.
We all agree this is
DSM.
the standard, the Bible actually for mental health professionals in terms of a common ground on which to explain mental status, psychological problems, that sort of thing.
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
That's not true.
Isn't this the one document that everybody relies on in explaining somebody's mental situation or psychological situation?
This maybe speaks to how recent the DSM was at this time. Let's see what she says.
No, the word that I'm taking exception to that you're using is explain. That doesn't really explain anything.
Describe. Would that be better?
What it does is lists symptoms, and as much as possible making those symptoms behavioral, so that when I'm talking about depression, I'm talking about the same thing that you're talking about when you're talking about depression.
And the reason it's so thick, though, is that because there are descriptions of those various mental situations in here. Isn't that correct?
There are descriptions of the symptoms. That's correct.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that be a description of, let's say, a personality disorder that would be described in the DSM-3R?
In other words, I think that it's important to know that if you only know the DSM-3 and you are only trying to diagnose out of that and not out of the vast amount of literature and research that has been done on these different disorders, that you make tremendous mistakes.
Which you agree that the DSM-3R contains the as you say, the symptoms for the various mental diagnoses. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And isn't it true that in the DSM-3 they say that in there that up to 26% of the adult female population has had a major depression at one time or another?
I think that is accurate, yes.
And in fact, let's say if we take a moment in time right now, according to the DSM-3R here, up to 9.3% of the adult female population is right now majorly depressed.
Say that again.
The DSM-3 says that at any one time, if you take a population of women in America, up to 9.3% of them currently are suffering major depression.
Of one type or another, yes.
Okay.
Now, you had your colleague Meredith Freeman test for depression, didn't you?
No, I did not have her do that. She did that on her own. Did not have anything to do with me.
You share office space, or you're in some sort of association together?
We share office space.
Does she often do your testing for you?
No, never.
She doesn't?
No.
Okay. So it was just coincidence that she did the testing then?
It wasn't, well, I guess it would be considered coincidence, yes. She did the testing prior to my seeing Mrs. Broderick.
Okay. And that was done on April of 1990?
That's correct.
And also a Milan test was done at that time, right?
That's correct.
Now, the MMPI, the test that you talked about before, showed a certain level of depression, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Approximately 68%, is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Just so we know we're talking about the same test, doctor, I'm talking about the test that was done on April 23rd, 1990. Is that the test you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Didn't that show a depression scale of 68%?
No, that's incorrect and very misleading.
Let me show you what I here. We can hopefully straighten me out.
Showing her Dr. Friedman's test results?
Yes, yeah, the record, I don't think we need to mark it as difference council wants to.
No, I just want Mr. Early to know what you're showing.
Okay,
Yes, I have the same thing I'm looking at.
okay.
That's not a percent.
It's a T-score?
That's a T-score.
Okay. Is that like a percentile?
No, it's not a percentile.
It's just a level or a range?
What that means that it is 2 standard deviations above the mean and on this test, the MMPI-2.
That's not the highest level of depression, is it, doctor?
The highest level?
That the MMPI cannot be used like that. In other words, you can have on this profile that you showed me, you can have a greater spike on scale 2, which is one of the scales that would measure depression. But you then cannot say that this person only has 68% depression, whereas somebody else will have 100%.
No, I'm sorry. No, I agree with you. It's not a percentage in that way. If I said percentage, I didn't. You're correct.
Didn't use it correctly.
Scale 68% is not the extremely high area of depression when we talk about suicide and people who are incapacitated by depression. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. Anything above this line right here, and you can see that her scale 2 is above that line, is considered significant and important to look at and major, and you certainly would have to ask about problems with suicide ideation when you have a clear depression like that.
Okay. Let me show you John Graham's text on the MMPI too. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And doesn't that say that you've got to be up over 76% or higher to have preoccupation with death or suicide?
No, and that's not what that means at all.
That's what it says, though, isn't it?
No, it says interpretive possibilities. So what this is a summary of things to look for at different ranges of scale 2. And as you can see that it says that anything over 66 is considered high and anything over 76 is considered very high.
Oh, I agree, but
that would, from that, you would never ever conclude that because their T-score on depression is 68 that you would not be concerned, nor should you question about suicide.
Okay. But in terms of this particular scale here, it talks of being preoccupied with death and suicide at a rate of 76 or higher, right?
What he's saying that you would have the hypothesis.
He's acting like 76 is some magic number, like somebody who's a 75 on the scale is probably very similar to someone who's 76. It's just that scale represents a greater percentage of people who are in that category of risk or
sees that the person was preoccupied with death and suicide if they had a T-score of 76.
And there's no mention of suicide and the range in which the defendant was. Is that correct?
No, he doesn't mention it there.
In fact, you say that the defendant had a high rate of depression. Actually, it was almost down towards the moderate scale, wasn't it?
No, anything over a T-score of 65 is considered high.
Right.
And that's 2 standard deviations above the mean, and that's significant.
Right. But what I'm saying here is that the high goes from 66 to 75, and the defendant was at 68, right?
That's correct.
So that would be the low end of that, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, the MMPI that was taken before the defendant was put into custody was back in 1987. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that showed a depression rate of, I don't want to say percentage now because I got in trouble, but shows a scale of 67%. Is that right?
A T-score of 67.
Right. That's not clinically significant, is it?
It is significant. It's not 2 standard deviations above the mean.
Well, according to
Because what you're doing is you're mixing 2 different tests.
I understand that.
Okay,
And they've adjusted the scales from the MMPI 1 to the MMPI 2, haven't they?
that's correct.
But aren't we together on this, that if you have a T-score of under 70 for depression in the MMPI 1, that's not considered clinically significant depression?
No, that again is very misleading. Is still something that you would be looking for and considering as significant, but it doesn't have the same significance.
As far as rebuttal, this must be strategic or cross, because just to get her into the weeds and to make the jury bored, because it doesn't feel like doing a lot to discount what she has to say. It's just getting into the weeds of all of it to the point where jury would just be like, all right, that's the end of her. Let's get to someone more interesting.
That a scale over T-score of 70 would have. That would have even greater significance. That would be more evidence that this person was suffering from a severe depression. But you don't just interpret the T-scores that are over 70. In other words, when you have a secondary elevation like she does.
No, I'm sorry. I think you answered the question.
Do you understand that? Okay.
Yeah. You would have to admit, though, the defendant's depression level is significantly lower before she's put into jail on these murder charges. Wasn't that the case?
Not significantly lower now.
According to you?
That's correct.
Okay. And other people might differ with their interpretations. Wouldn't that be fair?
That is fair.
Okay. Now, you said that you paid a fair amount of deference to mental health professionals who had seen the defendant during the times before she killed Anna Linda Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you remember Dr. DeVos, you, I think, looked over his materials.
Yes.
And Dr. DeVos was seen by the defendant 4 times, sometime in January, or strike that, in July of '89 at the request of the defendant's attorney.
Yes.
And he made no DSM diagnosis, did he? In terms of depression, according to his deposition that was taken in October of '89.
That he did not diagnose her. That's correct. He never made a diagnosis.
In fact, he found her psychologically sound 1 month before the killings in his deposition, didn't he? In October of 1989.
Sound?
I don't have a transcript of the deposition.
Sustained. Just rephrase the question, Mr. Burkhoff.
Did you read the deposition of Dr. DeVos?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did he in that deposition say that he found the defendant psychologically sound on page 24?
I don't remember the page, but I remember that he contradicted himself. At one place, he said that she was psychologically sound, and another place, he said that she had emotional problems.
But he didn't diagnose her as clinically depressed, though. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Nelson, he saw the defendant around 20 times between February of 1987 and July of 1989. Do you recall looking at his materials?
Yes.
And this was the defendant's own psychiatrist.
That's correct.
And didn't he state during the divorce trial, page 715, that the MMPI that he had administered in 1987 showed no evidence of serious psychopathology?
Yes, he did state that.
And he also stated that although the MMPI showed that she might be somewhat depressed, she was still, quote, a high energy person, should be a powerful player. He said that at page 715 in the divorce trial.
Yes.
In fact, he found that the defendant's depression was only in the 50th percentile. It was average.
Well, Again, he was speaking about the MMPI that
Finally
he had
found it,
administered,
my
the one
God.
that you talked about. And he's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. And when I looked at his data, that did not, he misinterpreted the MMPI.
So you think he was wrong?
So he did the same thing that you did in terms of saying this was a percentile.
So you put me in the same ballpark with a psychiatrist. I'm flattered. Didn't he also say, though, on that same page, that the defendant was not depressed to the point where she was inactive or in any way disabled by it?
Yes, he did.
And then he also say that the defendant is not mentally ill. She is perfectly rational. She murdered Mr. Broderick as she has threatened to do so. She could never be called incompetent.
Sustained. Just one more question, instead of just asking, did he say this?
Well, did you read this one? Did you read that particular quote? That must have been of some interest to you, I assume, when you did your analysis.
Yes, I read that.
And let me finish it up.
Objection is hearsay.
Oh, well, no, it's not hearsay. Go ahead. Ask her how she interpreted it, how she explained it.
Well, I'd like to get the rest of the quote out so we know what we're talking about.
Go ahead.
Okay. She could never be called incompetent in terms that she was psychotic or mentally ill. This lady knows what she is doing. She is very bright, very determined to get her share of the assets and to get her way. Did you consider that?
Yes, I considered that.
And in Dr. Nelson's deposition taken a month before the killings, he also made no DSM-3 diagnosis of the defendant being clinically depressed. Is that correct?
I don't remember that. I would need to review that material.
The deposition at page 7.
I don't have a deposition with me. Maybe you can show me yours. Because I know he has diagnosed her in his files. And so that surprised me.
Okay, well, maybe we can do that at the break.
All right.
That's me and my Baba up above there. There.
Did you read the letter that the defendant sent to Dr. Dess in September of 1988?
I think so.
Dr. Dess was a court-appointed expert to look at the child custody issue as part of the divorce.
Looking forward to Dr. Dess.
Did you consider this particular quote in the defendant's own handwriting? Mr. Broderick did not become what he is because he was married to a whiny weakling of a wife. He knew what I could do for him. He knew I was a better, stronger person than he. Did you consider that?
Certainly, I considered that.
Mrs. Broderick had a lot of interest, didn't she, that she testified to at the divorce trial in January of 1989?
Yes.
She was interested in photography, the stock market, thought about possibly going into law, maybe going back to some sort of educational capacity other than teaching in the classrooms. Is that accurate?
She has a lot of interest, yes.
Now, in the 6 months before she killed Anna Linda, she had the children for extended periods of time, right?
Yes, especially the summer before.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
And she was fairly active. She took a lot of trips. She went to Canada and San Francisco and Acapulco, places like that.
that's correct.
And she went to New York 2 or 3 times, to New Orleans, to Hawaii, to some of these trips with her boyfriend, Brad Wright.
I know that she took some trips with him, yes.
And she was active in buying a new condominium. She was decorating it. She'd hired a decorator there, making decisions.
The summer prior to the killing, 1989, you're
Yes.
talking about? Yes,
And she was taking steps to sell her house on Calle de Cielo.
that's correct.
She was attending various public
Cielo.
meetings and doing some public speaking.
You mean the Halt's meeting?
Yes.
Yes,
And the gender bias hearings, that sort of thing.
yes.
And she actually, back from sometime later in 1985, she had a very close relationship with Brad Wright, didn't she? And that continued up until the time of the killings.
Brad Wright.
That's correct. They had a very close friendship.
In fact, she had successfully run an independent household for 4.5 years prior to the killings.
I don't know that that's true. I think that it would depend upon your definition of successful.
Well, she was able to, she had a house of her own, didn't she?
Yes, she
And she was
lived
able-
by herself.
With the
long.
rats.
She was able to maintain the household. She didn't have to have, she could live on her own, I take it.
I think that it was not successful. I think that she had a great difficulty. I think that she really struggled during that period of time. And so that I would not use the word successful.
She lived on her own.
She lived on her own.
Okay.
That's correct.
Didn't need anybody to take care of her.
That's correct.
And on the weekend of the homicides, she took her boys, she took them shopping, took them to haircuts,
That's
to a
correct.
football game, soccer game,
That's correct.
took pictures, that sort of thing.
Yes,
She went to Mary Dietz on Saturday and talked about her finances.
that's correct.
And that evening, Saturday night, she invited Brad Wright over, cooked him a dinner.
Yes,
And you've heard Mr. Wright, or maybe you haven't, but from reviewing the discovery, you know that Mr. Wright said that they had an uneventful, nothing unusual about it that evening,
I know that he said that, yes.
and that he noted nothing unusual about the defendant's demeanor that day or that evening.
I didn't, you would have to show me, I don't remember that, but I remember him saying that it was an uneventful event.
And that the defendant went to sleep at her usual time between 9 and 10 o'clock that night.
Yes,
And that in fact, nothing unusual was noted by Mr. Wright about the defendant for the last 3 or 4 weeks before she shot Dan and Linda, isn't that correct?
unusual in terms of what?
Out of the ordinary for the defendant.
In comparison to what?
In comparison to the way she normally was. There was nothing, in other words, out of the ordinary in terms of the way the defendant normally acted. It took place between the 3 or 4 weeks prior to the defendant's killing these 2 people.
Okay, I think that the sense that I got, however, was that he saw her as somebody who did struggle with depression and had struggled with depression for as long as he had known her. And so that the impression that I got, that when he was talking about unusual, he wasn't talking about somebody who didn't have problems.
Well, if he didn't testify that way, he just said there was nothing unusual about her when he testified a few days ago.
Your Honor, objections already been
Stand.
Did you hear Mr. Wright testify maybe a week and a half ago?
No, but I read the transcript from the first hearing. And I guess what I'm referring to is that, he did describe her as having problems with depression, and he indicated that she would try to mask her depression.
But if he testified in this trial that there was nothing unusual about her in the 3 to 4 weeks before the killings, would you consider that in making your opinion here?
I can, if he said that, I can agree that he said that.
Did you know that, did you take this into account that PJ Hathaway saw the defendant the Saturday before she killed these people and said that, in his words, she was happy-go-lucky?
Yes, I read that.
And that when she changed, it was because she was angry about the divorce, that sort of thing.
That's correct. That she appeared happy-go-lucky at one moment and angry at another, as I recall his saying in the first trial.
But he never testified that she appeared depressed.
Not to him, right?
Mr. Burkhoff, might this be a good time to take the afternoon recess?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. This time we'll be in recess until 5 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition. May resume, Mr. Burkhoff.
But before we resume, you can weigh in on the poll. We can take a 10-minute break right here. There's an hour and 10 minutes left of the raw video, so probably an hour and 45 minutes or so of our live stream together tonight. So yeah, have a vote. Do you want to do a quick 10-minute break? I'll line up my playlist of shorts, and you can either stay and watch them or, go make yourself a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Remember the dog. Yeah, that's the one we'll be starting with. Or no, that's the finish. Oh, we have to go all the way back. Okay. Anyway, we can, you can vote, and whatever you vote, nothing we will do. I see there's very healthy chat going on, a lot of great discussion. Yes. Right. Okay, there we go. I got to the first video. So let's have a quick look at how you guys are feeling about a break. If I do get the opportunity to break personally, I'm going to run downstairs, make myself a snack, refill my coffee. I'm voting for break, even though technically I don't get a vote. I just get to make the polls. Quick break sounds good. We're at 62%. Okay then. Then let me just, I'll give a chance. If you guys are really against it, I'll come back to it and see that everyone else has gone, no break. Oh my God. Okay, so that's the setup for the break screen. I will change that to we're on day 15 now. Change the text, reflect reality. And that way anyone who's tuning in on replay doesn't think, what the fuck? I got yesterday's intermission? All right, so that's it. Got the intermission. We'll talk more about cookie breaks. Yeah, when you come back from the break, post in the comments what you had for a medical snack. Oh, I should start the clock too. The clock is, I think it's exactly 11 minutes. So set the clock for 11 minutes. Clock widget properties. 11 minutes. It might be 11 minutes and 12 seconds or something like that, but that lets anyone know that, like, this has nothing to do with Betty. You're right. Okay, so I'm going to take down the headset. Let me get to the window that it starts on. That is it.
A dramatic reading of a YouTube comment. You are obsessed, dude. Third rail has its onset of issues, but I suggest you stay in your on rail. You are not entertaining or funny. I will speak to the bozo who told me to check you out. Taking Sarah way too serious. She's nobody. Go read a book. That was a dramatic reading of a YouTube comment.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Hold on. It struck me that these are a lot louder.
This, in turn, has compelled me to now bring attention to some of my concerns.
There, that should be a better balance.
Egregious decisions he has made prior and during my incarceration, as well as from my son personally stating, quote, Dad's laziness, empty promises, and disappointments. Beep knows without any hesitation or doubt I will do anything, anytime, anywhere, all within reason, to help him. Which is why I, as his mother, have been his go-to person in many ways, for many things, throughout his life, including while being incarcerated.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Mens rea, mens rea, mens rea. Now, say it with Sarah.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
That's a definition. We're looking for a pronunciation. Mens rea.
It was not intentional.
Sarah.
That was not my intention.
Sarah, we're trying to teach the people Latin. Stop giving your definitions and just say the word.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this.
Fine, we're running out of time. Let's just skip to the definition, Sarah.
No malicious content.
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Lowell, 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 Lowell. This is the place where she will dwell.
But that's not all. You'll get All I Want for Christmas is Wine, The Holly and George's ID, I Won't Be Home for Christmas, and everyone's favorite,
Last Christmas, I gave you a bike. The very next season, I said it's my bike. This year, I'm saving my fruit to make up some hooch that is special.
Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. No Holy Night. Sentencing was the most wonderful time of last year. It's beginning to look a lot like Boone lied. And we can't forget
Mrs. Boone, I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot spoon. Ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
Nothing, because former husband is bored and bitter. Totally unfair. And the cruel ego trip is disgusting and nothing to be proud of. What is the point? There is nothing left other than my dignity, which he will never have. What would our son say? How would he feel knowing the truth? And there's another pause, and I'm going to pause that because I think she's stealing from Whitney Houston there. No matter what you take from me, you can't take away my dignity. 'Cause the greatest love of all is happening to me. Alone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation, I ask why? Why are you doing this to me? Fully and completely knowing that I have no one, nothing. And how meaningful it is to be called Beep's mother. And his response was simply, it will make you say yes now. If you keep doing as you have been doing, everything will be fine.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Violent night, lowly spite, Sarah's guilt in plain sight.
But that's not all. You'll also get favorites like It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like LWAP, Straight A Student, and Please, If You Don't Mind, Please. And who can forget this John and Yoko classic?
All we are saying is give me some snacks.
Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Like A Flying Monkey's Christmas in Wales. All I Want for Christmas is Pink Shorts. Away in a Prison. And we can't forget,
Hark! The herald Sarah sings, please can I have George's ring?
Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word is compos mentis. Compos mentis. Now, say it with Sarah.
Compos mentis. Compos mentis. Compos mentis.
Now, try using it in a sentence.
We're compos mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compos mentis. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that word means. I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Compos mentis. Having control of one's mind. This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone by Dan D True Crime.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Ronky the red-nosed bear clown. Can't get drunk but still she does. All of the other bears frown, watching her catch a buzz.
But that's not all. You'll also get Christmas in Lowell. Will Sarah get run over by a reindeer, please? And I sing for Wing Wings. Plus this classic.
Wish list with questions for scoundrel detectives. Wine glasses full of Woodbridge white wine. Smoking and drinking in Pink Shorts Muldoons. These are my favorite fun things to do. Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Here comes Kim and Carolyn. It's that fish soap season. And walking in a winter park wonderland. And we can't forget,
Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash.
give me what I want for Christmas. 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 Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word, mea culpa. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. To admit that you are at fault. Now, say it with Sarah.
I'm not going to say.
Mea culpa.
Oh, I never said.
Mea culpa.
I'm not going to say.
Mea culpa.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
You remember the documentary I was talking to you about?
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to follow up. A few things. I just finished setting up my visitor account. I went ahead, I ordered you the healthy breakfast package with diabetic glucose packs on the side. You don't know.
The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
Well, I mean, I've been following your case for a while. I know that you reject breakfast, and I know about your need for medical sugar.
You don't know me.
You don't know me. Well, we're getting to know Betty.
Dr. D. Francesca, when you read the discovery, I assume you read the witness interview reports,
Yes, I did.
and that would have been included in that would have been the investigator's report of Brad Wright, generated from the conversation they had with him.
Yes.
Do you remember Brad talking about the?
I have an objection to this.
Sustained.
Now let me show you this and
See if you.
Show it to her and have her read it to herself and then ask her a question.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm showing you a two-page document, investigator's report, William L. Green of Brad Wright, dated February 26, 1990. The witness, look at the last paragraph, the second page. Do you remember?
Wait,
Oh, fine. No, I have an objection. Here's that.
Well,
Did
she consider it? Ask her that.
I'll wait till she gets done. I think she already testified she did consider it.
Ask her again.
Oh, did I bring the volume back up?
Yes, I did.
And that last paragraph states that
I did not.
Brad described Betty as being very active and having lots of friends. She did not sulk about her problems, did not seem depressed over the summer or in the months preceding November 5th, 1989.
I'm going to go back the 2 minutes. I forgot to bring the volume back up after my full volume shorts.
5 minutes after 3, please remember the admonition. May resume, Mr. Burkoff.
Dr. D. Francesca, when you read the discovery, I assume you read the witness interview reports,
Yes, I did.
and that would have been
Oh, Larissa's given us a little foreshadowing. And I've been looking forward to the Dr. Detz testimony. But Larissa says, I don't want to spoil, but Dr. Detz, I recall, rolls into trial with his confidence and swagger that no shrink can really compete. It's interesting because this would be his first high-profile trial, and maybe the first time that, cameras record the entire testimony. Maybe not his first high-profile trial, but the highest profile due to the availability of cameras in the courtroom and his testimony to get immediately widely disseminated, because after this, he's in a number of high-profile trials. So it'll be interesting. I think he's coming in here realizing that he's defining his career with this case, quite possibly.
Included in that would have been the investigator's report of Brad Wright, generated from the conversation they had with him.
Yes.
Do you remember Brad talking about the?
I have an objection to this.
Sustained.
Now let me show you this and
See if you.
Show it to her and have her read it to herself and then ask her a question.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm showing you a two-page document, investigator's report, William L. Green of Brad Wright, dated February 26, 1990. The witness, look at the last paragraph, the second page.
Right, Jeffrey Dahmer, Unabomber, Menendez. And it's not always state or defense. Like, he goes to who hires him.
Your Honor, I have an objection. It's hearsay.
Well, did she consider it? Ask her that.
Well, I'll wait till she gets done. I think she already testified she did consider it.
Ask her again.
Did you consider that before?
Yes, I did.
And that last paragraph states that Brad described Betty as being very active and having lots of friends. She did not sulk about her problems, did not seem depressed over the summer or in the months preceding November 5th, 1989.
So this is using Brad's testimony to impeach Betty, because Brad, if you remember, was one of the first state witnesses in this trial, was introduced as Betty's boyfriend. Betty, when she testified, denied that Brad was her boyfriend and just that he was a good friend, a very good friend, a treasured, valued friend.
Yes.
Did you consider that?
Yes, I did. But I also considered his statements in
And today, or in this trial, Dr. Detz, yes, Mandy, it will be for the defense. I think he might even be the very last witness as part of the state's. Or did I just say defense? Yeah, not for the defense. For the state as the very last rebuttal witness in this trial. So I think it goes Dr. Park Detz for the final testimony day, and then the day after that is jury instructions and some verdict. I don't know how it's some verdict. They must just repeat the verdict for the sentencing video. But one of them says it's closing, jury instructions, verdict. The other one says verdict and sentencing. So that's how the final 2 days. Next week, Friday and Saturday, will be those 2 days.
the first trial where he indicated that she was, and I think it sounds to me there like he's alluding to that, where he said that she did not give in to her depression. She would mask it. I don't know if mask was his words, but that's how I interpreted what he was saying, was that she would put her depression aside and carry on and be brave.
That's the way he testified at the first trial?
That's my recollection of what I read of the transcript, yes.
And that would have been well over a half year after he made this statement to the investigators. Is that correct?
Argumentative, sustained.
Well, did you see anything here that says that she was masking her depression?
Just that she did not let her problems, sulk about her problems, which
But she
I
did
think
not
is
seem
what he said.
depressed?
And then he
The judge looks like, picture somebody who's listening to an audiobook, but really listening to it, like, you know, needing to absorb all of it. And now instead of looking lazy, the judge looks like he's that guy, right? You know, some people just listen to it as background noise. The judge was so quick on it that the minute Jack Early said argumentative, sustained, he, like, finished the objection for him. Yeah, I got to give him credit.
that she did not seem depressed.
And you think that shows that she's masking?
I don't think that's inconsistent with what I'm talking about with somebody who masks their depression.
Now, you did review the jail records, Mr. that were generated by the defendant after she was jailed for these killings?
Yes.
And did you review Dr. Robinson's notes on November 6th in that record?
May I refresh my
Certainly.
memory?
Calling particular attention to November 6th, the day after the shootings.
And so it's Dr. Robinson's, not Louise Hines' notes, correct? On that
Well, I'll ask
day?
you about Ms. Hines in a second, but Dr. Robinson, the psychiatrist,
Yes, I've got them.
he examined the defendant the day after the shootings,
Yes.
and he states that the patient presents seemingly emotionally fresh and physically rested.
Could you show me where you were reading?
Mandy, you spelled it the way that I've been pronouncing it. Because the whole first trial, I kept hearing people say Dr. Death. And I knew it wasn't Dr. Death. Like they would have explained, you know, it's death, but it's spelled DEI or I don't know, whatever. But it sounded so much like death that I've been pronouncing what I think is DIETZ is the spelling of his name. But I've just been pronouncing it like it sounds like death and looks like that. Deaths. I'm looking forward to him introducing himself and saying his name out loud so that I can either be, hey, I did it, or no, way off. I'm Dr. Parker Dietz. There was a Mary Dietz,
I
so.
found it here.
Oh, that's the way he described her?
Yes.
And when you talked about Dr. Robinson just finding some sort of hysterical shock, you don't know whether or not that was his ultimate diagnosis.
This guy almost seems like just the central casting guy, like 90s lawyer. And, you know, he had to do at least one questioning so that he could be part of the team. Like, he's very inconspicuous next to Carrie Wells, that's for sure.
Diagnosis to you? The labelle indifference that you testified to.
LABELLE INDIFFERENCE.
I think if I remember correctly, he did not make an ultimate diagnosis because the interview was interrupted.
Right, but he had the opportunity to observe her for a period of 2 months following that time, just because he was in the same location she was. Would you defer to his, if he came and testified, would you defer to his diagnosis on that, whatever it might be? Since he actually saw her at that time.
And defer to his diagnosis regarding what?
Whether or not the defendant was suffering from hysterical shock.
Yes,
I'm ready
I
to
would
stand to be
defer
corrected.
His
Thank you,
and
Beth.
Louise diagnosis.
Okay.
The people who saw her right now.
Beth of a Salesman weighs in to say it's DEETZ is the pronunciation. Dietz. I think we'll have to throw up a poll before he says anything out loud in the video that has his testimony. Is it Dietz or Detz?
In fact, turning to Ms. Hines, a week after the shootings on November 13th.
Yeah, I would defer to the person's pronunciation. Just like Chelsea Kepsel. So many people, there's so many different pronunciations, and she clearly says, you know, Kepsel. That's not hard to say. It's hard to say when you're looking at her name with the O and the E and the P, and you're like, I don't know, Koyi. But you listen to it, and it's like, oh, okay, I can repeat that.
Ms. Hines, does she not talks about that Ms. Broderick
Miss Hines, there are no other kinds.
appeared cheerful, pleasant, spoke willingly with me
This was what date?
on November 13th.
Yes.
And indeed, it was only about a month after that you see in those jail records if there's any indication of depression. Isn't that correct?
Larissa concurs
A month after the
on
homicide.
Dietz.
No, I don't think that that's correct.
Bless you, bless you.
You disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree with that.
Is that a sneeze and a cough? Either or is fine, but both is a little
Now,
rude.
you considered the 1986 Milan test that was administered to the defendant when she was placed in a 72-hour hold after ramming her car into Dan's front doors.
Yes, I did consider it.
And Trina, attention to page 3 of that Milan.
I've turned down my latency to try and improve the video feed, so there should be less skipped frames, but because of that, I'm 10 to 12 seconds behind the chat, and seem to have said at the same time as Mandy how we are both looking forward to him testifying so we can hear him pronounce his name.
The third paragraph where it states...
Wait a minute, you're ahead of me.
Okay.
I'm still at the second paragraph.
I have to say that I have a real question about reading that narrative as if it is a finding, because it is not a finding. In fact, that's, in my estimation, a very unethical thing to do, to consider it a finding.
It's unethical for me to do?
Well, I think it needs the caveat that comes with it in order to read it, because it's not a finding, and I think that it can be very misleading, especially if that's not understood.
Well, aren't these computer printouts generated every time there's a Milan administered? Don't they come out as an explanation for what the graphs show?
No, I think that's, I mean, that there is a computer generated narrative that comes if you feed the data in from the Milan, but that narrative are simply hypotheses and things to look for in a person. They are not findings, and they should not be used as a report or as definitive.
Well, I understand that, but it's something that the professionals in the field would look at and consider when they would draw up a psychological profile of the defendant, considering that she had taken this Milan test and it was computer scored and there was a descriptive analysis that came out from it. Wouldn't they consider that?
You certainly would consider it and read it.
That's all I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it state that this woman has been typified by social undependability and a tendency to exploitation, capriciousness, and irresponsible behavior?
Very capricious.
Glib social style, the persistent seeking of excitement, and fear. Interpersonal relationships are characteristically shallow or tense, and she appears indifferent to the welfare of others. Praise and approval are actively solicited by immature and histrionic demands for attention. She is easily excited and quickly bored. Although willing to expend effort to achieve something for herself, she is difficult and resistant about carrying out what others ask of her. Intolerance of inactivity and an inability to delay gratification are associated with her impulsiveness, short-sighted hedonism, and her minimal regard for the consequences of her behavior, which may lead to difficulties with the legal authorities. Did you consider that?
Yes, I certainly did.
It's your testimony the defendant was not psychotic, at least at any time when you examined her from May until November of 1990. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you saw nothing in any of the notes of any of the previous mental health professionals that examined the defendant that indicated that she was in any way psychotic. Isn't that also fair to say?
That's correct.
So she was oriented as a time and place and person.
Yes.
She wasn't hearing voices.
No voices.
Wasn't seeing things that weren't there.
That's correct.
Had no delusions of grandeur or persecution, people out to get her, that sort of thing.
There was no evidence that she was delusional.
And you personally diagnosed the defendant as being borderline
Yes, I did.
and being histrionic
Yes,
and having narcissistic features.
that's correct.
Now, it's correct that the DSM-3R does I don't want to get in trouble, this describe or give symptoms for borderline personalities.
I'm going to weigh in on a couple of things here. So in chat, there's a question about Betty's book. And isn't there a Slayer statute where she can't get proceeds or earn income? I'm going to speculate here, but I would imagine that Betty's book, and correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe is all about the precursors. And if so, those aren't necessarily the crimes that she's in jail for. And maybe she can tell a story about, this is everything that happened prior, 1985 and prior or something like that. So I wonder if that's the case for Betty's book, because her book was on the 12th of Never. Was that the one that she wrote, or Telling on Myself? Got a couple of them that I've heard be mentioned. Anyway, just wanted to weigh in with my speculation. I can look it up later.
That's correct.
And it describes them as following, that involves interpersonal relationships for the borderline are usually unstable and intense, may be characterized by alternation of the extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that these people often have inappropriately intense anger with frequent displays of temper. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Recurrent suicidal threats, gestures. This behavior may serve to manipulate others.
Yes.
Frequently accompanied by narcissistic and histrionic features.
Yes.
And indeed you did.
Mandy, would you say that a documentary company that's based in the northeast of the country would be able to funnel proceeds for that sort of thing to say an inmate in Florida? Crazy if that could happen.
Find those as well with the defendant, didn't you?
That's correct.
Is it correct to say that the borderlines are difficult people to get along with?
Third party, third rail, third? Is there a connection? Inquiring minds want to know.
Not necessarily.
They can act socially appropriately
Yes, they can.
over long periods of time?
Well, it would.
2 rails going into the prison, but a third rail could get your book proceeds to you. Conspiratorial talk for sure.
To understand and to be able to answer that, you have to understand that there are degrees also within the diagnosis of a borderline personality disorder, so that it is a continuum, so that you will
Welcome
see
to the chat, Dorgan.
characteristics of borderline pathology where a person is not able to function very well at all. And indeed, it's not unusual to have episodes where somebody will need to be hospitalized, and then you will see someone functioning at a better level.
Nobody ever thought that Mrs. Broderick should be hospitalized at any time, did they?
Well, she was hospitalized.
Well, when she ran her car into the door, and then she was actually allowed after a day or so to leave, and she didn't want to leave. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, but they hospitalized her because they were concerned that she was suicidal.
Right.
That was one of the reasons.
And after she had been.
Todd Kolkep, he's the serial killer who reviewed his murder tools on Amazon. So he would buy them on Amazon and leave customer reviews like, this lock's really good for slowing down people or slowing down access from the inside of a locked shipping crate. Really bizarre reviews telling on himself. Anyway, from prison on his tablet, he was trying to sell TKSK merchandise. So like autographed t-shirts that Todd Kolkep, serial killer. He got moved into maximum security and lost his tablet privileges for that.
So they decided she was not suicidal. Is
That's
that correct? And they wanted her to go home, didn't they?
No, they didn't necessarily want her to go home. She would not. The way I interpreted that was that they allowed her to stay. They were glad that she stayed. They didn't want to kick her out, but they did not feel that they had enough to hold her against her will.
Didn't they present her with a discharge form so that she could leave, and she refused to sign it?
Right.
So it was her choice.
It was her choice to stay at that point, yes.
And besides being suicidal, she was admitted because she was homicidal. Is that correct?
They were concerned about that, yes.
And it turned out at least that the suicidal part of it didn't really pose a real threat. Is that at least in their estimation at that time?
I don't know that that's true. I mean, they kept her in the hospital for a while and observed her, and I don't know that they felt that she was never suicidal. They certainly decided that after a period of time, she was no longer either a suicide threat or a homicide threat.
You also diagnosed her as being histrionic?
Yes.
And there, the DSM-3 talks about histrionics have a pervasive pattern of excessive emotionality and attention seeking.
Yes.
Carolina Hurtado says the third rail responded to me when I asked them why not make a documentary on male DV and George Torres Jr. And they told me it's something they're looking into. I don't know if that's bad or good. I think it's neither. I think that the idea that they're in the market to sell documentaries on anything is as ridiculous as me selling a documentary on something. Now, it's possible I could make one. I am trying. I'm working on it. Anyone can make one. but they're in no position to sell a documentary on Sarah Boone. They don't have any expertise. They don't have any experience. They don't have contacts in the industry. They don't have a record of documentary production. Like, why not do a documentary on the little animal farm that they're running to learn how to do a documentary? But, you know, you're going to jump right into it with a serial killer or with a suitcase murderer or you know, give the definitive DV documentary. No, there's people who know way more about domestic violence than those two guys. They're totally capable of doing it without the help of them. So, yeah, I think it's inconsequential. I think they just say that to, oh, yeah, you make a good point. Maybe we will do that. And you know, it's we're looking at all avenues. They're looking at all avenues to make a buck. And, you know, that's not even the worst thing. Like, you know, I'd like to make a buck here or there too. But when they're afraid to be transparent about the desire to make a buck and instead lash out at the other people who are making a buck far more honestly without having to ingratiate themselves to a suitcase killer.
And their
This video isn't about them.
behavior is overly reactive and intensely expressed. Minor stimuli give rise to emotional excitability. Emotions are often expressed with inappropriate exaggeration. The person may appear much more sad.
Mandy, it's a whole side story in the Sarah Boone saga. If you, after the Betty Broderick marathons are over, join any of my Friday night rambles, and I tend to talk about all subjects Sarah, in addition to anything else that may have caught my interest during the week. And if you're relatively new to the background drama, I would love to expound and, catch you up on it.
Angry or delighted than would seem to be warranted. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
They tend to be very self-centered with little or no tolerance for the frustration of delayed gratification. Their actions are directed to obtaining immediate satisfaction. Is that accurate?
That tendency is, yes.
They are lively and dramatic and are always drawing attention to themselves.
Yes.
And they are prone to exaggeration in their personal relations and interpersonal relations and often act out the role such as that of the victim.
Yes.
Are these also people that may be somewhat difficult people to get along with?
Didn't you miss one?
Well, maybe I did. Tell me what it is if I did.
I'm talking about the speech and being very global and impressionistic.
Yeah, I don't think I got everything here, but if that's part of it too, global and impressionistic?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think that it's also important to note that not everyone who has a diagnosis of a histrionic personality disorder will have every one of those characteristics, and that the level varies from person to person.
It's fair to say, though, that one of the hallmarks of being histrionic is that you tend to exaggerate. Is that correct?
That's true.
And you manipulate.
There can be manipulation. That's not necessarily true.
It's a frequent feature, though, isn't it?
The manipulation is not in the sense of a sociopathic type of manipulation, though. It's in a sense of feeling very powerless and unable to solve problems, and so that you manipulate people to help you to solve problems.
But you're still if we put a lot of people like you on the stand, most of them would say most histrionics manipulate other people through exaggeration. Is that correct?
Well, I think that most mental health people would qualify that to show that it's similar, that it's very dissimilar to the type of manipulation that I think you would think of as somebody who uses other people in a sociopathic type of way, like a con artist who manipulates. And it's not that type of manipulation at all. It's needing other people to help a histrionic person to solve problems. And so therefore you tend to be very acquiescing and people pleasing so that people will help you. That type of manipulation.
Right, and that's because the histrionic is very self-centered, cares more about himself or herself than they do about other people. Is that correct?
No, that's also a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation. They are self-centered, and the reason why they're self-centered is because their sense of identity is based on relationships and how they are relating to people, so that if they're not getting attention, they're feeling very insecure and empty. So that's the danger of trying to diagnose somebody just from the DSM-3 that I spoke of earlier.
Now you say that people like antisocials have a different sort of manipulation. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
But the defendant was diagnosed as antisocial at Claremont Hospital, wasn't she?
She had, that was one of the diagnoses that were suggested, was borderline personality disorder.
And also an antisocial personality disorder, isn't that correct?
I'm not sure, and I don't think that was the diagnosis of Dr. Gary Levinson.
Maybe, well, I'll keep going, but maybe we can find that and show it to you. Now, you also diagnosed her as being narcissistic.
No, having narcissistic features.
Right, features. Other people have diagnosed her as being narcissistic, haven't they?
Dr. Goldspan diagnosed her as narcissistic personality disorder.
And Dr. Goldsman never diagnosed her as having major depression, did he?
He indicated that she had depression. I think he said, of course, she's been depressed and had depression, and indicated that it was rage turned inward.
But he didn't see the depression that you saw. He didn't diagnose her as a DSM-3 diagnosis of major depression, did he?
He didn't give her a DSM-3 diagnosis. He never, in his testimony, talked about Axis 1 or Axis 2 diagnoses. He just described her. From my reading of his transcript, he described her as narcissistic, but he'd never dealt with an Axis 1 diagnosis at all, except that when asked, he agreed that she was depressed.
Right, but he did not say she has a major depression disorder such as you did.
That's correct.
Okay. And as to narcissism here, isn't it true that the DSM-3R says that narcissists have a pattern of grandiosity, hypersensitivity to the evaluation of others, and a lack of empathy?
Yes.
And they tend to exaggerate their accomplishments and talents, and they expect to be noticed as special, even without appropriate achievement, and that they often feel that because of their specialness, their problems are unique.
Yes.
And in their interpersonal relationships, they're invariably disturbed. The relationships are disturbed. There's a lack of empathy and an inability to recognize and experience how others feel. That's common with them.
Yes.
In fact, in your prior testimony in the last trial, didn't you say that the defendant's lack of empathy for others, including her children, was a characteristic of her narcissistic personality trait that you described?
I don't remember saying that.
I think counsel may have a different paginated transcript, so I'm going to show it to him.
We'll use this moment of silence for a moment of silence for Tanika's justice. That's absolutely correct. Of liberty and justice, liberty is still with us, and justice has crossed the bridge. So, have a little compassion for Tanika the next time you see her or you're in her chat. Know how attached I am to my animals, and I'm sure all the pet lovers and cat and dog lovers in the chat.
So could you repeat your question for me, please?
So isn't it true that the last time you testified, you said that, well, I think that in understanding Mrs. Broderick, you also have to come to grips with the lack of empathy that she showed, and at least in her behavior after the separation. For example, the lack of empathy for her children and failure of empathy is something that is considered a symptom of narcissism. You also see a fair degree of self-focus, which is also a symptom of narcissism. Would you still hold with that diagnosis of the defendant?
That description of
Yes.
having problems with empathy, yes. At that point in her functioning, very much so.
Yeah, the pride and satisfaction and just the whole way Betty carries herself seems to fly in the face of any kind of signs of major depression, unless she, is so I don't even know what the word for it is, but has that duality that you can flip from one to the next. But in everything we're seeing in the trial, none of it seems depression, sad. Even when she's sad, it's in the moment, and she's able to reset back to her confident self.
Another thing under the DSM-3R is that narcissists have a sense of entitlement, an unreasonable expectation of especially favorable treatment. That's usually present, isn't that correct?
Yes. It's often present.
In other words, that means that the people who have narcissistic tendencies are self-centered and they put their needs before the needs of others. Would that be fair to say?
No, I think that that's misleading. I think that a person who has narcissistic
Well, if I've been on the screen the whole time,
tendencies
I'm
to
so
do
sorry.
one or more of those things as described. A person who has
should be like this.
diagnosis of a narcissistic personality disorder, of course, will have more of a tendency to do that. But the way you've described it as a person with narcissistic tendencies will not necessarily have each one of those features.
But you at least found that in defendant's behavior, didn't you?
The putting a tendency.
You guys got me all distracted talking about third rail. It's probably just as well as I'm doing some personal expository that I was a little bit more full screen for that. But yeah, this is one of the 2 default court watching screens. If you notice I'm on a wrong screen, feel free to mention it in the chat.
Self-centered and put her needs ahead of those of other people.
I think that sometimes that she did, and sometimes she did the exact opposite of that. So that certainly isn't something that was abiding and that would describe an enduring trait of Elizabeth Broderick.
Also, the DSM-3 talks about interpersonal exploitativeness as a characteristic of them, in which others are taken advantage of in order to achieve one's ends or for self-aggrandizement. Friendships are often made only after the person considers how he or she can profit from them. In romantic relationships, the partner is often treated as an object to be used to bolster
100%.
the person's self-esteem. Is that also a fair assessment of a narcissist?
I think that that is often what you see in a narcissist. Yes.
Now, when you say that one of the symptoms of depression might be suicide attempts, you don't have to be depressed to commit suicide, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, a lot of people make attempts at suicide that are not bona fide, isn't that correct? Called suicidal gestures.
I think I described that this morning when I was testifying, that generally, when you have somebody who has made a suicide gesture, you can't assume that they are not suicidal. As a matter of fact, you could.
Mandy hits on something that I can't ignore, even though this isn't about third rail and all that, but this is something that I will go into more detail with, but it hits to, I have a video about it, kind of, it has a thumbnail that looks like the Minions, and it's basically of all the different people who tried to serve Sarah, and it's mostly about third rail, Delapine, and Lana, and comparing their motivations. The biggest difference I see between Tanika and, by extension, all of us that do content on Sarah Boone is none of us have made our content contingent on helping her. Now, Tanika did extend a relationship to Lana, but I feel like the way, even that was, she was fairly transparent about this, and I think as a creator, that's made her kind of once bitten, twice shy about getting too close to the source of a story. So, you know, there's a lot to, there's a lot in that. Like, I think that whole thing, my memory of it as a viewer was, oh my God, the creators I'm watching are really affecting these trials. Like, Tanika uncovered such, you know, some material that was so good that Sarah's own supporters used Tanika's material with her watermarks so that Sarah could petition the court and say, hey, look, you know, YouTuber Tanika found this information. So now Sarah's advocating with Tanika's work. And it was even Tanika who pointed out that the appeal was filed at the wrong place immediately after her trial, which to me impressed me that she, you know, we're on team anti-Sarah, but you're not going to hide the fact as a journalist. If you uncovered that the appeal went to the wrong place, you report on it and people. So anyway, that's way more than I wanted to say about the whole thing. But from Tanika's side of it, I think the criticism of Third Rail as supporters, it's not so much about them wanting to make money off of it as much as that they gave money to Sarah, and that was their in, was, you know, the supplying of creature comforts of, I'll get this for you on the outside, I'll mail that for you. All of that sort of stuff is, as a creator, like if you want to do that on your own, I mean, peace be with you. That's, you know, you want to help people in jail. Okay. but to also come to the table as a Sarah Boone creator and try and pretend that, well, forget all that. I've got the content. So, love me like you love Tanika. And, at best, just be glad people are interested in your content. Don't expect to build a community around people kissing your ass for getting a few phone calls from somebody that you were given $300 a commissary or whatever you were given. Like, I'm glad it wasn't full screen for that. I was getting out of sorts. Okay. If we could do any more third rail talk, we'll do it at the end of the broadcast or in the chat.
Better assume that they are suicide.
But I guess the question I was asking was, don't a lot of people affect an attempted suicide?
I said no more. Mandy, you want to see? So in my videos, we'll watch that at the end. 2 weeks before the letter that Peter published about giving it to Sarah like nobody else, I answered a summa cum laude challenge about, what would you write Sarah if you could write a letter to Sarah, 200 words or less. And I wrote it exactly 200 words. And then I added 12 words just to say, just the professional fuck you to the word limit. But I think mine is still better than the Peter one. And I have a mind to believe that if Peter was following the Sarah Boone community, he maybe even took the text of mine to create his, because mine's pretty damn good. And I don't 100% believe theirs is real, because he controls all the, it's his email. It's not even you're not seeing the headers, the information of the email. It's just a notepad. Anyway, calm down, Dan, calm down. I don't like third rail. They bug me. They launched at the same time as my channel. That's, a little personal peeve too, because there was no new Sarah content, and I really felt like, I was going to be this breath of fresh air of Sarah Boone content, and instead my thunder got stolen by them bringing in what I consider mid phone calls. Like, I think if I had the raw data, I could make them more fun, but they're just not that good at editing. They're not that good at storytelling. Hey, settle down, Dan. Settle down. Let me count to 5 here. Do a little serenity prayer. Things I cannot change. Things I can change. Power to know the difference. Wisdom, power. Okay. Let's get back to Betty Broderick. Sorry for that technical difficulties.
Aren't genuine in their attempt that they want to get some attention.
Again, that would not be a suicide gesture, if that's what you're talking about. A suicide gesture means that you're doing something because part of you is thinking that you want to die.
It's never used as a manipulative technique.
Well, part of the unconscious and maybe even conscious rationale for some suicide gestures would be as a cry for help. And sometimes a cry for help is what you're asking for is somebody to listen to.
Was I on mute? No, I wasn't on mute.
You and to understand the problems and to pay attention to it. And if that's considered manipulation, then yes, it would be a manipulation.
Well, didn't we just talk about a quote for borderlines, and you diagnosed the defendant as being borderline, where the quote was under the DSM-3, recurrent suicidal threat gestures. This behavior may serve to manipulate others.
Correct. But in the way that I just described, manipulate others.
Mandy, we'll play it at the end. It's only 2.5 minutes, so that's a fun way to finish this.
True that when the defendant
Easy
was
for me to find.
Put in Las Colinas and seen by Dr. Robinson.
And we are nearing the end, so it's not like you got to hang out for 4 more hours to get to that. We have about 45 minutes left of testimony, which means I'll be throwing up the 1 hour remaining clock. We'll adjust it if more side chatter comes into it. And we'll be finishing this stream with Dan D. Letter to Sarah. This is my first long form video, by the way. By long form, it's still only 2 minutes and 20 seconds long, but it was longer than any of my minute shorts I'd been creating up to that point.
That she denied ever being suicidal?
Yeah, I think she did.
And that in 1986, when she was admitted to Claremont, Dr. Levinson said that the suicide potential for the defendant was unlikely, but she could kill herself as a manipulative acting out gesture?
Yes.
Now, you've talked about anger and suicidal threats and a strong reaction to loss. These are all attributes of depression, according to your testimony.
I'm sorry, I missed part of
Anger,
that.
suicidal threats, strong reactions to loss. These are suicide. These are depression characteristics.
Yes,
Aren't they also borderline characteristics as well?
yes.
Who was it that you said you first got involved as a therapist rather than an evaluator of the defendant?
That's correct.
Who was it that got you involved?
Mr. Early?
The defense attorney did?
Yes.
Oh,
Detective Wolbefit, one more LZ for the chat.
Now, I just want to make
Welcome,
sure
Elizabeth.
on this. You're saying that people, in this case, the defendant was a borderline, she was histrionic and she had narcissistic tendencies, but she only came by these later in life. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that from what I have been able to glean from the people who knew her prior to 1983 and who describe her, you do not see evidence of somebody who was not functioning. You see a very functional person. In reading the marriage encounter, you see a very functioning person, her statements. And so it appears that these characteristics were not there prior to 1983.
So you're talking about, based on what the defendant wrote in that booklet of the marriage encounter, and whatever witnesses were interviewed about the defendant's life before 1983, you don't think she was a personality disorder before that time, was not histrionic or borderline or narcissistic?
What I said was that the manifestations of these personality disorders were not apparent before 1983 through the eyes of the people who knew her, who described her as tremendously well functional. And so that you have to come to grips with that in one way or another.
But then again, you're isolating your opinion to the data that you have. The however many people the defense talked to or wherever the information came from, you're limited in looking at that. You don't really know what happened with the defendant before 1983, do you?
That's correct, but it's a wide range of people, including school teachers that dealt with her regarding her children, friends who described her as very well functioning. At least one trained observer, Dr. Jacobson, who had some interaction with her in 1980 when she went with her daughter Lee to see Dr. Jacobson, also describes her as a very well-functioning person.
Did you talk to the? I'm sorry. Did you talk to the daughters and talk to them about what went on in the marriage before 1983?
No, but I.
Okay. Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
But I certainly read their statements.
Okay. And you saw nothing there to show any
Show
lack of function on her part before the marriage or before 1983.
No, don't. That's not what I'm.
Detective Wolbefit has clarified it's not an LZB, it's an LZEB.
I'm saying that you don't see the problems that would lead to a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder. You certainly see, and I am aware that there were problems and unhappiness much before 1983. And Mrs. Broderick talks about the fact that there was unhappiness in her life and in her marriage before 1983. She talked to me about that.
And she's talked to a lot of other people and said that her marriage was beautiful and wonderful before 1983. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And that would be an inconsistency, wouldn't it?
That is inconsistent. Yeah, but I'm sorry.
I think you answered the question.
All right.
You did talk to the defendant about the killings themselves, right?
Yes, as I described earlier.
And the defendant did tell you
subscriber
what she did when
update.
she went into that room, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
She stated that when I opened the door to this room, to the bedroom, basically, I never saw them. Just opened the door, and I wasn't even in the room. Linda moved, and I shot. Is that what the defendant told you?
As best that I can remember it, yes. Again, recalling, as I testified earlier, that I was not writing it, not able to write it word for word.
And you didn't ask her to stop and write it down more clearly?
That's correct. I did not.
You remember saying, I remember pulling the trigger once?
Do I remember her saying that?
Well, she did say that to you, according to your notes, didn't she?
I don't know. That's not in a quote, but that's my what I wrote down is what I felt I heard.
You did write down the words, "I remember pulling the trigger once," didn't you?
That's correct.
And you did write down the words, "I never saw them, just opened the door. I wasn't even in the room. Linda moved and I shot." Those are your words exactly, aren't they?
Those are my words, yes.
Okay. And you also wrote down that went in the room to go out the other door. Dan's on the floor. Puts his hands up. "Okay, okay, you got me." You wrote that?
Yes, I wrote that.
"Hit him on the hand because I didn't get him." You wrote that?
Yes.
"Pulled out the phone. I left the phone at the top of the stairs." Did you write that?
Yes.
And those are your best recollection. That's your best recollection of what the defendant said. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you skipped a line, but a sentence, but
"Pulled out the phone. He was just there and the phone was coming at me and I pulled."
right.
Did I skip anything else?
No, I think that's it. In terms of that paragraph.
And that's what the defendant told you.
As I said before, I was writing very quickly. She was talking very quickly. I was sentences behind her. This is my best effort.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect? Yes. The, you've worked at the jail before, is that correct?
That's correct. Well, what do you mean by working at the
Well, I
jail?
mean, you've been to the jail and visited people that are there, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when somebody admits to suicide in jail, they're put naked in a cell, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a reason why inmates at times may not want to tell somebody what they're feeling if they end up being naked in a cell. Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer that.
I could speculate on that.
I've dealt with many people who have ended up in a rubber room naked because they have said something about suicide, and typically it is something that's avoided. In my experience, it's something that's avoided at all costs because it's such a horrible thing to have happen to you. It's cold, you feel terribly exposed, you're alone, and it is a instant rapport breaker when you tell the jail that you think somebody is suicidal, because they always go into the rubber room.
And when Ms. Broderick was, from jail notes, admitted to the jail, she was put in this rubber room, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And when Dr. Robinson talked about her being fresh and well rested, that's coming out from very next day from the rubber room, isn't it?
Yes.
I take it that when you have somebody who has a hysterical reaction, you're going to see inappropriate affect.
Yes, you typically see inappropriate affect.
The questions were asked you about the Milan reading score, and there was some quotes that were given, asked you by the district attorney. Is there a caveat that, in fact, they even give with the score?
With the narrative, yes, they give a caveat
And what does the caveat tell you?
that you should not consider this as a report, and that it is hypotheses.
So we've heard about the Milan test. Just so you know, the Milan test is a 195-question self-report tool used by mental health professionals to assess personality disorders and clinical symptoms. The test takes roughly 25 to 30 minutes, is designed for adults undergoing evaluation for clinical mental health or in forensic settings. The purpose is to measure specific personality traits and clinical syndromes based on DSM-5 criteria. This is a self-report that can be completed online or on paper. It utilizes a base rate score rather than standard T-scores to reflect the prevalence of disorders, with a base rate score of 85 or higher, usually indicating a personality disorder. So that's the Milan test, or the Milan Overall Dementia Assessment. Milan Clinical Multiaxial Inventory. But the Milan Overall Dementia Assessment is a related test. We'll continue.
And that it needs to be interpreted by a trained clinician.
So, and it even indicates that you shouldn't even read it to the patient, doesn't it? Or the patient's family, because it can be so misleading.
Yes.
At the time when they score, you get a computer score. Anyone who scores high enough on a scale to be considered borderline, they would get the same printout. Is that correct?
That's correct. In other words, this is not tailored to the person specifically, but it's both an empirical test and a theoretically based test. So if you get a certain score, say on narcissism, then it goes into the computer bank. It's only 175 questions on the test. So it goes into the computer bank and it gives out different statements regarding narcissism. And no one person will fit every single one of those statements, and none of those statements will fit everybody who scores high on that scale. And that's why it has to be dealt with very carefully, because it can be very misleading.
Okay. And when you talked about manipulative, you talked about there's sociopathic manipulation, such as a con man that wants somebody to believe something that's not true. There's that kind of manipulation, isn't there?
That's true.
And then there's a manipulation that we have when we want people to feel a certain way.
Manipulation is one of those interesting words. It's loaded language. A lot of times you instantly think of a manipulator as bad, but realistically, all of us are manipulators. This was something like I work in a health support field for people who have different developmental disabilities or, later onset. Regardless, it's a lot of times the workers will talk about so-and-so, he likes to manipulate your time, or he likes to manipulate this. And we use the word kind of casually, but it has that connotation to it. And the reality is all of us, like, manipulating is just, in its very basic form, like you manipulate a spigot to turn the water, to get some water from underneath. If you were, that's manipulating something. So manipulation, like, it really is about how you're manipulating, why you're manipulating, that states to whether it's manipulating bad as opposed to just plain manipulation. But, you want your husband to be in a good mood when he comes home, so you might manipulate him by having his favorite dinner on the table. Not manipulation, but it's manipulation.
Well,
overall.
When you are trying to get attention and have somebody talk to you about problems you are having, or how you are feeling, that's kind of like called a manipulation. It's a cry for help. You're trying to get that person's attention and to get them to really listen.
Now, manipulation is, when you have that term, that's part of, manipulation can be part of a healthy personality.
Okay, interesting. I haven't pre-watched this, so I didn't know he was going to go there immediately after I paused to say something like this, but...
You mean, do healthy people ever use manipulation?
Yeah.
Yes, of course they do.
So, for instance, when you send somebody flowers, you may be trying to manipulate their feelings. Objection or irrelevant?
Overruled. Answer that.
Yes, that's true.
You never send me flowers.
Any one of these characteristics, we all use the...
Yeah, you're 100% right, Detective Wobbuffet, who says no psychomologist, but the DSM has changed a lot since the 70s. It's one of the things I remember learning from the Mindhunter show. One of the profilers, I think Anna Torrent. She's one of the profilers that helps out the two guys who start off as the FBI guys. And she's lesbian, and at that time the DSM classified it as a mental illness, and the FBI was concerned about or she was concerned about working with the FBI, knowing that the DSM, which she was incredibly capable, the character, knew psychology backward and forward, and also knew the DSM classified her as a deviant.
Different characteristics and all have some of these traits, so that they can be within the normal realm also.
Now, there was some questions asked about how somebody,
Okay. We'll pin that then.
what you viewed to determine, or what you looked at to determine whether these traits were present before 1983.
Correct.
Okay. And you gave some example of those.
Yes.
Okay. When you looked at the marriage encounters where the people were speaking in private to each other and their feelings and their problems in the marriage, did they do that in marriage encounters?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in Mr. Broderick's marriage encounter that was talking about the person being, that you would see all these tendencies about someone being just self-centered, not giving, all the things that were read?
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
Vague as to your personality you're talking about, Mr. Ray.
Betty's tired.
Well, first of all, Mr. Broderick's.
Irrelevant.
Still wearing the sweater.
How about Mrs. Broderick's encounter? Was that somebody who was self-centered, not caring about other people's feelings?
First few days of trial, she was changing her outfit each day. But ever since her testimony, she's locked into the peacock sweater.
Beyond the scope, number one, it has nothing to do with, she didn't write those words, he did.
Well, she's talking about Mrs. Broderick now, as I understand the question.
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, her concerns, as she wrote them in the marriage encounter, was for a loving, close family, better communication, mirroring to other people, love and a good marriage, and that they would grow closer, and that they would put wants aside and only talk about the things that they really needed. And they were just very strong values mentioned in there.
And when you talked about the one thing that you wanted materialistically, what was that?
She wanted a sofa so that they could sit together at the end of the day and really be close.
Aww. You just wanted to be close.
Surely the doctor has a scheduling problem. This is a good time to.
Yes, because it's going to be about 15 minutes, but I'll be able to finish up fairly quickly tomorrow morning.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, witnesses, like all the rest of us, have scheduling concerns, and when they don't know when they're going to testify and how long they're going to be here. So obviously we want to accommodate them. So for that reason, we're going to be recessing a little bit early today because she has another matter, the doctor has another matter at 4 o'clock, just so you know what's going on. We'll be in recess then now until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please remember the admonition. See you tomorrow at 9.
Okay, so we got a new outfit.
Dr. Francesca is present on the witness stand.
Brand new day. Prosecutor, she is rotating outfits. We've seen the Annie audition outfit before. Wearing her hair like Jane Fonda in 9 to 5, and her outfit is screaming, "Tomorrow, tomorrow, I'll have a new outfit tomorrow. It's only a day away."
Still under oath from yesterday, ma'am?
We got Mary on the stenographer. The guys get away with it. For all I know, they've worn the exact same suit every day, and I haven't mentioned shit about their fashion choices. Point. Men do have it easier.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, we had a matter come up unexpectedly this morning that I had to take care of before we resumed proceedings. So I apologize to you for the delay. And had I known we were going to be starting late, I would have excused you to a later point in time. But I
Judge is wearing the same outfit. I know that.
Didn't know about it till I got here this morning. So hope you understand. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
Doctor, there was some questions about the T-score, the 65 T-score, and correlating that to being the 65 percentile. Were you able to go to the literature to find out how a T-score relates to where a person would be in a percentile?
Which test was that?
Well, vague. Just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Okay. There was a test that was referred to in the T-score.
Love the tone of the judge is just, well, you can kind of tell that he's ready to let it go at that point. He's just kind of almost stalling for his legal reason for doing so. Well,
65, you remember that?
Yes.
And whose test was that?
That was a test called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. And the question was whether a T-score of 65 is the same thing as a percentile of 65. And we were talking about her score on the depression scale.
Okay. And do they in fact relate T-scores to percentile if you want that information?
Yes.
And what percentile, if we try to relate a T-score 65 to percentile, what percentile are we talking about?
That's the 95th percentile on the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2.
So that means that when we're talking about a scale of 0 to 100, she would fit at 95.
As far as a percentile, that's the 95th percentile.
Okay.
Well, they did the math.
You mentioned Dr. Nelson, and you some questions about reinterpreting, or you answered reinterpret his test scores. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And why was that done, or what did you mean by that?
Well, Dr. Nelson is a psychiatrist who saw Betty Broderick, and he had a psychologist administer Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, the same MMPI test. And then
of course, the MMPI.
When Dr. Nelson, the psychiatrist, was then interpreting the results of the MMPI, he was the one that interpreted it as a 65th percentile, and it should have been 65th T-score of 65, percentile of 95.
Okay. There was some questions asked you about the Milan test. Is there a warning that comes with the Milan test?
A caveat, and a warning.
Well, sustained.
Well, could you read that caveat?
Ask Nancy.
I've had her.
Well,
she's read the caveat.
I think she's read it
before.
Yeah, she read it when he asked her.
I don't recall that. She's read it. She can read it. Go ahead, read it again.
Right.
Go ahead, read it again. But the warning is just that it's about tendencies.
MMPI or the
Milan.
She read that at length before the jury.
No, I didn't.
I don't recall her reading it, so go ahead.
I thought she did read it. But I guess
she explained it. She testified.
Well, that's different than reading it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Based on theoretical inferences and probabilistic data from actuarial research, the MCMI-2 report cannot be judged definitive. It must be viewed as only one facet of a comprehensive psychological assessment and should be evaluated in conjunction with additional clinical data. For example, current life circumstances, observed behavior, biographic history, interview responses, and information from other tests. To avoid its misconstrual or misuse, the report should be evaluated by mental health clinicians trained in recognizing the strengths and limitations of psychological test data. Given its limited database and pathologic focus, the report should not be shown to
Hey,
patients
Luther
or their
Rose.
relatives.
And I take it that there was some indications in the report that after the doctors looked at the person's Mrs. Broderick's current life situation, other factors either changed or upgraded her condition.
Objection, that does not actually state the records.
Well, overruled. You can answer that.
I think what happened was that the psychiatrist.
Objection as to the doctor's speculation as to what did or did not happen.
Non-response is sustained.
Now, there were some questions about Mrs. Broderick's function.
What's your malfunction, dude?
Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, they were not questions, they were facts.
Well,
Your Honor, that's for the jury.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
Is depression all pervasive?
Objection, paid.
Overruled. You can answer that.
No, depression does not necessarily manifest itself to other people all the time, and a person is at times able to get themselves together, go out and do things, even though they are in a depressed state.
Are there people that you see that are highly functional who can be classified as having major depression, manic depressive?
Certainly, many people who are highly successful have diagnoses of manic depressive disorder, successful people in all walks of life. An example from history is Winston Churchill was diagnosed as having manic depressive disorder.
And are there times that you see that
Your nickname shall forever be Lurkin Luther Rose. Thank you for lurking and stopping in to say hi and reminding people to hit that like button.
people do things to
Lurkin
at
Luther
least alleviate depression or deal with it so that they can present themselves to other people?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see, was there anything that you saw in this case as to something that...
Or do we like Luther the Lucca? Oh, that's harder to say. You guys will probably like Luther the Lucca. Oh, yeah. Pull. The one that's easy to say, Lurkin Luther, or Luther the Lurca.
That Elizabeth Broderick would do to help deal with the depression at any time of the day.
Objection, ask and answer as goes to this masking concept. Overruled, you can answer that.
She did a lot of things to try to snap out of the depression, put herself together. She joined organizations. She would go out shopping, spending money. That's something that frequently people do to try to make themselves feel better. Oftentimes, a friend will say, take a trip, pull yourself together. She did that. She tried taking trips. For example, she went to Tahiti, but what happened was she said she was, sitting on the beach and feeling worse than she did at home. And so, as often happens, these are just very superficial remedies. They don't solve the problem. They might work for a little while, but then the person plummets back into a depression, which Mrs. Broderick explained to me would happen with her as well.
Was she doing something on a daily habit in the morning or in the evening to...
Mrs. Broderick talked about the way that she dealt with her depression, or at least what helped her get going, was her walks on the beach. She would, in the morning, get up, walk on the beach, get some fresh air. She would feel better, and that would help her be able to face her day better.
There was some questions about, did Mrs. Broderick have talents and interests?
Detective Wolbefett asks for a, it looks like a special request. We'll treat this like a super chat. That speech, we will fight on the beaches. We will fight on the landing ground. We will never surrender.
That you were asked about.
I was lost.
Does the fact that she has talents and interests make it so that she would not have any of the disorders you talked about, or depression?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, I think it's very clear that Mrs. Broderick has the raw material to, number one, have a self-identity and have purpose and have direction. She's multi-talented, she's very bright, but she doesn't have self-confidence. She will say, I'm the greatest mother, I'm the greatest this, and I'm the greatest that, but typically people who say that don't really believe it, and Mrs. Broderick doesn't believe it. She is not a passive woman, but she's a very emotionally independent woman. She spent most of her marriage acquiescing to Dan's Broderick's judgment.
Excuse me, Doc. Opposite. She's gone beyond answering the question.
Okay. Does a long-term marriage where you're acquiescing to the other person and quieting the voice, does that make it difficult for people to find their own identity?
Overruled.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because you have the habit of deferring to someone else. You don't develop a sense of confidence in your own opinions and your own judgment. You develop the habit of having to have everything blessed or acknowledged by the other person, so that you might think this is good and this is important, but unless the other person says you're right, this is good and this is important, you don't really believe it. You spend time trying to convince that other person that what you're doing has merit. And when they do agree with you, then you can feel good about yourself.
There was some questions asked about some statements that Elizabeth Broderick would make as to, at one time, the marriage being good, at another time saying the marriage was bad. What would be the reasons for that?
Well,
Pure speculation. Overruled.
You see something similar to that in people just in general. For example, when you have a friendship And if you talk about that friend, you talk about the good things about the friend. You don't even think about the bad things about the friend. But if that friendship breaks up, then you start thinking about the bad qualities that other person has, and you start talking about them. Under a stressful condition, like a breakup of a partnership or a lawsuit or any type of stressful condition, the whole dynamic becomes exaggerated. So you might not only say bad things about the person and talk about their bad traits, but you might focus on them tremendously.
Exactly. I bet he's a much better I know the word before I start talking. She's much better at breaking down the faults of others than she is breaking down, like, looking internally. She could probably, you know, without taking a breath, think of 50 different things that Dan needed to improve or did wrong to her. And if she was asked, you know, and can you give me 3 of your own that, you know, anything, you know, I just work too hard. I just, you know, love my kids too much. And, you know, just, I can't think of a third.
So that what you see that she's doing is not so unusual, but it is exaggerated. It's much more than you see in daily life because of the stress of the situation.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Burkhoff? Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, when you were talking about the defendant going...
It's the first time I've actually heard his name, so he's Mr. Burkhoff. Mr. Burkhoff. Doesn't rhyme with anything that starts with a J, but he's just Mr. Burkhoff.
Into the observation cell with Mr. Early. Remember talking about that?
I was terrible in school. If anyone had a name that could be made fun of, and then I realized that I should use my talents for good and just make fun of bullies. But Mr. Burkhoff would have been called a nickname in my school.
The observation cell, you mean where they go for a suicide watch?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that she went in that observation cell sometime late in the evening of the 5th and came out in the morning of the 6th?
Yes, that's true.
And when she came out, she was spoken to by Louise Heinz.
That's correct.
And when Ms. Heinz asked the defendant if she still felt that she might be suicidal, the defendant said the situation is resolved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, this 86 Milan test that you talked about, how we have to be careful in interpreting it. Isn't it true that the Milan test in 1986 was interpreted by a trained clinician?
Yes, it was interpreted by Dr. Louis Nydorf. And
Interpreted, yes, by a trained clinician, but the test itself is a self-reporting test. So it's, you know, like any of us could be given a multiple choice test and I'm going to give this answer there. I'm going to give this one here. To a large degree, taking those kind of tests, the easiest answer is the one that makes sense to you, like the other ones don't, and then that's how they end up getting to the result. But you've got to think that Betty was aware of what these tests were and what certain questions' answers should be in order to get a lower score on said standardized test.
And Dr. Gary Levinson.
Right. And they found the test to be valid, didn't they?
Hey, care for JC.
What do you mean by?
Yeah, we've had a good time at her hair expense. Care for JC may just be coming in towards the end of the chat. We'll just do a quick summary on the hair fun we've had with her expense. At first, people were talking about a windstorm, but then we had to clarify that people paid for this in the 90s. She probably knew she would be on TV and specifically asked for this and was quite happy with how it looked. I likened it to the wig that the wig salesman or the toupee salesman was wearing that was trying to sell George Costanza a wig when Jerry said, you know, this guy's not helping you, George. You know who's not helping? You're not helping. I think he looks a lot better. Anyway, I think that's pretty much all the fun we had with her hairstyle. Oh, and that she looks like Richard Belzer.
Valid.
Well, they didn't see anything in terms of malingering or anything that would cause them not to believe the test. Is that correct?
Well, there's no place in any of the notes, in any of the documents that I read.
Mandy's got no spaces. Like all the my spaces took Mandy's spaces because she no longer has the space bar.
That anybody referred to whether the
Dorgan likes her hair. You know, in some ways, it looks like a very, bouncy Rachel Maddow. Like, if Rachel Maddow was getting decked out for a do, I could see this being the hair that she did. If you're from outside of the North America, she's a news anchor, or now she's a news personality. She started delivering the news, but very, no nonsense, almost always just wears the same blazer and doesn't buy into all the beauty standards of TV. Just comes out looking fairly plain, but I could see that being Rachel Maddow with an updo.
The Milan test reflected what they saw, and in fact...
So in other words, Dr. your answer is...
Mr. Jerkoff.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Well,
And in fact, if you let me finish...
No, I'm sorry, but I just like you to listen to my question, then you can, if you can't answer yes or no, then just tell me if you don't feel comfortable. The hospital staff at Claremont did rely on this Milan test, didn't they?
Andy's got blood on her keyboard and it's sticking to the space bar.
It doesn't state if they relied on it or not. You can draw your own conclusions, but it doesn't state that.
Didn't Dr. Levinson, the psychiatrist that examined the defendant, rely on the Milan test?
I don't know if he did. I'm assuming that he read it and relied on it.
So he didn't rely on the Milan test, is that correct?
I think he considered it. I'm assuming that he considered it.
And if he thought it was invalid, he wouldn't have relied on it, would he?
Well, that's difficult for me to answer with a yes or no.
Then don't answer.
Okay.
Let me show you part of Dr. Levinson's report here at Claremont Hospital. Why don't you read that paragraph there and see whether or not he relied on the Milan test.
Is this Dr. Levinson's
Yeah, the next
report?
page has the signature.
Okay. Yes, he did rely on it.
Okay. So he didn't see anything wrong with the Milan test, did he?
Well, I don't think you can make that statement.
Okay.
I disagree with that.
Okay. And after reviewing the Milan test, didn't Dr. Levinson diagnose the defendant as borderline?
On axis 2, yes.
And didn't he also see a pervasive personality disorder with histrionic, antisocial, and borderline features?
No, I think he's quoting from the Milan when he's talking there. He diagnosed her as a borderline personality disorder.
Doesn't he say the other primary diagnosis noted was a pervasive personality disorder?
That's a direct quote from the test, I believe.
It is?
Yes.
And he didn't disagree with that, I take it.
Well, his diagnosis was on axis 1, a bipolar manic depressive disorder, and on
That's
axis 2, a borderline personality disorder.
Right, and he didn't disagree with Milan's finding that she was bipolar, that she was, or strike that she was borderline, that she was histrionic, she was antisocial. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That's a misreading of the diagnosis.
Doesn't he say the other primary diagnosis was a
Billie Jean, who was in chat as not my lover.
disorder with histrionic, antisocial, and borderline features? Doesn't he say that?
Those aren't his words. He's quoting from the test. Obviously,
It's gonna be
he disagreed
impossible.
with that diagnosis because he didn't give her that diagnosis.
It's going to be impossible for people on the replay to figure out without having the live chat replay on. But Billie Jean, who is not my lover, has just realized the true identity of Pretend Son, and Detective Wolbefit is loving it.
He gave her this diagnosis, which is different from that one.
From my understanding, she had to invent Pretend Son so that the judge would treat her with the respect of having a pretend son here in the chat with her. That's what I understand correctly.
So
Pretend Son gets in trouble a lot, though. We'll go back because I'm stepping on the testimony and we don't watch anyway. 14. chat stuff. But watch the live chat replay. If you're watching it on replay and you're invested, you're here, you got the video up anyway, throw up the live chat replay. Find out what the hell everyone's talking about. It's one of the funnest chats going on YouTube right now. We're going 35 years in the past, bringing the sensibility of today. Join us, even if it's on a replay crew.
Obviously, he disagreed with that diagnosis because he didn't give her that diagnosis. He gave her this diagnosis, which is different from that one. So I'm inferring from that he disagreed with that. He gave her a diagnosis, axis 2, borderline personality disorder, period. He gave her a diagnosis, axis 1, bipolar affective disorder. I'm sorry. Bipolar affective disorder, mixed type, hypomanic phase. So his diagnosis is different from what he is quoting from the Milan.
Luther the Lurker.
But he's still diagnosed.
Still out there, Luther?
That's correct.
You are now dubbed Luther the Lurker in the
And you're saying
chat.
that the Milan did show her to be
It's the best I've said it yet.
have the antisocial, histrionic, and borderline features.
I didn't say that the Milan showed her to be that. I said, I think very clearly that what you get from the Milan are hypotheses. And some of the hypotheses included somatization disorder, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, antisocial characteristics. Dr. Levinson looked at that and he selected bipolar disorder and borderline disorder.
So you're saying that the Milan does not show anything determinative, it just shows hypotheses.
That's correct, and that's what I read in the caveat.
And that would include Dr. Friedman's testing that you relied on as well. Those would be hypotheses.
That's correct.
And that would also be the MMPI. Those would be hypotheses.
That's correct.
So when you say the defendant has a depression as shown in the testing that was administered by Dr. Friedman and relied upon by yourself, that would be hypotheses as to the testing and what it showed.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, defense counsel talked about manipulation in, I guess, the perspective of the way histrionics and borderlines manipulate. And he talked about sending flowers and how that might be a manipulation. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
His questions. Are we saying that that's the way borderlines and histrionics manipulate? They send people flowers?
I think that is a description of a normal type of manipulation, not a pathological type of.
Yeah. Psychopaths can send flowers, and so can normal people. I remember that actually with an early girlfriend. I bought flowers and like something from the bakery, just, going over to visit. And I think it was in my early 20s. Anyway, it set off this whole chain that I didn't realize, and it had to do, I guess, past boyfriends that had cheated on her would usually come with a surprise. So now, an unannounced surprise, if it wasn't a birthday, if it wasn't a gift-giving occasion, it was viewed with suspicion. And I was like, I just got it because I got off the bus, I walked by the bakery, saw the flower store, and got those things for you on the way here. Don't worry, I won't do that again. No, it's beautiful. Anyway, it's one of those formative experiences in life. Never buy flowers. That's what I learned from that.
Manipulation.
And when a borderline or a histrionic manipulates, it's a much more different type of manipulation. Isn't that correct?
Well, when you're talking about manipulation and saying, and this is a symptom of a disorder, you're talking about it in a way that's exaggerated. It's more than normal. So it might involve sending flowers, but it would be, you would be inferring from that there's some pathological process going on.
Pathological meaning that either hurts the person or it can hurt other people. Isn't that correct?
Well, that it's exaggerated from normal, not necessarily that it hurts the person or it hurts others, although it may.
Well, pathological means bad, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't mean bad. It means sick.
Sick. And it also means that it could hurt other people. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think you're taking that out of context.
Okay. Are you saying that borderlines and histrionics don't hurt other people with their manipulation?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. And borderlines don't need to feel powerless, do they, before they get angry?
Say that again.
Well, there was some questioning by the defense attorney about powerlessness, and that I think you agreed to some extent, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that borderlines, when they feel powerless, they get mad. Is that what you testified to, or am I misstating that?
Well, I think that's an oversimplification.
Okay. So borderlines don't have to feel powerless to get angry, do they?
No, not at all.
In fact, that's one of the hallmarks of the borderline personality, that a very it is not overruled. Isn't one of the hallmarks of borderlines that a very small slight, or maybe something that wouldn't even be taken as a slight or an insult by other people, borderlines react with rage, hostility, and inappropriate anger.
That is something that you will see in a borderline personality disorder, that they're very reactive, and the slight or the provocation will not be obviously or objectively that great.
But,
So it's,
but the answer, but I guess my question was, don't borderlines interacting with somebody else, and the other person says something that's innocuous, don't borderlines often just fly off the handle as a result of that?
I would disagree with the word often. It would certainly depend upon the situation and the amount of stress in the person's life and what else is going on. So that if you're working with someone who has a borderline personality disorder.
No, is your answer no to that?
No, I just disagreed with your
Disagree with
use
what I
of the word often.
Okay. Isn't that one of the diagnostic criteria, though, for borderline?
Absolutely, absolutely. It was just the way you phrased that I thought was misleading.
Well, they do it enough so that that's one of the, they fly off the handle enough, so that's one of the diagnostic criteria.
That's correct.
Okay. I take it you did read Dr. Nelson's notes?
Yes, I did read Dr. Nelson's notes.
He was the defendant psychiatrist for a period of years.
I read Dr. Nelson's notes.
He was the defendant psychiatrist for a period of years.
I don't know if I'd have to refer to my notes to see how long he saw her and what years, but he certainly knew her over a span of years.
Knew her fairly well.
I don't know about that, but he knew her.
Just posting my Linda tribute
Did
short
Dr. Nelson
in
see
the
the
chat.
defendant 20 times between February of 1987 and July of 1989. Would you quarrel with those dates?
No, I think that's what I remember.
Didn't he say that, and did you consider that?
Not
the
Linda from
defendant
this trial.
Says that she's so mad at Dan, well, his assessment of the defendant was.
If you're familiar with SKR, who does long-form Sarah Boone content, there's Linda the Train that is constantly saying hello during his live streams. I have to admit, when I first heard it, I thought that was the sound effect he was putting in, and that was meant for us to like think about what just happened. Like, Linda's saying something. Thank you, Linda. And I thought, I really put forth some extra mental effort to try and figure out what the Linda message was. I was like, that's smart of him not to say what the question is, because then it makes me think of a question. Then I realized that they were ambient sounds that were part of his recording. So, but that said, so I've posted a link, and I'm just going to talk for a minute. So anyone who wants to watch that link can watch the link, and I'll talk about Linda for now. But I'll watch the clock and make sure I'm only talking for a little bit more than a minute. That way, if you want to watch the link, you can go watch it. You're not going to miss anything. I won't start the testimony until you come back. And if you don't leave, well, you're stuck listening to a minute of Linda, me talking about Linda the Train in the SKR videos. So I decided to do a Johnny Cash impression, and it was to Folsom County Prison, just as I was starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with the fact that people liked my shorts. So I created this short about the Lowell Prison Blues, and I stood in my shower and sung with as low a voice as I could, and I just kind of did flashes. It was the first time I was on camera as far as my image for this channel, so that's kind of an interesting historical moment. But yeah, flashed up, but it was more about how Sarah was just growing old in prison and would constantly be hearing the sound of Linda Train whistling by her, in the same way that the character of Johnny Cash's song is reminded by the steady train whistles that that's the outside world and you're inside, and your only connection to the outside world is when you hear that whistle blowing. Yeah. Anyway, that was that. Thank you for enjoying the short. If you enjoyed it, if you stuck around, you missed it. It'll be there in the chat, but Now you can go watch it and then just skip past this part of the chat if you want to come back.
That she was so mad at Dan and that it interferes with the resolution of the issues.
Yes.
And he also says that the defendant projects and blames, sees things in black and white.
Izzy Mom is back with us. Welcome.
Yes. Good. I see where you're reading so that I can read along with you.
Care for JC loves SKR's friends. Kelia is still 20 minutes behind. Kelia, you might not catch up tonight, but it's great to see you in the chat. Although you're not going to hear this because you're behind. Well, when you get here, you'll be excited to hear that I'm excited to know that you're coming. Hopefully, you're caught up enough to see that we'll be doing some extra Sarah Boone content. I would recommend just kind of fast forwarding to that. You don't need to catch up to the Sarah Boone content. Maybe somebody can mention that in the chat. Or at least when we get to it, when we get to the end, because we're close to the end. There's only 4 minutes left of her testimony. So when we get there, let Kelia know, come live, and then return to where she was. We'll all enjoy the little bit of Sarah Boone rewatch together. If Mandy's still here, I hope 13 Mandy's still here. We're doing it for her because she was asking a little bit about third rail. That sent me off on a rant, and then I said, no, I'm going to be disciplined. We'll talk about it at the end of the show. So if they're not here, then we'll just set it up, and Mandy can catch it on the replay. Elizabeth has a number of train relatives of Linda passing by her house. I think with the headset on, you're not going to hear. I have a couple of planes a day. But
these notes, but I can read along with this.
Okay.
Fantastic. Care for JC liked it.
Are those Dr. Nelson's notes, copies of?
Dr. Nelson's notes, sometime I'll show the defense counsel.
Show it to him first.
Kelia's getting in on the wig. This is her hair, and she paid a lot of money to have it teased up and out.
So she did say that she...
Peter Boyle is the judge.
Dan's got, is that correct?
That's
According to Dr. Nelson?
According to Dr. Nelson, yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
And depending on what was going on in either the court hearings or visitation, may reflect her feelings. This would be the splitting we talked about Dan at the time.
Objection, it counts as speculation. It's also beyond the scope of a recross.
Well, sustained on the last round.
Gave 3. Okay, I'll give you on the last one.
Yeah. Redirect, she spoke themselves. Beyond scope of redirect.
I just asked. The last question that was asked was about this note here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking, you understand that, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be an example? Do you know what was going on in Elizabeth Broderick's life or child custody or anything else surrounding that event when she made that statement?
Well, and yes, in terms of the what had been going
Well,
on
we've
all
got
along.
some latecomers just getting in.
But you don't know what
Getting here for the
specific
Sarah
day
Boone
was
stuff, though. That's cool.
correct. I don't know that.
Okay, you don't know what might have happened, what phone calls she might have gotten, how she feels.
Hey, somebody tell Kelia to get live.
And Elizabeth Broderick will talk with, when she makes a statement, it'll be.
Objection.
Skip forward, Kelia. You can go back to the past. In the past, we need you to go 88 miles an hour to the future.
Is that a statement that would be unusual given what your diagnosis and how she looks at her world around her?
No, that's not abnormal.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross.
No, you're right.
Witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's it. We'll let who's this? We'll let the beginning of the next testimony run just so we can figure out who it's going to be. Whoa, that's a new sound. Oh, it's because it's the 4th of July on the day that they're rebroadcasting it. That's their 4th of July music. That's a hairstyle. Well, she looks like she could be fun. Oh, every pause works for her. She's going to be a fun one. We'll have to pause often. Okay, where does it start? My scrolling finger isn't working nearly as well on this video. Okay, let's just play it out. Hopefully it doesn't. It's disappearing on me. Okay, well, we'll let that go. See, I knew this was going to come. Oh, there we go. We'll join us live for the post show SB content. There, Kelly, we'll see that. Okay. Who are you?
Morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, do you know the lady at in the council table, Betty Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And how did you happen to meet Mrs. Broderick?
I had placed a number of ads in local San Diego newspapers. This was in July of 1988, and she responded to the ad.
Okay. And
this is Lucy Pearden. It doesn't say who Lucy Pearden is below. We'll listen just for a couple more seconds to kind of get the connection. Perfect, Kelly. Yeah, we're going to do just a tiny bit of Sarah Boone content. We're almost at the end of the stream, but I knew you didn't need any catch up on that. Is Mandy, is 13 Mandy still here?
Should I describe the ad for you?
Yeah,
no,
tell
that's
us.
okay.
Aw.
And did you make some arrangements, living arrangements, after talking to her?
Yes, I was looking for an exchange, a situation. I needed a place for myself and my daughter. I was willing to exchange light housekeeping for a place for us.
Okay, so she is Betty's au pair, and her daughter moved in with Betty. This is still part of the defense case. We have Lucy Pearden, Judge Anthony Joseph, Judge Joseph Howard, Officer William Sweeney, and Betty's friends, all listed for testimony tomorrow. 4 hours and 24 minutes of testimony in this video. So I think that's going to be at least a 6-hour show, considering it's almost the exact length of today's show. Let me just switch it to a... There we go. We're into bonus content time now. But yeah, since that's the same length as today's video, and today's show is 6 hours and 17 minutes before we move into this bonus content, it looks like you can expect the same tomorrow. If Danielle Siobhan is doing a Sunday Fun Day, she usually goes at 7 a.m. So if you're watching that, watch it, because I'll start at 8 a.m. She's usually done after 45 to 50 minutes, so give you a little time to get a little breakfast and get ready for the next bit. It's a long day, so I want to start a little bit early. That'll get us done by about 2 p.m. Then I'll get some sleep for my overnight shift. We'll do a couple of shorter days. I think even the Tuesday stream is going to start at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time and only go for 2 hours. I have a staff meeting after my 12-hour shift, so that's going to be a tight day, but I'm not willing to skip a day this late in the marathon. We are close, so what I'll do is just finagle it by doing a little bit more on the Monday stream when I get home from the Sunday shift, and we'll be done all of this starting on... This will be finished, the big finale, Saturday, May 2nd. So we'll start a little earlier that night, just so that we can...
Here's the assignment.
There we go. Just so that we can enjoy some extra coverage, any extra videos I have about Betty Broderick. We'll watch, we'll talk, we'll discuss the case, we'll discuss the verdict. We'll do all of our comparisons and that sort of thing. Okay, I don't see 13 Mandy here in the chat, but I'm sure she will join on the replay. What came up in the chat was a little talk about third rail, and it, got me out of sorts a little bit. I left the wrong screen up. I ranted for a little while and just watched the trial with the trial and the box in the corner, same box that's up there now. But I said, no, we'll come back. I'll show you. And then she said, well, those guys, the letter where she told Sarah, what's what and how many, that was pretty good. And I agreed, there was some good stuff in that letter, but I disagreed because I also think that letter, well, could be based on this letter. So Suma, this is one of my first videos that wasn't a short. Suma had asked her listeners, her viewers, write a 200-word letter to Sarah Boone. If you were to write one, put it in the comments. Tell me what it is. And I was inspired by this, and this was one of the ones where I was like, you know what? Maybe I can do more than a minute. Maybe I can do something all out of my own head. And then first thing I did is clip Suma to start my video with, because who wouldn't start a video with Suma at the beginning? That's a good way to get past that first 5-second barrier of people watching your video. But let's just watch. And the reason I cite this is because I wrote this letter before any letter got published from any documentarians to any inmates. And I suspect that this letter was so good it gave them the idea to come up with a letter and, retroactively write a letter to address the concerns of the viewers that were like, how can you guys be friends with her? Oh, no, we weren't friends. I wrote her this sternly worded letter. So let's listen to my letter and then we can talk about it and see how that goes.
Here's the assignment, the project, the assignment that you don't have to do, but I would like us all to do it. It's going to be hard because we're limited. If you had to write Sarah Boone a letter and keep it to 200 words or below, what would you say?
I eat wings whenever I want, and burgers. Sometimes together I call it my burger wings meal. Sometimes I get 2 orders of wings. I call it a wings meal. I don't even wait until Friday, or for Brian to give me money, give me money, give me money. Do you want to know, please, why this is happening? Why are you getting hundreds of 200-word letters from Summa Cum Loudmouth fans? It's because George is dead. It's because George is dead. I don't think you understand, please, exactly who you are. You are not an excellent mother to your son. You don't even excel at lying, yet clearly very practiced in the art of. We call those hanging prepositions, Sarah. So please, I'll leave it like this. I'm leaving it like this. You are perhaps the most openly malicious criminal to have recorded her own crime, then rejected a plea offer in exchange for a life sentence. Your hubris is exceeded by your mediocrity. The only good that has come from your enigmatic life is how you have brought a community of true crime fans together in our shared hatred of you, like a sort of kintsugi. Like if ugh was an emotion, we collectively ugh whenever we see you, and it brings us together. I laugh. Summa laughs. It is funny. We both are laughing. The organized crime that is social media is all laughing at you. 3-point back. This was the perfect length, but now I'm over by 10.
All right, that was my over by 10-10-7-7 letter. Oh, this is one of the first times I used my fine and dandy too.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Thank you for that plug, Sarah. I appreciate it. See, that's how you get content from Sarah. You don't need to go and give her money, and, you know, load up her expense account. You can just take her information. You could take her audio and do what you want with it. So I don't know what they really gained aside from getting her to say different words, but all of her words are equally stupid. So it's not like the new conversations are any less or more dumb than the conversations that we'd get if we were, you know, able to get her Florida jail calls like the ones from the prison rather than from the people who edit them before they publish them. So that's what I have to say about that. Since we've got the chat open, if anybody has any questions, I'll answer. We'll do a live Q&A right now. It's not great Q&A because I'm on a 10-minute lag latency, so I might just say, oh, well, there's no more questions, wrap it up, and then see the questions popping in. But what else can we do? We can talk about the stream schedule while I'm giving a chance for any questions to come in related to Third Rail, to Sarah, to the Betty Broderick Marathon. Just go ahead with the schedule here. I'm looking at 9:30 a.m. No, I'm not. I'm looking at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific time. And then if we're basing that off of now, it's basically 12 hours from now minus a half hour, 11 and a half hours from this point. So if you don't know how to do all your conversions, just look at the time now and change it from AM to PM. We'll probably be on right around that time. I have... Okay, we'll go back a little bit. I'll read the comments after they build up from there. Then Monday morning, we're looking at 9:30 a.m. So that'll be an hour and a half later than whatever time we start tomorrow. On the Tuesday, I'm going to start as late as 11 a.m. We're just going to go for a couple of hours. It'll be whatever we can't get through on Monday morning. Then on Wednesday, Dr. Park Debts. I think we're going to start at 2 p.m. on Wednesday and turn it into a primetime stream instead of a morning stream. So I'll come home from work, I'll have a little nap, re-energize, refresh. 6 hours of Dr. Park Debts. Thursday, same thing. We'll go 2 p.m., which is the same time we started this stream today. That's the state close. Is it state? Yeah, just the state close. My God, it's 6 hours? The remaining closes, so both the state and defense. It can't be just the state. The defense goes first. Anyway, I have Thursday scheduled for the closing arguments, Friday for the remainder of closing arguments, jury instructions, and the verdict. That one will start even earlier. I'll go 1 p.m. on the Friday. And then our Saturday finale, Saturday, May 2nd, verdict and sentencing. There won't be any hiccups. There won't be any, court delays. There won't be any, the jury's out deliberating. Now we have to wait 7 days. Where are you, Judge Jackson? We're going to get it. Am I an hour? I might be an hour off. BC got rid of daylight savings. So BC we're doing our own thing now. We just decided it's not changing ever. The time is the time. So there's Pacific time in BC. But whatever it is, it says to me right now, it's 8:27 in the Pacific. I'm going to start this stream 11 and a half hours from now. So whatever 11 and a half hours from now is for you, it should be the same 11 and a half hours, even if my math is wrong. I've decided that's how I'm going to start announcing the rest of the Betty Broderick streams instead of so if you want to know what time tomorrow's stream is, I'll just figure out the math on how far it is from when this one's ending. Because I usually schedule them within the first 15 minutes of this ending. So there's that. Meowgarita is here. I just finished my last slice of Meowgarita pizza. That was my big dinner last night. It was my single slice of leftovers tonight. Dabs for Dummies, thank you for joining into the chat. I appreciate you saying hello. I have a feeling you've been listening in quietly and appreciate the quick hello at the end. Okay, so I haven't gotten too far. I'm not out of line on my third rail coverage. I just don't think that they bring a lot to the conversation. I really wish that, so however they got the content, I could let that go if they weren't trying to be Tanikas in the space. They're trying to build like this community of people. I guess everyone's entitled to do that. But when you start your relationship with the Sarah Boone community by spending a year of befriending her, you've got to understand why people are skeptical about your involvement in creating content that sure is going to make money off her. I've made a little bit of money. Thank you so much for the memberships. That's the only, I'm not on AdSense yet because I'm still trying to get to the 1,000 subscribers, but yeah, I've made a little bit of money, and it's probably because people have laughed at the things I've had to say about Sarah. I don't feel bad about that because I didn't give Sarah any money in order to create that content. I didn't, say, hey, say some funny shit that I can sell on Mondays to people at $3 a pop. I looked at the existing funny shit she said, made content based on it, and, I've created a pretty cool community of people that like laughing at her. And those are the kind of people that I want to spend my time with. So, but yeah, I think they're a little bit jealous of the fact that the other Sarah Boone communities have welcoming members that support them in their creation journey, where, they're rightfully, have skeptical consumers, and some of them are a little bloodthirsty even. And it's, and I'm not castigating anyone who's into the content, because there's a lot of people that I know watch my content and theirs. I can see, I get, my analytics page shows that people are watching third rail videos and being suggested my videos and watching my videos. So, I know there's crossover. I don't begrudge that, but I think that they misunderstand their audience and, are taking offense to the fact that they're not looked on as, benevolent creators. And I'm not claiming to be one, but if they want that, they're never going to get that from their role in the Sarah Boone affair. When you come in, kind of exposed, and full credit to Tanika for getting those tablet messages and exposing that relationship in real time. But yeah, they're never going to have that relationship with the community. Kentu Sukaroi. Speaking of community, Kentu Sukaroi took a name thanks to this community vote. We had 16 different names that got mentioned in a summa cum loudmouth chat. She she agreed to go with the one that you guys voted for on the polls, and yeah, Kentu Sukaroi rose to the top of the pack. So yeah, I think not only opportunists though, because I was going to get to, there's a world, and let me just explain the comment I'm referring to. Meowgarita says they're opportunists building on Tanika's work. And in that sense, so am I, because I, come to the party lately. Again, the difference is I'm an opportunist that, saw a way to do something unique and different from what Tanika's doing, different from everyone else as far as I'm, there's elements we're definitely covering the same material, but I'm my own person. I think that they thought that they could just come in and be this, the same way that Tanika read tablet messages, they would just release phone calls and people would be, falling all over themselves to, oh, you guys are amazing. I love you, putting hearts in the comments, and, that it would be this, this ride to not only money, but an ego boost. And they seem really bitter about it, which I think is funny. I'm really amused by that. What else do we have to say? Oh, so yeah, how the content, if they didn't try and build a relationship, so let's say, they did all this, and at the end of the day, they're like, oh, fuck, we kind of fucked up. She's, we should have never gotten involved. We made a big mistake. And all we have is this library of tapes. Then maybe reach out to some of the creators in the field, or even just put all the raw tapes, with the bleeps that need to be there, but just put them on a site with no commentary and say, use them, collaborate. Like if you're using our material, we expect 50% of, the views, the revenue, everything that goes with that. and YouTube has a system for allowing that. And they could accept collab links from all the creators who want to make content, whether it's critical of them or not. They'd make the same money per view, and they would get way more reach by having creative creators creating material from their stuff, as opposed to them trying to, do their first videos. Like, could you imagine if they created a documentary with the editing skills of their phone call videos and it was released on Netflix? How panned it would be. Like, it would just be bad. It would be funny. I would watch that, but just for the car crash appeal. All right, now let's go back. Let's read what the chat's saying, because I've kind of been going off on my own. Cola time. Pizza miracle. Stop drinking them? No, okay, so that's... Got Margarita. Okay, perfect. Kintu Sukuroi made it for the live, and perfect timing if you're in here for the chat at the end, because this is going to be real community type finish chat here, and then we'll get back to the Betty Broderick trial tomorrow. Not My Lover says, I have zero respect for them. I think they're clowns. Yeah, I don't have respect for them as creators at all, and I do kind of respect their grift. They seem like they're, pretty steady. They're always, got something on the go, but I'm not impressed by any individual grift. It is not much of a creative community. They can't even do it chronologically, Melody Kate says. Yeah, chronologically, I call it chrono-illogically released videos. There would be a certain, okay, let me go back. They're released chronologically for a reason, and it seems like each phone call was meant to respond to community sentiment at the time they were released. I was kind of following it in the abstract more when it first started, and it felt like they'd release a call, then there would be, criticism in the comments, and then the next call would be from a wildly different point of time, but it's like, oh, but this one shows that, we're not X. And it's like, yeah, but that call is all, crazy Y stuff. And then all of a sudden something comes out, no, we're not Y. Look, this is all Z. And it's like almost like that game, that shell game, where you've got the shells and Price is Right. They're always kind of just moving the ball around. And it's like, well, forget about that. We're not even talking about October anymore. Back in April, we were done. It's like, okay, yeah, but then October. So if you were done in April, why is there still an October thing? Or I think September. That's chronologically. Into Sukuroi gives a hello. Servant of the people took the name as dubbed the Kentu Sukuroi by the community. Not My Lover, that is Billie Jean, by the way, just in case anyone didn't miss that nom de plume. Detective Wolbefit and Pretend Son are both here in the chat. Another one to say says, was that scamp waiting for meow? Could have told ya. Kentu Sukuroi says, Dan D, you're totally right. The community was much less heavy before they arrived. They've added a layer of contention and dissent that got really uncomfortable. Yes, there's a little bit of turning against each other. There's, well, how much better are you if you just follow these people? You're just as bad. And it's like, well, why just as bad? We're all just as good. We're good people. We're just enjoying a little fun at Sarah's expense. That's a good thing. SA potatoes. What are SA potatoes? Another one to say. And Meowgarita says, yeah, but you respect and credit Tanika, not try and scare her with suit threats. Yeah, I wouldn't scare anyone with my suit collection. I have one suit. I've worn it for 3 weddings. It's fit me differently at each one. It's a pretty nice suit, but yeah, I'm not threatening anyone with my suits. That's for sure. It's funny because AI, I found it's way easier. Most of the time I only need a suit for, a photo or something like that. I can just take a picture of me in this and imagine this character wearing a suit, as you'll see in my Pretend Lawyer series, and boom, I'm wearing a suit. That's way cheaper than owning the suit. So that's the only suits I'd be sending Tanika is like, hey, check out my suit. All right. Malgarita says they are too greedy and arrogant to actually engage with the community they want to exploit. Yeah, and they don't even need to engage. They could just engage by not engaging, by saying, here's our content. It's all up on the page. Maybe we'll release, we'll release them monthly so that we have a reason to have a Patreon. Speaking of Patreon, this is a little inside joke. I don't think I'm going to do it because I'm afraid people would sign up for it. I was going to create a Patreon level of membership where it costs $3 instead of the $1, but you don't get anything. You get the exact same thing you get with the basic YouTube channel. It would just be paying $3 for it instead of getting it for either $1 or for free. Free with ads, $1 without. But and the point would be basically their Patreon is exactly the same. Whatever you're paying for, you're getting it a few days early, but you're not getting anything, so might as well. But yeah, I was afraid if I created a Patreon level, you guys would sign up for it. And I would rather it be a joke than something that, oh great, now I've got Patreon. I would spell it pay, like P-A-Y, and then have the emoji for a tree, and then O-N-E, so it's the Patreon. But yeah, more of funny to me. I don't think it would be funny to implement it as an actual level. Kentu Sukuroi says they saw an opportunity to money grab with a topic that has consistently provided content and decided to grift on it. That I agree with, yeah. So they knew that it was like a wellspring. And that, again, this is how, the reason I can confirm this is that's why I launched this channel. If, my old paperwork, no, I'm not going through that. It's too big a pile. I can show it again, but I've showed it. I have like this sort of brain map of like, if I start at Sarah Boone and I do, maybe I illustrate her talking. Okay, that's a whole realm. I could do 2 to 3 hours of content in a minute a piece. Oh, music videos that kind of suit. Boom, that's a whole nother realm. So I had it mind mapped out that, this is content that I could create for 2 to 3 years if I had to. But again, that's me making an assessment of the market, not applying a very cynical, okay, now knowing this market, what if I sidle in to this criminal and get a bunch of inside information? And that's the big difference with those guys as creators, I find. They lurked in chats, which is fine. They could have interacted back then to get into the communities. Then again, the monkeys would have told on them. I have had some in my chats, and that's another reason why I kind of think that my letter may have been used as inspiration for the Sarah letter, because in one chat I had this guy very, hey Dan, you're a smart fellow. Why do you think Tanika did XYZ? And asking me all these kind of pointed questions in a community chat. And it got to the point where the creator started deleting that person's messages to me. And yeah, I just, it was a weird one because I was answering fairly honestly and just saying, this, I thought that Tanika was fine for what she did. But it was somebody trying to instigate stuff. And it was somebody who's a member of the channel too. So I think was using channel membership as a way to instigate the conversation, like, a cheap super chat, boom, now my loaded comment is on the screen. The first date meal was sexual assault potatoes. Thank you, Kel. Yeah, okay, I forgot what SA potatoes were. I'm thinking about doing a cooking with Dan D on steak and potatoes. That's one of the dishes, either that or a Boston cream pie. I'm not totally decided. Boston cream pie is doable. That said, I don't have white linens to smush it into, so I'll probably just eat it once it's complete. Algaritas is Dandy genius. This, you know what? I'm going to admit to another problem that I have sometimes when I'm doing YouTube. Is I'll scroll along and I'll see a comment like that, like Algaritas says, Dandy genius. I love it. I'm like, what'd I say? I have no idea. And it's way worse with the Betty Marathon because I'm not even really scrolling back. The most I'll do with these feeds is just go back to when the witnesses take the stand and try and get some timestamps for it. But I'm saying a lot that is like out the mouth and like out of the brain. And yeah, so anything, I love seeing that. Like, I'm like, okay, good. I said something smart. People are enjoying it. But yeah, I'll make a comment and then I'm so in the moment that I'm like, I'm glad you liked it because I have no idea what I said. Good news on the Afroman. Thank you. Another one to say. This is a great comment. Dan D, you can expand though. Your Afroman coverage was hilarious. Good news. Afroman has launched an appeal. What? I thought he won. The judge said he had to pay half of the court costs. Also pre-decided before the matter was heard that the counterclaims were just thrown out. Just forget about the counterclaims. Those aren't happening. And assigned him half of the court costs. So Afroman is appealing. And I imagine because of how well the first case did, there's going to be a lot better coverage than the WCP09 coverage that started with no fanfare and just, oh, who's this guy? What's going on? What happened to the end of the... Got something to look forward to. And I'm very comfortable with my stance as being an early coverer of the first trial, that even though I don't know shit from shit, or what is it? Line from Ozark. I don't know fuck from shit. Even though I don't know fuck from shit, I'm going to do the Afroman trial and be an expert because I was one of the first people to live cover it on YouTube. So yeah, no, we got that to look forward to 100%. Can you make a short for Betty using Borderline by Madonna? Now that's funny, Kelly, because I was listening to some Madonna last night. Borderline would be good. I was thinking about Material Girl. Live in a material world. Material. Living in a material. Some boys love me, some boys need me. They're all right to me. That's right. But the boy with the cold hard cash, he's always Mr. Right. Anyway, yeah, I could see that being a Betty too. But Borderline, there's a few Madonna songs that actually fit the Betty. Thank you, Kelly. I will consider that. For anyone who missed it, I did put on a Betty song last night, and that was again thanks to the chat. I think 2 days ago, people were asking what would be a great Betty song, and completely unrelated, but I was just listening to some Taylor Swift in the hot tub, and Bad Blood came on, and I'm like, Bad Blood? Oh, this is a good song. So, I'm like, yeah, this is, and it's catchy and it's new. And then the lyric comes up, Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes. Okay, that's it. And I composed and published that short in the hot tub. I had to get out a couple of times to get my torso out of the heat. But yeah, as soon as I heard Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes, so I used a couple still shots of the mannequins with the dowels going through them that were in the courtroom. And yeah, maybe I should. No, you guys can find that. Look at my page. That's the most recent short I've published, and then that'll be a cool thing for the YouTube algorithm to see happen at the end of this, is you guys checking out one of the shorts. But I will look for Madonna ones. Madonna's a great idea for that. Borderline. Da, 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 da. She just answered me. Borderline. Lucky Star, too. You could be my lucky star. All right. Who could be arrested for wearing purple? Oh, yeah. So if you notice in my emoji collection, I'll post them now. This, it's probably small, but there's another video in my collection that uses that same image as the thumbnail. That is Defuck Creative. It's DC. It's a creative company that specializes in documentaries. That is a silhouette of a chicken, and you can't tell it the emoji size, but he's wearing a plaid purple shirt to support domestic violence. So that's the DV chicken for DC Creative there. DCC. Okay. That's one of our emojis. If you're wondering why there's a chicken amongst the Bettys and the Sarahs, that's the creative chicken, and that's what I think we should end it now. I think we're getting pretty close to ending it. Is there anything else that I really should show?
Remember the documentary I was talking to you about?
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. I think that's about it. Oh, another good one if you're relatively new to the channel. I put a few of them in the intermission, but one of Sarah Boone's first letters was a letter to Judge Dean, and it was about the family court trial, and we'll listen to 1 minute of it here. But it was one of my first dramatic readings. This is when I was still doing vertical lives. I'm just sitting up here in my attic with no background. I didn't have this fancy studio behind me.
This, in turn, has compelled me to now bring attention to some of my concerns in the egregious decisions he has made prior and during my incarceration, as well as from my son personally stating, quote, "Dad's laziness, empty promises, and disappointments." Beep knows without any hesitation or doubt I will do anything, anytime, anywhere, all within reason, to help him. Which is why I, as his mother, have been his go-to person in many ways, for many things, throughout his life.
Yeah. Anyway, so there's that. It's now titled Rare Vertical Live, I believe. The shorts are titled what the shorts are, but the full video is called Rare Vertical Live. What else is there to mention? Oh, there was something else I wanted to. Oh, yeah, as far as Sarah Boone, lots of Sarah Boone news has come up during the Betty Broderick trial. I was only on day 2 of my coverage of this when the final judgment dropped from Judge Jackson, and I had to scramble up. I totally thought it was going to be covered by other creators, so I scrambled upstairs, kind of turned on the breaking news and read it live, and then did 6 hours of Betty Broderick about an hour after that. But yeah, the appellate is out. The Mr. Maldonado released the reasonings for appellate, or for an appeal, his appellate appeal. Suma has a great video about the unappealing appellant, that is Sarah Boone, so that's a fun watch. At the end of this marathon, I will put together a what's new with Boone kind of article, and chronologically, which, doesn't make sense to Third Rail, but makes sense to me, I'm going to chronologically go through all the news items that occurred from the day that we started this. My takes on it, some of them I'll be able to reflect on the reading because I really didn't give too much opinion. I just read it, so we'll spend some time with that. Spend a little bit more time looking at the appellate brief. I'll be able to watch some lawyerly shows and hopefully get some insight that I can distill into a layman's interpretation of what to think about that. For the most part, my first interpretation is from what I've heard of the appellate brief that I listened to Just a Lazy Gamer reciting it. And one of his poll questions was which of these has the most weight to it, or, what does she have the best chance on? And they all seemed equally poor. I think I voted for the jury instructions. Not that I really believe there's anything wrong with the jury instructions. It just, the opening argument seemed like not an issue. The Miranda one seemed like not an issue. So, they're all equally specious. I think there's a chance the court just throws it out outright and doesn't even listen to the arguments. No, there's nothing here. Good job, Mr. Maldonado. You took the spaghetti, you threw it on the wall. Those were the 4 things that stuck, but they're shit. They're garbage. So, Sarah Boone, your case is denied. You're in jail for life in Florida prison. Life. Speaking of life in prison, we don't know. That might be Betty Broderick's lot. She's up for parole in 2032. She'll be 84 years old if she makes it to that hearing. As far as Betty Broderick goes, there's a number of different creative interpretations of the story. There's the Dirty John series on Netflix. You can watch that for a more contemporary, or not more contemporary, a more current depiction of events, or from a more current lens. For a more contemporary viewing, check out the Meredith Baxter. Especially, there's one on YouTube called Her Final Fury, which is the part 2. You don't have to pay for that. You can just watch the link, look it up, and it's there. The natural life. I don't think there's anything natural about Sarah Boone's life. She's one of the most unnatural specimens. So, no, for the rest of your unnatural life, Sarah Boone, prison. And no, we don't need to make lemonade out of lemons. We can make lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. If anyone's interested in making a lemon pound cake, it is worth checking out my lemon pound cake video. Lemon pound cake is delicious. It's light. It's got a bit of sugar in it. If you look at the recipe, it's a bit of sugar. But the video itself, you don't need to be a cook. You can just enjoy the Afroman trial sass wrapped up in the guise of a cooking video. It's about 40 minutes long. There's allusions to sex, a bit of extraneous, or I milk it a bit. There's a little bit of tapping of the bunt pan to get the air out of the batter. It's an important step. I kind of give it a few extra taps, so there's no need for that. It was uncalled for, a little malicious, but I did it anyway. Boston cream pie is still on request for Cooking with Dan D. Cooking with Dan D. Cooking with Dan D. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I've looked up a couple recipes. It's not impossible. I thought I had to cook a big fucking donut, but no, you can bake kind of a sponge cake and you put them together, but it's 3 big elements. You're baking a cake, you're making a custard, and you're doing a ganache. And the ganache is important. That's the kind of tempered chocolate that you need to coat it with. So, yeah, Kelly, I did a lot of tapping. I went back for a second round. I tapped and I tapped again. It was, it was provocative. It was like that song, My Humps. Nobody knew what it was about, but it was provocative nonetheless. If you watch my lemon pound cake video, there's a couple allusions. That pan did get tapped out. And then I did a rapid tap. I sped up the video, so just for people that, prefer a different tempo. And if you like that, you'd really like me whipping up the icing. Little lemon juice and icing sugar. Well, a lot of icing sugar and a little lemon juice. And then a lot of stirring. So I sped that up. You can kind of see my body vibrating. So that's a fun moment for people who like to see vibrating men's bodies wearing an apron. I think I've hyped up that video well enough. Lemon pound cake in the Dan D collection, or the Betty Broderick Bad Blood. Those are both there for my fine and dandy chat to enjoy after this. I've stretched this right till 9 p.m., so it looks like it'll be 11 hours from now, right after Sunday Fun Day. Say hi for Dan D in Danielle's chat. I'll be getting my stuff together. If everything is together, I'll be saying hi to you in that chat as well. And then we'll all come on over and watch the Betty Broderick coverage. Kentu Sukuroi was in Toronto for work, waved when she flew over. Oh, that was awesome. I was wondering who did that. I felt the vibrations of the wave, the butterfly effect. A wave from 30,000 feet. It was a windy day, actually, down here, to tell the truth. When I was in Osoyoos, the winds were whipping. And that was all due to a little wave from Kentu Sukuroi from 30,000 feet above. Well, that's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. Speaking of damn cool things, Bella's mom in this chat, and we're just going to memorialize that too. Bernice, who might still be listening, was having trouble figuring out how to do the memberships. We've been through that. People, you have to enable it here, make sure you're on a computer. Sometimes it's easier than your phone, yada, da, da, da. Anyway, Bella's mom says, okay, you think you got it going? I'm going to try gifting one more membership just to see if you get it. She gifts it. Boom. Bernice gets the membership. Never seen it before. Like, it was Babe Ruth calling his shot. Amazing moment. So that happened here in the Betty Broderick marathon. Special moment if you're replaying the whole series. It was only 2 or 3 days ago. I might put a timestamp to it at some point in the future. But at this point, we're just timestamping the witnesses. So I'm caught up with chat. I think you guys all have just enough time to get a little sleep before tomorrow's show. If you want to sleep in past the beginning, you can listen to me on time and a half. I won't judge. Go to the full screen so it's okay. That's a little bit more professional. The time, the bonus content is over. The live stream marathon continues tomorrow in 11 hours. The chat will stay open for 2 to 3 minutes so you can say your goodbyes. You guys have been fine. I'm Dan D. Together we are